Hitler, Roswell, JFK, cryptozoology and NSA, global woman and 11 government lies. Tell them all about it, those conspiracy guys.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Those Conspiracy Guys. This time we are putting on the cloven-hooved boots of intrigue as we rocket down from the heavens above to the fiery pit of investigation below. Talking about the one man that you're not supposed to talk about. This episode is all about the Prince of Darkness, the Lightbringer, the Morning Star himself, Lord Lucifer, a.k.a. Satan, a.k.a. Shaitan, a.k.a. Azazel, a.k.a. the Devil. And it's, I don't know, I've had a few reviews here and there from somewhat religious folks about episodes we've done on the church or Jesus or something. And I don't think people really get what's happening. They just hear bad talk and they're like, oh my God. So look, if you're listening to this looking for, a positive academic dissection of Lucifer himself, it's probably not going to satisfy you. Or if you're looking for me to say he's a bad cunt, probably won't satisfy you either. But strap in for the crack. We'll discuss whatever we can find. And it's all in good fun. Do you know, we're not Satanists. It's just, it's just jokes, man. This is going to be all fun, all games, and all info, as much as we could find. And joining me in TCG Towers today for the wonder of wonders, the discussion on Lucifer himself, we have the Balbriggan Bomber. We have the Mushroom Man of Monaghan, the Red Devil himself, from the other place, Mr. Shane Brown. How are you doing, boss?
Not too bad. It's been a while.
It has been a while in real life, but in podcast land, for listeners, it hasn't been that long.
Has it been a year?
I think
it must be a year.
It must be a year for it hasn't been 2 years, but it's been a year since you've been here. But we released an episode only recently-ish where you were on it with us. So welcome back to the fold.
Good to be here.
You, sir, have now your own podcast. In fact, it's been out for a while by the time people have listened to this.
Episode 1 has been out for a while.
Yeah.
I've been working on episode 2 for about a year, but by the time this episode is out, I'd like to think I'll have about 8 episodes up. So
nice.
I just need to get this. Episode 2 is like my manifesto, or it's got all of the things I want to explore with the rest of the podcast forever. So I'm really trying to be careful with how that one goes. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be really in depth, but it'll, I'd like to think it'll kind of set a framework for the rest of the podcast. So,
it's got those Kaczynski vibes.
Oh, don't say that. Yeah, I shouldn't have said manifesto.
This is the problem with the Industrial Revolution, and it's yeah.
You know what? There will be a touch of that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. What's the name of the podcast, and what's it all about? Give us the shindig and the rundown.
So the podcast is called The Other Place Archive, and it's essentially an exploration into the place you go in a shamanic psychedelic journey or a near-death experience, because I think they're one and the same place. And so the idea is every week I'll be talking to a different person about a journey that really affected them or healed them, and why it is it healed them, where they went, what they saw, and just kind of exploring that place, trying to give it meaning and taking away some of the demonization of the plant medicines and the hysteria around them over time. So yeah.
You call them plant medicines and not drugs, I see. It's,
I do, yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like a reframing of something that some people might think like, oh, no, but take it once and you're hopelessly addicted. This is like, the shamanic version or the traditional medicinal version of the use of these.
It really, to me, it seems like
plants.
It's a point I probably haven't made yet in the podcast, but it really seems to me the place you go is like, because it's not heaven either, but it's definitely a spiritual place. And to me, it seems like it takes you to like a gym for the soul.
Yeah.
Like it's like so many people have the same type of journeys, whether it's a loop or facing down their biggest fear or whatever. And it's quite repetitive in terms of the actual machine you're working on, but it delivers it to people in a different way each time. It's very personal. And just to me, it seems like there's actually probably a finite amount of obstacles you need to jump over in these journeys, and it's just about kind of mapping that place out and trying to get a taste for, you know, what it is and what are the broader implications. Where the fuck am I? And, you know, what's at the heart of this? What's driving this journey? What's the energy behind it? What's the spirit behind it? You know, and just, I've got my opinions, but I need to talk to everybody else who's been there and get their opinions, you know.
Awesome.
And it's really interesting when you realize that, you know, people have had near-death experiences, experienced the same thing. So then you're really like, okay, so it's not just the fucking mushroom. It's,
Yeah.
you know, it's something else.
It's
Yeah.
calling something within ourselves to examine ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's we've done an episode on psychedelics and the exploration of consciousness and stuff, and we talked about a lot about DMT and a bit of psilocybin and where it goes and what it does and what it was used for, and there's kind of a bit of hocus pocus around the conspiracy kind of side of, you know, MK Ultra, mind control and these kind of things, but it comes from a good place. You're going to be doing interviews with people who have taken the medicine and healed traumas and gone through like you know, psychological, emotional and even physical issues, and people who administer it as well, and the kind of the science behind it and everything you wanted to know but
anything
were
I
afraid
can,
to ask.
any angle I can get, I'd love to talk to someone about the science of it as well, because obviously, you know, the plant medicines would have biological effects. I think ultimately the experience is spiritual, but I'm still really interested to know what it is that it's doing to your brain that allows this experience to take off. Because to me, it's just too big for my brain alone to be conjuring up these lessons and these experiences, you know. But, you know, it'd be interesting to know everything about it.
It's coming from another place, in fact.
Thanks.
That's the Other Place archive with Shane Brown. And in the red corner, the Michio Kaku of Clonard.
That's me.
the maestro of the Monster Fuzz, Flymo with his hot rocks, the redness himself.
Yes, I have
Senor Eamon O'Neill.
returned once more to.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
It's been a long time.
It has been a while. I think it's like 2 years maybe or
Oh,
more.
fuck, man. It couldn't be that long.
It was Ed Salmon was last time. That's
Christ,
what I
has
remember.
my time dilation knocked off like 18 months out of our experience? Surely I've seen you since then.
You've definitely seen me, yeah. I don't know if you've seen me here in Mayo.
Oh my God, that's too long, Eamon.
It's been a while.
I was on stage with you in, I nearly said Vicar Street, but it wasn't that big. The Sugar Club.
No.
That was really fun.
Another 2 years maybe we'll get Vicar Street.
Yeah,
But wait and see how we do.
Do a full collab.
Yeah.
You and the young Robert are
Yeah.
flying along with Monster
Wee
Fuzz.
Billington, yeah. The twice weekly sophomoric humour podcast.
Yes. Dick Jokes and Monsters.
Yeah, effectively. Yeah, we actually did a near-death experience episode as well, but I was kind of like, oh yeah, no, we didn't though. Just everyone's talking about really like the important spiritual aspects of it.
Yeah.
To be fair, it has the least amount of sort of genital-based humour in it, but
There's nothing wrong with it. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a
genital.
genital-based humour joke now. Don't be fucking getting all high and mighty with me.
Oh, I think I'm getting low and dirty more than anything else.
For those that don't know then, let's inform the populace. Monster Fuzz.
Yeah.
What is it? Where is it?
Monster Fuzz.
Why
What
is
is it? Why did it happen? Monster Fuzz is me and good friend of ours, Rob Billington, talking about usually cryptids or spooky things. So there's one main episode that comes out on a Monday, and then there is a mini fuzz, which is just a collection of stories from people who are writing in, or possibly like the Mexican aliens at Congress, stuff like that, as it's ad hoc spiritual or
Yeah. Spooky news.
spooky news, UAP stuff. So all that kind of stuff we're messing around with, and it's just done with two lads who are jeering each other, and it's like having a few drinks with your friends, but you're stuck with one theme at a bar. So they're like, you have to talk about this, and invariably we'll digress into sort of lunacy. But it's sort of it's like if the octagon was really old and rusty, and if you put a lad against it, he might easily go through it with the right sort of force. You know, it's a very cheap
Take that tennis with you.
MMA gym.
There's like little skits and stuff in it as well, character development.
Oh,
based. So you
yeah,
read
yeah.
A lot of poems.
Poems.
You have
Few songs,
musical
few-
numbers.
Yeah.
There's feedback from the audience. You read out like letters and reviews and stories and tales, and as well as being like a kind of a documentary-ish type of main podcast where you're looking into the history of specific cryptids or stories or tales or ghosts and ghoulies. And
whatever the thing is. Yeah, it's just-
There's also a lot of like interaction. There's a lot of kind of I guess like community based content as well.
Well, that's the
and
big thing. It's a very like, you know,
Yeah.
the people who are into it seem to be
it's
really
all the
into
fucking
it.
weird cons come together. We seem
Yeah.
to find each other like
Well,
magnets.
we're off climbing mountains with some of the guys.
Yeah, I heard, I
in
saw it.
Wales
I listened
recently,
to that
which was
episode,
great.
yeah.
But it's really great. Yeah, it's a really
I don't know how you just didn't get fucking murdered, man. Going up a mountain with a load of mad cons like that, you're like, and we lost Eamon this season. Like, the fuck?
yeah lost in a
Some Madeleine McCann shit, man. You end up in Snowdon somewhere.
in a
some-
vague haze.
Yeah.
No, it was great fun though. The
Find
lads
Bitsy
were
all
dead
over the
on.
mountain. Yeah.
It's funny because when you do something like this, I think what winds up happening is you kind of pre-screen for people who are relatively like-minded to you because of the sort of humor we have on the show. Anybody who's in the same headspace will be like, oh yeah, I talk shit like that with my friends.
Yeah, that's
So
what a
soon-
murderer would say.
But like he'd listen to the podcast and be like, the boys are all right though. You know, we might have murdered, they might have murdered someone on the mountain.
All right, but they'll give you a pass.
Yeah, we'd be
Nice,
grand.
nice,
And be
nice.
Like, the boys are all right.
Yeah. We don't need to murder them. Sure, what else would we listen to? Just
Yeah,
be
this
Rob
is
on
it.
his own if we killed him.
I'm pretty sure they were listening to us as they performed that spate of unsolved murders that happened in Wales recently.
Imagine getting killed to the soundtrack of your own podcast. It'd be a dream come true. But Monster Fuzz, top of the charts, man. You're top of the what's the chart it is? It's at the Willies and Bums.
I think we're
Mystery literature.
mystery genitals. No, I think we were in for a while. We were in fiction or science fiction or lifestyle or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was chart topping anyway. That's
Yeah.
the fucking.
I think we're on the
bottom line.
We're currently shortlist for
yeah.
the Irish podcast thing.
I don't know if it'll be over by the time this one
I'd
goes
say it
out.
probably,
but
we're not going to win it. Like,
you know what? If
anyway,
you don't
so
win it,
doesn't
it's a
bother me.
fucking fix. Fuck them cunts. But if you're listening, go out there and vote for the boys. But if they lose, and they may have lost already,
I'd say we've
fuck
lost
them
already.
cunts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. It's a dirt podcast. I
It's all
wouldn't
a-
listen to Monster Fuzz podcasts
Bro.
on my free time, and I don't think any of your listeners should either. I think I need to run this podcast into the ground so I can stop doing it. Okay?
Scathing self-indictment.
I'm like Seth MacFarlane
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to sink Family Guy.
Yeah. hey, Rob. You want to talk about monsters?
What are you eating your wife's box?
This week on the show, we're talking about werewolves again. for some reason.
This is like a stand-up dog.
Oh, amen. But it's it's a good crack. It's a bit of a laugh.
Yeah, it's
and,
fun. It's a real night. Like for
yeah.
me, it's the kind of thing that if I was listening to it, I'd feel very much like they're sitting in the room. And then when we do hang out with people, that's exactly what it's like. So whenever we meet some of the people that listen to it, they're very like, it's exactly what you think it'd be. It's just real nice to chat to them and chill out and hang out. It's
Yeah,
really
I was
nice.
at the live show in Sugar Club, and all the people, apart from that one guy who claimed he saw aliens, and I do not fucking believe him. I think he was molested, and he just couldn't get over
I
it.
did talk to him afterwards and apologise for your tirade of abuse. I
Well-
was like, listen, never mind Gordo. Just never mind him.
Look, you either believe or you don't believe. But yeah, so Monster Fuzz is available on all good podcast things, and
And some of the bad ones.
the podcast awards is a publicity sham for a company. They're trying to promote their own shows by way of standing on the shoulders
not
of
gonna win it
other
now.
actual creators. Well, this is not going out, but just so you know, if anyone's out there going, hey, we won the podcast awards in Ireland, it's a corporate sham run by one company who's trying to promote shows all on their own network.
Yeah. We know the two. We know the lads who are going to take that home.
Yeah, we know
You
them
know?
all
We know
already.
the lads. We know the
And you know what? Be grand. It's the same people who run the podcast festivals and all as well. So it's just all the fucking circle jerk, back scratching exercise. So if you ever see me on any of those, just know that I have sold out some of my morals to be on stage with them for some reason. But
So
I've done it in the
anyway,
past, and I'll do it again.
Yeah, myself and Rob are on it anyway. So
Yeah.
if you want to vote for us, that
No,
would
the
be great.
voting is over. That's what I'm counting on. That you haven't won. But if you have won, I'll cut all that out.
Yeah,
but I
we'll
probably
edit that.
won't because
Look, won't. But like I said, it's dirt podcast anyway.
look at man, the YouTube channels, the YouTube whatchamacallit, the multi-channel networks and all that stuff for YouTube are dying. You know, there's no more Irish Facts channel where, you know, a bunch of comedians sit around and eat American candy and go, "Isn't this hilarious?" You can't make money off that anymore, so they're just scalping other podcast success and trying to fucking squeeze every little shekel they can out of it. So the podcast awards, Monster Fuzz, vote for the People's Choice. And again, if they've lost, it's a sham. It's a corporate sham. It's bullshit. Don't ever pay attention to anything. Oh yeah, for those conspiracy guys, there's a website, thoseconspiracyguys.com. If you want to support the show, you can go to Patreon. We're putting videos up now on Spotify. Imagine you can watch video versions of the podcast if you're a Patreon subscriber. Right in your Spotify app and get all the Patreon content in Spotify, which is fantastic, as well as other places. And there's also loads of stuff there on Patreon. You can get like behind the scenes and ad-free shows. And there's a website, thoseconspiracyguys.com, that has all the links for all the social bits and bobs. I'm having a bit of trouble at the moment with my Gilded, which is the Discord type app. So Discord shat the bed. I moved over to Gilded. Now Gilded shat the bed. I don't know. I think my account has been deleted and the server got deleted. I'm still trying to get back to support. But they're not giving me any fucking notice. So look, I must be doing something right if they're kicking us off of stuff. And I didn't even rape anybody, do you know? So
A few accusations though at the moment, is there?
Getting kicked off all these platforms and motherfucker didn't even get these fucking nuts out. Like, how unfair is that? At least Russell Brand got the fucking spill muck and get paid. So, fuck's sake. So, yeah, Gilded is shat the bed, I think. But anything we're on, I don't like to do them anymore, all the socials, because they fucking change all the time. Sure, Twitter isn't even called Twitter anymore. Thoseconspiracyguys.com. All the episodes are there. All the articles are there. All the fucking stuff is there. And if you want to support the show, much love. Mwah. Go on to Patreon and do that. Now,
USAA knows dynamic duos can save the day, like superheroes and sidekicks or auto and home insurance. With USAA, you can bundle your auto and home and save up to 10%. Tap the banner to learn more and get a quote at USAA.com/bundle. Restrictions apply.
Hey there, it's me, John Stamos, in partnership with Cologuard. And a little birdie told me you're over 45. Listen, that's not old, it's really not. But it's an important age. If you're at average risk, that's when you start screening for colon cancer. And look, it's okay to be nervous, but it's not okay to ignore your own health. It's time to see if the Cologuard test can be an option for you to get screened. All right, I'm glad we had this little chat.
Faraday presenta Ojos con Alergia y Picazón contra el jardinero. Y el ganador es Faraday Extra Fuerte. Para aliviar la picazón de los ojos por alergia, actúa más rápido y supera a Claritin y Flonase aún a las 24 horas. Faraday, adelante.
Lucifer, Prince of Darkness, Morning Star, Son of the Dawn. He's a fucking, reputedly, a bad cunt. But is he that bad? Do you know? That's the kind of thesis of today's show. And I want to ask the lads, before we started studying for this or reading up, like what was the main consensus on the devil or Lucifer? Because we'll specifically delineate who's who as the show goes on. Maybe we'll start with Shane and say, well, like, what did you know or what did you think about Louis, I like to call him?
Well, like we were saying earlier, like I never give a shit about anything like this because I was atheist most of my life. But when I started kind of going down the rabbit hole, I don't know at what point, because you have to be balls deep in conspiracies for a while before you start getting far enough down the track, and then all of a sudden you just get this, that's the devil, that's no matter where you fucking look, and you're like, what the fuck is this? You know, that kind of way. And anything spiritual, anything psychedelic, devil. And then there's kind of, you know, theosophists and, you know, historical people who you're told, well, that's devil too. And it's just like, what? I could never make sense of all that. I was like, this can't be right. So there's that. That was my first kind of, oh, what the fuck is this?
Everything can't be the devil.
Yeah. But at the same time, they had these big, long-winded arguments that really tied lots of shit together too, like any good conspiracy, you know. So it really
the mark of the beast.
Mind-fucked you for a while trying to navigate what the fuck is going on here. And so I never really had a meaning for any of that other than what the fuck is going on with trying to get to the bottom of things. I think a few years ago we kind of got to the conclusions that someone is just trying to frighten us away from getting any further down that rabbit hole. This is like a firewall for anyone searching for the truth. So that was as much meaning as I ever had for anything religious or Lucifer, even anything Jesus. You know, I didn't have a lot for that.
You didn't grow up like a good Catholic boy going to mass and shit like
Oh, I
that.
did, yeah, but I never got anything from that. So
Yeah.
I never really like. I
did you have
did as a
the-
child. I couldn't
The
figure
stories, the tales, the notions, like you were frightened to death like the rest of us, kind of. If you don't do what you're told, you're going to hell and you get poked up the arse.
out. Not really. That I never had any fear of that. My thing was, why do I definitely have the right religion? What about the poor Indian kid I could never figure that out because I used to love watching National Geographic and
For the long
these tribes that
I
still
love them shit.
exist.
There's a fucking TikTok channel I follow, and all them young ones will just be there, and it's all like nudity's allowed because it's tribal. and
What's the
there's some-
TikTok called? Pendulous bosom.
No, it's like all these like African tribeswomen doing these traditional dances and the fucking sweet ditties, man, sweet ditties, and it's all cultural, like.
Yeah. And that's why I was watching it.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. Cultural
But I
tips.
was, I used to be wondering, well, what the fuck about these guys? Like, they don't
Yeah,
seem to be
yeah.
doing anything wrong. They're not even creating litter. They're just living in the fucking jungle. Like,
Yeah.
So how
With
are
their
they?
fucking dicks tied up to their bellies with a bit of string so it doesn't catch in a bramble when they're running after a pig or something.
Yeah. So that was my biggest hang up with Catholicism. It was like, how the fuck do I know I have it right? My ma was like, I was like, how do we know we're right, man? She was
I
just
remember
like,
watching
don't
South
worry
Park.
about it. We're right.
South Park at 15 or something like that, and it was like all the Mormons went up to heaven, and God is like, "You chose correctly. Yours was the right religion.
Yeah.
Everyone else is wrong." Like, the same thing.
It's
Like,
funny, man. There was years ago when I was a teenager, I went out with a girl who would have been born again Christian for a long time, and I had the same thing. Like, at the time, I wouldn't have been religious, like 17 maybe. And I was like, well, like how, like, because their thing is like, if you don't believe, you won't get saved. So it's not about like the Catholic faith and getting your communion and confirmation and getting a load of money and all. But it was real mad. For she said, like, no matter where you are in the world, like, you will at one point come across the born again dogma, I suppose. And I was like, I was kind of left it, but I was in my mind, I was like, sure, they're only discovering tribes. So, like,
Yeah.
what was happening to them for millennia?
And what about their the entire history of
Yeah,
the
exactly,
people?
all the
Just fuck that,
ancestors. They're like, well,
Yeah.
remember that bird? That was actually me telling you to be born again. Remember, you felt a moment and the dove was in the tree. So, yeah, no, I got that as well.
And
like,
that question killed religion for me because that I could never get the answer to that. So I was just like, I can't. Even as a kid, I was just like, this. Once I was hitting my teens, I was like, I'm not going to mass anymore. I can't figure this shit out.
Yeah.
None of it makes sense. And the mad thing is, since I started down the shamanic route, the far more pagan psychedelic route of kind of spiritual exploration, I actually see a fucking ton of sense in even Catholicism, but the thing is, it's universal. I also see just as much sense in Hindu thought and Taoism and all. And now it makes sense because it's like, oh yes, this shit has been communicated to every single culture. They've all described it in their own little way. And when you really dig down, it gets back to the same thing. But the shit that separates them, the stuff we're fighting over, is just shit we've piled on to try and be the one and only religion. It just makes no sense. If everyone can't connect to this in their own way, you should be able to lock a man in a box and have him never
You should
speak
be.
to another.
you should be, Shane. You're right.
And have him never speak to anyone or read a book, and he still should be able to connect with it. And you can
Oh,
through
sorry.
my way of thinking, you know, that kind of way.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And I actually,
But Lucifer specifically, like, religion aside, the notion of a being that represents evil thought or evil deeds in man, like, a whispery kind of a devil who's telling you to fucking touch it, go on, just give it a touch, just give it a pull, or like, go on, take it, know what he's looking, just throw it in the pocket and say nothing, like, this kind of like that being that we're told is the king of hell that we saw in Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey when the boys went down, and he's like a hulking fucking red horned beast with a massive cock, and he's like, "I'd fucking rape you forever with my fucking fire jizz." Like,
I think I saw a different Bill and Ted to the one that you
no,
saw.
that's all inference within the cinematography. But I'm just saying, like, like we think of you think of Lucifer, you think of Satan, you think of Dave Grohl in the fucking Tenacious D music video playing tasty licks on a cool guitar with like horns and kind of
The iconic
pan,
Red Devil. like,
Red
yeah,
Devil
yeah.
mostly with pan legs and hooves and big mad horns, and like where does Lucifer sit for you, like in the the pantheon of your thought? Like, is Lucifer a real thing? Are you afraid of going to hell? Is it like, what did you think of Lucifer specifically? Not just religion, but like the idea of not Satan, but like Lucifer.
Yeah, well, see, for most of my life, I did just pile them all into the same character. I didn't realize until probably recently enough that, maybe Lucifer isn't even Satan. There is a kind of a difference here. But again, I've definitely got meaning for that now. I've definitely come to a place where it's like, that's what that's about. And it's not like, it's not that it's like, I think you said, it's not that it's not bad, but it's certainly not this thing that's going to drag me to hell. It could drag you to hell in this life by making bad choices and stuff.
Great movie, by the way. Which Drag Me to Hell.
Oh, I've never seen it. I can't stand that.
There's an old one-eyed gypsy woman that sucks on your one's chin and vomits maggots into her mouth.
It's the Evil Dead guy, isn't it, Sam Raimi?
Sam
so
Raimi,
good.
yeah.
Such
I
a
saw
good
the
movie.
new Evil Dead the
watched
other
that
day,
shit.
which was like, did you watch Rise yet?
No, not yet.
It's fucking good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I just can't watch razor blades going into eyeballs.
Yeah,
Shit like that.
Get that shit into
I
my
can't do
fucking
that.
face, man.
Yeah, I think they do it like comically enough, but I know what
Yeah.
you mean. I'm not into torture porn.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like like Saw movies, I can't take them. It's too much.
Well, we'll be talking about the Christian torture of the unbelievers later on in the show. So if you want to tune in, get some lube for that one, guys. Eamon, the thoughts and ideas of Lucifer, the devil.
The devil, from
we've-
childhood to now.
Yeah, we both, I think from many, many years of knowing each other, I think we counted up 25 of our human years at least that we've known each other, where we've both had the devil sitting on our shoulder telling us to finish that second bottle of wine and
And I've listened to him more times than not.
get into that
unfortunately.
taxi that's on its way down to Killoran for a house party that we're never going to get home from. Like, the devil is there. We've seen him. He lives under the bridge in Ferrycarrig here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I just mean, like, we've been there.
Yeah.
What do you think about Lucifer? Like, I don't think you were that mad Catholic growing up.
No, I would have been pretty Catholic till I was about, well, not that I was personally, but I was raised in the paradigm of it. I had a big problem with, I think, with duality, with good and evil when I was younger, with wanting to be good and being afraid that I potentially would do the right thing, which was more of a sort of OCD, intrusive thought that I didn't realize till way down the line.
Yeah, like the
So
amount
that's
of
from-
nights that the two of us sat
that
there
we
and goes,
sat up talking
come here,
about.
if you think about men's willies too much, does that make you gay? And then you're like, oh my God, we might be gay.
You were like, what if I want to stop thinking about them, but I can't get the thought out of my head, and it doesn't arouse me? Where does that leave me?
And then you're like, do you think that too? Yeah, okay, night. Like, it was class.
Yeah, we slept in the bed together then.
Yeah,
It was grand.
yeah.
But no, yeah. So I think for me, there's a real duality, and it like, obviously there's the fear of the devil as a character, as like a villain, you know, as like a Magneto type fella.
But a force that will come and get you if you do badly.
A force that'll come and get you or influence you or turn you. And I think that, like, in our society, we have this really, like, dualistic way of like Star Wars, the light and the dark. You've got evil Ryu and good Ryu. You've got, was it Dracula and Alucard, which is actually Dracula backwards. Like, all that sort of shit in all this pop culture.
Yeah.
I think I've just referenced a movie and 2 video games, but it's all like light and dark, and there's a point of no return. And it's very rare that people introduce the idea of grey areas, like even God and the devil. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's it, God and the devil.
God, the devil, and
Bob, yeah, but he was like the Job. Do you know what I
it
mean?
was
He
such a fucking good show,
It was
man.
a great show.
If people haven't watched it, I downloaded it many years ago and I have it on a hard drive there. It can't be got no place. Such a good show
And
for like a teenage kind of a drunkard stoner contemplating life, like you're saying, contemplating duality.
Well, contemplating
and
duality,
to have the two
yeah.
lads fighting over Bob and his day to day is like, it's
And I think you bring that on yourself in some way, because even though you may not believe in the devil or God, having been raised in that sort of system, you look at everything with a black and white window.
Yeah.
I think that caused quite a lot of maybe difficult or just very black and white thinking growing up. And then as I got older, I probably was influenced a little bit by Buddhism and the Tao Te Ching and stuff like that, and thinking about things in more of a grey, and that evil and good were kind of part of the same thing, and you get into, I suppose, like the yin yang. Effectively, there's splotches of
necessary evils and
yeah. But then what I found really interesting was that when I think it was Pope Francis a few years ago said unequivocally, he's like, the devil is not an allegory. It's not like an allegory for evil. It's not like the devil is a person, a thing. And then from there, I think I listened to a podcast, Exorcist Case Files, or I can't remember exactly the name of it, but it was this dramatized version of actual exorcisms, and talking. And again, it's obviously biased coming from them, but they're talking about why is it that the Catholic Church seems to be the only one that can really manage exorcisms. And I know we've touched on this with the spiritual aspect and the kind of, you're actually, you're exercising yourself and your traumas and stuff. But it is interesting to have like that, the concept of evil as a being, as an energy, as a singular entity, and then God as its counterpart, and then also having the idea that neither good nor evil exists, except for the way that as humans we prescribe what actions are, which bucket they fall into.
Yeah, it's a morality issue rather than a good or evil. Like who dictates the scale of good and evil? And if Pope Francis is coming out and saying like the devil is actually a real man, I'm saying like, who believes you? Because you're a paedophile and a paedophile sympathizer. So
I mean,
it's the source.
But I said, I guess like if the
dogma that's coming from the Pope obviously is
like the king man
the
of
said
the
word.
He's like, that's a real thing. So if you, and obviously 1 billion people probably are into that. They're like, all right, there's this dude that's gonna just like tempt me in the desert. I mean, to be fair, I will say for that, the devil could have picked a better spot, because if I'm going around like, do you know what I mean? And he's like, all this sand could be yours, and I'd be like, there's not even any water, man. This is garbage.
This is shit. Like,
why would I want this? Even?
But he's selling you the potential of it, though. It's like,
that's true.
All we need now is 2 degrees warmer in the climate, and all this is going to be beachfront. Like,
that's true. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? But it's just too much of a suppositional. Like if this then that.
Can I throw something in, just because we might never get a chance to talk about this, but just to give
was it the thing about me and Em thinking that we might be gay when we were younger?
I can't get it out of my mind.
Yeah. Go ahead, ask what you want.
Just because we mightn't get around to talking about this, but so people aren't complaining that we didn't give certain ideas a fair shake, right? I seen there's an interview with Michael Knowles talking to a priest about an exorcism.
I know this
I found it quite unconvincing.
Yeah.
I was just saw a nun crawling up a wall or some shit. And you could see even Michael Knowles was kind of feigning being impressed.
And he wants to believe.
Yeah, do you know what? Even that wasn't that clear watching it. It looked...
Do you know he's only 33?
Yeah. But... there's a guy called Jerry Merzinski, right?
Yeah.
He's a retired psychotherapist. He worked with schizophrenics for years. He worked in all the top hospitals in America, really highly accredited, top of his game. And for years, after years of working with schizophrenics, he just kind of casually said to a girl he'd been working with for years, he goes, do you know, I can't get it out of my head that like, a lot of the schizophrenics, they're going through the same stuff. They're being told the same thoughts. Yeah. They're all from different cultures. They've never met each other, but they're having the same tormenting thoughts. He said it's actually like they're being tormented by the same kind of entity. Yeah. And she was a nurse, and she just goes, oh yeah, they are. I went through that for years myself. It's a form of possession. Now, he never says there was a devil, but he began working with these people in a very spiritual way, and he did use kind of biblical scriptures and stuff to say, here, look, fucking say, just to see. He started experimenting, because he's not that Christian, I don't think, but he was using all he knew. He's an American. He'd grown up in a Christian country, so he found that like Psalm 23 was good at shutting up the voices in their heads and stuff like this. But some of the stories he tells are fucking fascinating. He said that like meth addicts have the highest rate of this shit going on. He said he talked to multiple meth addicts who would say that like they'd be sitting tapping for change on a street corner. They'd hear the voice in their head say, that guy has $5,000 in his pocket. They'd go and mug him. They'd get $5,000. Yeah. And he tells this amazing story about one guy who the voice said, come here, there's a fucking massive weed farm just outside California. If we rob a car, we'll go, we'll fill the bag with weed, we'll sell it, we'll go do hookers and blow all weekend. And the story is they basically, this energy, this entity, kind of used his body like a fucking puppet to go do hookers and blow and go, whoa, for a week. There's, obviously I can't prove any of this shit, right? But there's something very compelling and very interesting about Jerry Marzinski and the stories he tells. And I was telling you earlier on that John Mulaney, who's a comedian who's not Christian and has no reason to tell this story, was talking to Theo Von on his podcast. And he'd done coke for years and eventually ended up in rehab. And just as he was clean, he was just walking down the corridor in the rehab in no way affected by any kind of drug. And you hear the voice saying, we were trying to get you for fucking decades, man. Yeah. And then you have the guy from Jackass. You can see a video of him talking to those meth entities as well.
Steve-O. Yeah.
So we probably won't get into some of that stuff, but like, there's some fucking thing that is impossible to fucking articulate there. But I still don't think that's the devil. I think that's like the way you get a really conscious, creative communication when you really meditate and balance yourself, and it's all positive and it's all life affirming and really good instructions how to live. Maybe if you go way off the fucking dark edge, you get a really punishing communication in your head. I don't know, but it is wild.
I think like, because if you're talking about, say for example, the plant medicines and connection to various things, and again, can't, like to your point, can't prove any of this. It's just a felt sense. But I'm convinced that we're surrounded by things all the time. I don't know. I wouldn't use like evil or good.
Fucking terrifying.
Just things, just like things coming at you at all angles. But I think if as well, like we're all the universe and we're all connected into something, then on some level you do know, not you know, but whatever creates you knows that dude has $5,000. And if you, and in the same way a mushroom can open you to this, can meth open you to that?
Like
can
a collective
alcohol,
unconscious that you're tapping in?
You're tapping in and it's something coming back at you. So in one way, maybe the best way we can describe it is a devil and a demon. And maybe that is what it is in a sense. But I'm kind of convinced that we're, and again, I don't know, do you use evil and good? Do these things like, and it's a religious idea, they don't have bodies and they just want to feel. Yeah. And it's just like, you know, to be a thing that can't feel anything. And then to know you could make a guy do a load of coke and ride a load of hookers, that's probably like, oof, that sounds like a good bank holiday weekend, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you could also totally see it being part of yourself going, let's do hookers and coke. And let's give you a damn good reason to do this.
And the only thing that would stop you would be a really good moral compass, right? So it's I don't know, I think it's pretty compelling.
It's really interesting listening to that guy.
And I know that the priest you were talking about, his name, I just checked my phone there, Daniel Rehel, he was the one who was talking to him about all the possessions. He, in the same thing, I think he used to be a stock guy in Wall Street. So he's like selling you Catholicism. That was the sense I got it from.
And that's exactly how it comes across. And even Michael Knowles is sitting there. You can see in his head, he's going, this doesn't make any sense, but I'm, whatever.
Like, we're stuck here for 90 minutes. So, but I totally got that. Now, does he believe that? And is it just because his past as like a stock guy, he can't help but put it through that way? But it's an interesting one. But it is terrifying to think that exists also. Or that's the way it manifests.
Could happen.
Yeah,
that's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, I think I'd like to go home now if that's the case and not bring this on.
Open the door to the
because that's what we're doing right now. We're talking about him. They're looking at us, you know. I don't know the devil, but he knows me pretty well.
I mean, there has been loads of talk in previous episodes of this, and even on Monster Fuzz, you're talking about entities, you're talking about
liminal like spaces where entities
congregate.
And I think, and even if you look into Islam and the jinn and the ideas of that, and they talk about like
shaitan.
Exactly, shaitan, the smokeless fire. You have the caves, the forest, all the places that we would sort of almost associate with creepiness.
Even the Appalachian woods, like you're not supposed to whistle out there.
Yeah, and you have the the shadow people that are there. Yeah,
anything calls your name, or you hear a child cry out, like don't go out into the woods off the beaten path, or get the fuck home. Like there's all the as well. You know, the Appalachian forest, like that tract of land is the oldest above water landmass on the planet.
Right.
400 million years that's been above water, like, so it hasn't been what would you say, wiped out by a great flood in 400 million years.
Yeah.
So you're like, whatever's living there is old as fuck. So it could be
Yeah.
like the OG entities. That
Cthulhu
were,
type.
yeah, you know,
yeah.
like Lucifer for me was like a devil. You know, like he was, I guess, the Dave Grohl in Tenacious D, or the little kind of shiny arse devil in Cow and Chicken kind of character, like this.
Yeah.
Oh, Satan! Like this kind of thing. It was never a serious consideration for me.
Yeah.
Hell was never like all of my Catholic upbringing was very much allegorical from this very start. You know, I remember being at the communion, going like, "This is the body of Christ." Like, how many? I was thinking of like a hole punch and like punching holes out the cunt, and it's like, how big was his body? Like, you couldn't have that many slices of Jesus and have how many churches are there, and every Sunday. Like, from there, I was like, nah, this is not transubstantiation. It's not for me, baby.
Yeah.
And everything was in doubt then, you know. And as I got older and started like experimenting with alcohol and drugs, I started realizing like, everything's an allegory. Like, nothing is real.
Yeah,
Everything's
yeah,
fucking.
And I think that's
everything
the
is
part,
pro wrestling. Like,
yeah, that's the part where you're the mark, but that's
Yeah,
where
yeah,
the Catholicism lets itself down, because Protestantism, you have consubstantiations. They're like, oh, this is symbolic of his flesh and blood.
Yeah.
Whereas in Catholicism, it's so they're like, oh yeah, this is it. Like, it's like fucking Jesus is on the cross with adamantium claws, like regenerating parts of his body. It's
Give me vinegar.
But again, it's like you say, this is where Catholicism lets itself down. There's a fucking passage in Matthew where Jesus is talking to the crowds, and the disciples pull him aside and say, "Why are you talking to them in parables? Why aren't you giving them the real shit? Because you give us the real shit." And he's just like, "Yeah, but they don't have eyes to see and they don't have ears to hear. So I need to just talk to them symbolically." Because they're not going to fucking get it anyway. You know, they're going to think I'm a lunatic if I tell them the real shit. So we just need to talk to them like this. How is it that then you have biblical literalists who think the whole Bible is literal, when you're like, Jesus himself said they won't be able to take this if you give them the full truth. You have to give them a story. It's like, of course it's fucking parables, you know?
Of course, yeah.
And it's right there in the book, and the church is like, no, real.
And the lessons weren't lost on me, you know, as a burgeoning doubter. You know, the allegorical stories of Zacchaeus, the tax collecting cunt. I was I don't really know like what the big deal is. And then like I had got a job and the cunts were taking money off me, and I'm like, yeah, fuck. Now I know why everyone hates Zacchaeus, the fucking little bastard. Get down out of that tree, you Danny DeVito looking prick. You know? And then Jesus is like, come on, you're all right. And I'm like, all right, go on then. Like, there's a bit of sympathy there. And like these kind of stories of like even the most hated have a place in Jesus' heart and forgiveness and all this kind of stuff. Like, I was going through some shit, so like I didn't have really the space or the time to be able to really consider all those lessons. And as I've grown older, both sides of those lessons, like evil is necessary and good is also as necessary. And the good ain't so good without a little bit of spice. And it just fucking... It chaps my arse, not only that kind of Lucifer gets the blame, and we'll talk about it later on the show in more specific detail, using Bible verse and stuff like that. The notions of a hell, it fucking annoyed me that there was a hell, that if you didn't do all the right moves, that when you died, there was no recompense, there was no do-over, there was no... Like, what? Like you said, Shane, if you had picked the wrong religion, you're fucked. Even though you were devout and you were good, if you were praying to the wrong lad, you know, it was like trying to get into that German nightclub and the fella looks you up and down and you're like, no.
Or you look at, like, you know, there's a certain section of homeless people that are full of rage on the streets as a direct result of being abused when they were kids. They're going to hell, are they? That's fucking crazy.
But then you think of the Sermon on the Mount and it's like, blessed are the homeless, for their sandwiches and soup are free on the Halfpenny Bridge. You know? Like, there's all of these types of fucking get-outs. Like, if you're too meek to fucking stand up for yourself in life, you're blessed. If you're too blessed are the hungry, for theirs are the, you know, the flapjacks of the Lord or whatever. Like, you get free fucking Dunkin' Donuts for life or something like that. Like, it's all give and take. It's all, like Amos said, like a binary. Like, you're either worthy or you're unworthy. And to become unworthy in the Christian religion is so easy. Like, all you have to do is doubt the Holy Spirit once, and it's an unforgivable sin, and you're going to hell, even if you're devout for the rest of your life. So you do that when you're 7, and you're like, blah. And I always felt it was an ineffable punishment in exchange for an equally ineffable reward. And no one was ever taking care of the here and now and the suffering that we're all going through. And we were told, like, well, look, if you suffer now, it means that you're blessed in heaven. And then I was going, yeah, but on the gamble that heaven is not real, that's shit. That's a shit deal. And I'd rather have a good time now, definitely, than have a shit time on the gamble that I'll go to heaven. And they're like, yeah, but the punishment is eternal. You're like, yeah, but this feels really long as well. So, like, feeling shit now, it's like, yeah, but imagine how shit you feel in hell. You're like, yeah, I don't even know if it's real. Like, it's just as much of a gamble going to hell as it is to heaven, so I might as well have a good time now. And that apparently then, handily enough, is the work of the devil. So they tell you. So it's all this, and I could feel it from very, very young. It's all a method of control. And Lucifer, Satan, whatever you want to, Beelzebub, whatever you want to call him, was the king of this. He was the Lord of Lies. He was the fucking, the man who was orchestrating all these bad things that were happening in the world. And yet, God was taking all of the credit for the good things, and all the bad things with the work of the devil. And I thought, like, well, that's very unfair. Because, like, didn't God make the systems? Like, you can't, like, God made, like, the reproductive system, let's say. So how come, like, there's small babies dying of cancer? Because they didn't do anything. So obviously the devil didn't, like, get into them. It's like, oh, well, the parents must have done something. And then you're saying, like, hold on a minute. This innocent child that died of cancer is dying because the devil decided to punish the fucking parents for something that they did in their life. So think of that, like, from a Christian point of view, there's Christians come to these parents going, well, your child died of cancer, so you must have done something that you didn't atone for. Like, that's such a fucked up
notion. Like, I don't think there would be some Christians who'd think like, I think the average Christian wouldn't necessarily think like that, but they also, they wouldn't have much of a grasp on why the pain. And the thing is, if God is the most powerful and he made absolutely everything, why is he so powerless towards this, devil character causing us so much pain, and there is a good way of explaining all that. And these are the reasons you leave the religion, is because it's so silly. But I think there is really good explanations to kind of bridge that gap, but they're not in the religion. They're implied by this symbolism and the parables, but no one's fucking saying it. And it's
never said in mass. It's never said in private. Maybe we're going to Roman Catholic Church and there's Christian or Pentecostal or born again or, Jehovah's or Muslims or the Muslims or the Jews or the brown ones and the black ones and the fucking, maybe the Moonies were right. Like, who, if you're getting to talk to a man of faith and you get to have a one-on-one and go, look, bro, I'm having a really hard time. And he's like, yeah, Satan is tempting you at every turn. And you just have to push back against that and face towards the Lord. And I'm kind of like, yeah. But also, my dad's baiting the shit out of me and I'm addicted to meth. And I live in a trailer. So how do I face towards God to do that? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, give up the meth. And like, how do I, and then you end up a fucking school shooter or you kill your parents or you fucking, and then that's blamed on the devil. But if you then get into recovery and you go through 12 steps, it's all to the glory of God. Like, I don't think that's fair at all.
No, and what you're asking for there is a connection. Like, where is this thing that's, and I shall give you rest? Like, where? When? How? And I do think it exists, but it's just not delivered by this religion. That kind of way. It's implied by it, but nobody, it's like you say, it's all left up to you. And whereas the Bible and a lot of it really does imply that there is a way of reaching out and, seek and you shall find. There's loads of examples of it saying, all you have to do is start looking. And you're like, I've been fucking looking.
Yeah. But you're right as well.
Because you don't have the connection, you're never looking in the right way, so you never really get it, because it's not included. I think the Hindus have a great way of looking for it,
Yeah. No, you're right. It's the one book but there's loads of different variations of the rules of that book,
Yeah.
which can just go to show you that you're drawing hard lines that were never meant to be drawn. You know, and I think as well, talking about the generational stuff. Why does the child who's born with, you know, has 5 hours to live and you know, blah blah blah, and then the whole thing, our whole existence as humans rather than angels, is based on that, because our parents were tempted.
Yeah.
And they did a thing.
Original sin and all
original
that,
sin,
yeah.
And now for every other generation that's born, you're born into this subpar existence.
Yeah.
And then it's funny, you have the Buddhists as well.
Finite existence.
A finite existence. And, you know, I always like the Buddhist thing, which is like, life is suffering. And there was they don't like try to really make sense. It's like everything here, regardless of how good you think it is, it's just suffering.
Yeah.
Because it can't compare to what lies outside of it. You know? Everything you do.
Yeah, it's like Grant Morrison said in that very famous Disinfocon speech, like, we humans are here to grow time. Like, we're here to grow experience and grow time and bring that energy back to the fifth dimension.
Well, yeah, well, as
For
I
the
say,
longest time, I've believed that, and I've believed that there are entities outside of ourselves, call them Lucifer or whatever. It's not just one dude. There's fucking infinity amounts.
Yeah. Well,
And they're jealous of us having
Yeah,
a finite existence, because we can feel and we have bodies, and there's... Do you know, it's like... I remember being very heavily influenced by the Highlander movie. And when Conor McLeod was immortal, and he had to watch woman after woman that he loved fade away and die of old age. And he was like, it's not good to watch that. It doesn't mean anything then after a while. It's not a deserving existence. Like, and finally, after defeating the Kurgan, spoiler alert, he gets the prize. And lo and behold, the prize is the knowledge of everything, but a finite lifespan.
Yeah.
Where he gets to actually love and live like a finite life with this woman that he fell in love with, and the two of them get to grow old together and die. So it's like the one thing that everybody wants or thinks they want is an infinite life. But really, the people who have the infinite existence they're missing out on so much other stuff, because the stuff isn't valuable if it's infinite.
Yeah.
It has no value. The whole problem about value is finality, is rarity. That's what makes something more...
It's the reason that one of my favourite singers is Lane Staley, because he can't sing no more.
Yeah.
It's the reason that there's a statue of Amy Winehouse in London.
Yeah.
It's like all this stuff is because they can't create this anymore. Charles Bukowski, blah, blah, blah. So whoever, name anyone who's dead, there's value on their work, because we can't make that work anymore. We can't make it authentically. I'm sure we can make it with AI and the way that's going, but we can't authentically make their work anymore. So yeah, it just becomes, and life as well. Like the idea of living forever, I hate. Like, it terrifies me.
It's awful. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just, like, I kind of subscribe to the idea of reincarnation, and maybe that'll change as I get older or whatever. But
Not if you take mushrooms at one.
well, we were actually talking about this because, you know, the tunnel in the near-death experience and all that, and then we were talking about the birthing canal, and we were like, is this just how you kind of
going towards the white light,
your last life? Yeah,
you're not supposed to go
life.
towards the white light, because that's reincarnation.
Yeah, I
get
hear
put back
people
in
saying
if you
turn
do that.
away from the light and all the rest, but it's, I don't know. I've heard that one, but
we were saying then, if you got if you came back as a bird, then instead of a white light in front of you, is there just shards of light as the egg begins to crack? Or if you come back as like a blade of grass, does the sun start to rise over the horizon? Or how does it work, you know? But yeah, no, I do think, that a finite life is a good one. If I think about who I am now, who I was previously, and the growth and what I've learned, even though I haven't, like, it's not like I've achieved anything amazing in my life, but just the knowledge or the perspective that changes as you get older. And if you're going in the right direction, which I hope I am, I've certainly, you know, done lots of things that I wish I could undo or do differently in the past. And I'm sure I'll feel like that 10 years from now, looking back on me now. But the fact that you would approach things differently, you still have all your bullshit and you're still sort of trying to be better at your bullshit, but you're going in some sort of direction glacially and learning, you know?
I wish to be immortal when I was younger from watching the Highlander movie, because
The song was pretty good too. Who wants to live forever? You know, that was fucking badass.
Is that not Frozen?
Time for us. There's no place for us.
You're making Highlander seem so gay.
Well, it's Freddie Mercury. Come on, like
I haven't seen it since I was a kid.
there's two lads sword fighting on top of a building with fireworks. It's pretty gay, bro.
Can I just say that thing you described? Because I think I seen Highlander and it was about 9. I don't know if you were describing 1, 2, or 3, but I had that exact mushroom journey of I looked at my wife and she just got really old really quickly in front of me. Then she just turned to stone and just fell to dust and blew away.
Poorly.
Oh my gosh.
And no, the whole thing was it was just
She
like
drank from the wrong grail.
you guys are gonna get old and unattractive. That's not what you're here for. You chose this woman because you're fucking. This is a soul bond. Forget about what you look like. This is not what you're here for. This is something far deeper, far more. And it was fucking so beautiful to watch. She just turned like to 100 really quickly, and then just turned to stone. And there's just the wind just blew her away, and it was fucking beautiful.
Like Sarah Connor in Terminator 2.
Yeah.
But I think I wanted to be immortal because I always felt there wasn't enough time. Like I wanted time to do more.
If
But the
COVID
reason-
taught us anything, it's
Yeah.
that no matter how much time we have, we'll still do nothing.
Well, this is the thing with me personally, that I have time, but I can't use it the way I want
Efficiently,
to use it.
yeah.
Not even efficiently, because I can if you know, with the right motivations and stuff. But it's like I always wanted more time, and I always had that. Do you remember that TV show? Do you want to wish on a star? Take a moonbeam home in a jar. And it was this girl, and on her 13th birthday, her mother came in and told her that she had a secret, that her dad was actually an alien who jizzed up her ma. And then she was like this half-breed alien, and she brought in this weird like alarm clock and put it beside the bed where the dad could communicate to her from space. It was like, hello, darling. It's like, what, Dad? Yes, hi. So you're about to turn 13, so you're going to have some weird stuff happening to you, and you're going to get hair and start thinking about boys. Oh, and you'll also have some supernatural powers. And she was able to touch her 2 index fingers together and stop time.
Oh, nice.
And do you remember that?
No.
Only the bit where you said touching her 2 fingers together and stopping time. I'm like, that rings a bell. And
Yeah.
none of the rest.
I think it's called like fucking Out of This World, I think it's called. Classic TV show. But I wished for that superpower, to be able to go like, and just stop time.
Stopping time would be
and then
pretty
be able to
badass.
like do all the stuff and start time and continue on. Or be able to, if you're in a situation and you're like, I don't know what's going on. And then like be able to have time to think about it and then go and start up again. Now, obviously, as I got older, it was like, stop time, lift up her tops of your titties, put her top back down, press it. It was obviously, fantasies of, I guess you'd call that sexual assault now, I suppose.
Yeah, I
Russell
think
Brand.
that would be sexual assault.
Yeah, but
If time isn't happening at the moment,
Was
it's
it really
sexual assault, is
sexual
it?
assault?
Yeah. But yeah, no,
I
obviously.
thought I fucking stopped time, mate. I thought I stopped time.
I just touched my tips together.
There was no time happening, so I just touched it. Publicly going out with a 16-year-old. You think I'm not doing anything else? I'm stopping time. That's why no one knows about it.
Stop time for 2 years so she become 18. Yeah, fuck it.
Mentally, 18.
She tasted 18.
Whether you bond over streaming binge-worthy videos, watching sports recaps, video gaming, or by unplugging altogether, the 2026 Lincoln Nautilus Hybrid helps keep you connected throughout your journey. Learn more at Lincoln.com. Available connectivity features and functionality vary by model. Package pricing, trials, and term lengths vary by model. Video streaming and games are only available while parked.
Best gift ever!
A Lego set is a gift that always clicks. And clicks.
Woo! Next level!
And clicks. For kids who love gaming, choose a Lego set. The gift that always clicks.
Yeah, so like it just it was one of those things that I thought about a lot, and I think when you think about the concept of like Lucifer, you think about the concept of evil, there was always like a punishment for something undone.
Yeah,
usually. not something that you did do, but something that there was obviously like thoughts, impure thoughts. Remember when you used to go to confession and you're like, bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Told me ma to fuck off, or like I hit my
thought
brother.
about telling me ma to fuck off.
It was there were fucking thought police, man. They were in your head making you behave, because if you didn't, you knew whether you were being watched or not. And I always had a fucking sense of being observed. Like I hate kind of the being observed when I don't mean to be. Like I don't like being watched doing work or whatever. And that sense of God and the devil are looking at you and deciding, it's the Santa Claus thing. It's like you on the good list or the bad list, which I think is the commercial kind of version of it, that you have to behave well and you're rewarded. But if you don't behave well, whether you're being watched by a human or not, it'll all be, there's like a checklist of things like, you'll never get away with behaving badly, which means that you'll never be forgiven, really.
Even if legally you're not prosecuted, rather, you will be ultimately facing the worst sentence that you can face.
There's no such thing as a secret then. There's no such thing as actual forgiveness. And it's very hard to forgive yourself in that paradigm of unforgivable sin, or at least forgivable sin that you don't ask for forgiveness for. And the fact that Lucifer is the one that's convincing you to do it, and then you have to pay for it, then you get to go to the gates of heaven. And then you get to decide, like fucking America's Got Talent, whether you get to go in or not, based on this log of, like Jacob's Ladder. I watched that movie and I was like, God damn, like this is fucking...
There is, like, the biggest problem you have there, and that's where, this is the thing, there's loads of truth in these things, and then it's the bullshit that fucks the whole message up. So I think there's a truth in the idea that it's kind of all being recorded and stuff, but it's like you recording it. But there's no burn in hell for making the wrong decision. If you look at near-death experience...
But that's the real sell, though, Shane, is that they do say,
no, I know that,
you will burn in hell.
100%, that's what I mean. They're fucking up their own message by telling you. Well, they're not, because they're a corporation and they're trying to keep you in the corporation. Yeah. But the point of the original idea, let's say, I think these original ideas came from a place of truth. If you look at the whole idea that you're constantly being watched, you're not really constantly being watched. It is being recorded somewhere. If you look at a genuine near-death experience and someone describes a life review, they fucking watch all their fuck-ups. They watch it all and they're going... And it's not them being judged by God. They're sitting there going, fuck.
It's like
they're
it's
judging
in
themselves.
the cloud, right? Yeah, because I know with some of the near-death stuff they said, I felt how I made everyone else feel, the good and the bad, again, because I was everybody else, like, and now I'm going back in to be everyone again, and me and everything. But it was the same thing, because maybe you tried to do something good for someone which actually didn't go the way, the message didn't land the way you want to. Like when your ma's trying to say something nice to you, and you're like, "Will you shut the fuck up, like, and stop annoying me," or something, like that's the way that you've made everyone feel, you feel yourself. But it does, I do agree with, like,
it's this needless torment that you're saying. It's like you're getting angry because they're saying you'll burn in hell, and that's the bit that fucks the whole thing up. You're just like, well, I can't listen to this shit, and you walk away.
And then the other part of it is, with that kind of, because hell is a very sort of a tactile, you're in fire, you're in chains, you're in pain, there's sensations that are unpleasant. And then you think about heaven, and it's like, oh, it's just, it's and they both describe them as kind of physical places. And you're like, well, heaven sounds like it's not going to be great forever.
Yeah, do you get bored of...
Yeah, because like even you've seen lads who are on MDMA and like there's certain hours of being high where you're like, you're not really having a good buzz with this at the moment, are you?
There's no place for us. Who wants to live forever? Who wants to live forever? Forever. Nice
stuff like that.
Yeah,
I can't get over how gay that song is.
It is right. It's super,
song for
but
an
it's really awesome as well. When you listen back to it, you're like, this actually it's class, but it's
a kind of magic. And then Christopher Lambert is like, how did you not die? And he goes, it's a kind of magic, because he can't speak English, right? He was barely able to speak English for that whole thing. Yeah, man, the idea of hell and Lucifer and all that stuff when you're a young lad, even into your 20s, I just stopped thinking about it. I was just like doing wild shit and not thinking like, oh my God. But imagine being indoctrinated into one of those religions that's like real heavy on it, like the guilt of fucking eat your arse alive, like.
Yeah. But
I can only imagine, what it's going to be like. If you're a Christian listening to this and you're into conspiracies, then you're going, what the fuck are the boys talking about? Like, this is all like legitimate.
I believe in loads of conspiracies until anyone questions my religion. And then I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
This is all legitimate discussion on what we think about the religion that we were grown up in. And like, it's personal opinion and I might not agree with your own individual sensibilities, but like these are legitimate questions that you have to ask about the organization of the church, never mind any abuses or any kind of money fiddling or any kind of fucking shenanigans, Joel Osteen or fucking, what's that cunt's name that he's like, he bought a plane off of Tyler Perry. And he's
my God, I was going to bring that up.
The fucking lizard-looking cunt.
Oh my God, that is so disturbing. Now, if you want to talk about someone who's possessed, does any Kenneth Copeland?
Yes,
I've never
Shane
seen
Brown.
someone more look genuinely possessed.
Satanic,
that is fucking so creepy. His eyes are just like black wells.
And I remember him during COVID, and he was like, he put a load of fucking
killing COVID.
He put a load of fucking what's that stuff? My mind is mush. The fucking sloppy petrol stuff. What's it called?
On your hands?
Yeah, the cleaning fluid. What's it called?
Oh, the fucking COVID shit. That,
That's
the antibacterial sanitizer.
Hand sanitizer. He put a load of hand sanitizer in his hand, and then he held it up to the camera, and he's like, "Now I got this hand sanitizer, and you put your hand up to the TV screen, and you touch this, and I'm gonna bless you, and COVID's gonna go away from you. Hey, come on now, and don't forget to tithing. I know you're not working out there, you can get no wages. Don't forget them tithings."
I know who you're talking about.
Prosperity preacher. He's one sick motherfucker.
He's awful. He's
like
awful.
the definition of evil to me, like taking advantage of people's fucking faith, but like basically like holding their eternal, the concept of their eternal soul hostage for money, and the more money you spend, the more guarantee you have of having an afterlife. And if you make any mistakes, you go to hell forever. Like, the stakes are too high for me, bro. Like, them stakes is too high. And I don't think anyone's going to be able to keep up with that. So that's...
And we are using some extreme examples here.
Yes,
like,
of course.
My experience of Catholicism wasn't very fire and brimstone. But go back 50 years, go back 100 fucking years. Ain't that fucking long since it was pretty bad.
Man.
If you took some dick in the 70s and got pregnant, you got to fold sheets for the rest of your life.
Yeah, we've an
like,
episode on the Magdalene Laundries.
Bullshit,
We've an episode on the Magdalene Laundries coming up later on in the season.
I get it when people are saying
they put you in an institution, they take your baby off you and sell it to an American rich couple, and then you get to be a kind of a nun working in a laundry for your whole life,
it's
unless
crazy.
Hand making rosary beads, and then they just selling them around the world
until somebody out of your family might come and get you out, but because of the shame they probably didn't, and then you died there an old woman because you got like assaulted at a dance one night and someone raped you and you got pregnant by accident. Like, that's until 1994 that was happening in Ireland.
Still going till 94.
Like, that's bonkers. Like,
Smells Like Teen Spirit was out.
Yeah.
And people were still folding sheets till they died.
Yeah.
It's insane, you know?
So Last Action Hero was out.
So Last Action...
Dumb and Dumber was in the cinema, and there was women still in these places.
Trust me, I'm a taxi driver. but this is the thing.
You might want to keep that one. That's a Lamborghini.
These are as good as money.
These are IOUs. What if he shot you in the face? But that's what I mean. It's like, it's all notions, it's all control. And I felt that from very young.
Now,
and,
I
don't want to shit on anyone's faith.
No, totally.
Like, whatever gives you love and light in your life, go to it, man. Unless it's like, I'm talking to you, Russell, unless it's like whatever you're doing. But I'm saying whatever you want to do, as long as it's not hurting anybody else.
To hand out an olive branch, like the church is it's a great form of community when it's done right. We're not saying it's like that the answers have to be right, but it
I
can
am very
be,
biased, I have to say.
No, for sure. And it makes perfect sense. And look, you can't refute all the abuses that happened and that we know about. But at the same time, there are communities where the church is a huge part of it.
Yes,
and
that's great for a lot of people.
Yeah, for a lot of people, and maybe they're
and they they are that bit more skeptical of governments when they're following the message right and stuff like that. And I gotta have a soft spot for the Amish. I love their fucking way of life. And also, I genuinely now, having done what the average Christian will probably tell me is devilish and pagan and whatever, I genuinely see a lot of truth in the fucking message for the first time in my life that the church never brought me. So
it shows you how corrupted the original message must have been.
It's just
then,
how easy it is to corrupt it when you don't have a connection to it. You know,
and it's power as well.
Oh, the power, the hypocrisy, fucking chaps the skin on my
you had
cock.
some people. I know there were some certain priests that we had back in the day that were like dudes who were almost like probably brushing into meditation and stuff, almost like, but they were coming at it where I think that the only avenue to express spirituality back then maybe was the church, or the only one that they found out about or that they understood. But they were definitely delivering a message of love, acceptance, compassion, all the right stuff.
Except for the gays.
Well, no, I think a lot of priests, to be fair, like while the doctrine is like, don't be at that, they would, like, say, for example, an idea is suicide. I know a priest that would kind of said, you know, if you do that, you go to hell. And he reframed it and said, no, you don't. And he had his own view on it.
Yeah, we've definitely had some good priests over the years, even in my upbringing.
For sure.
Just say shit in the altar and you're like, that makes more sense.
And
somebody shit me mad.
It's human, right? It's human, and it's for play. You know, the place it's coming from the right place. Yeah. You know, so even in an institution that you could say was corrupt or got elements of it were moldy, were bad, had soured. There were still people in there that the message was what it should have been.
Undoubtedly,
good, you know,
and not even just in the Catholic Church, but in Christianity,
in every
Mormonism,
religion,
Islam, all that stuff. Like, we're not saying all religions are bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that some are, and the concepts are often used to manipulate people. It's a fucking quagmire, of religious malcontent and spiritual argument. And, you know, I'm not specifically, I know it sounds real defensive now, but I just want to be very clear, like, about what we're saying. Like, these are all from the biases and conspiracy kind of thoughts, and the, I guess the concepts that we kind of grew up with and built our faith and our spirituality around. And I think now all of us are around about the 40 mark. I do find myself no more than a quantum physicist. The further he deeply dives into science, the closer he ends up coming up with God as the answer. I think the more we're looking into conspiracies and the more we're looking into the answers of the universe, the closer to some sort of a understanding of an ineffable force that reaches into all of us and pulls us all in a certain way. Just that nice way, the way you like it.
Knuckles up.
Yeah. Cowboy style, rodeo style. It pulls us off in a certain way where we will. Come on, lads. I'm trying to be.
I think pulls us off was probably, you know.
Yeah, the force pulls us off in a certain way where we can, try and find happiness and the real things about life rather than the self. And this is very on point for the episode that's in it. The self is kind of catered to an awful lot in the younger years, and later on, with kids coming along and with partners that you love, and you end up making a partnership as well as a wife and a life and all that stuff, with like sacrifices and compassion and empathy and all of these things that are, let's face it, let's be real, that are not really generously given out by the young.
Oh, well, you unlearn psychopathy.
You got to unlearn a lot of stuff, man.
But even a baby, like they're cute and
they're
all the
little
rest
psychopaths.
of it. They're psychopaths, yeah. So they say, like, you don't become a psychopath. Rather, you become a functioning human.
You stay a psychopath.
Yeah, you
just
stay
shitting yourself and asking for it.
Stay a psychopath.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the effort to try and find oneself. Some people do it later than others, and then once you found yourself, it's trying to find somebody else to exist with, and then, be it friends or community or lovers or whatever. And so the episode today is Lucifer, and all of that stuff will be relevant. I mean, the reason we're talking about it is because we've been up to our fucking nuts and guts on all of this kind of devil stuff and biblical verse and historical references and books and books and books and books and books. So that's why we're coming out with all of this, and it will make sense as the show goes on. So let's dive deeply and drift softly into the literature, boys. So this first part I call loosely first, which is like Lucifer. Pretty good.
I like it. Wordplay.
I did not notice that. Very good.
There you go. This is, talking about Lucifer himself. And again, we will be doing live episodes where we can all come together and talk about our faith and talk about what we think evil is. But the nature of evil and stuff will be discussed. And I'm sure there'll be some biblical scholars or some hardcore Christians that are going to come and have chats with us as we go along. But here's Lucifer, the light bringer, the son of the dawn, the morning star, the father of lies, or Louis, as I like to call him for short. He's the quintessential bad boy, the OG godly Fonzie who stood up to God, started a rebellion in heaven, and was subsequently kicked out on his arse for his disobedience, insubordination, and worst of all, for his pride. This is a story of the one known by many names: Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Baal, Belial. But for those in the know, we take all these names as different entities. They're not, we know they're
part of the
separate.
legion.
Yes, they're separate people. But for the uninitiated, like Lucifer, the devil, Satan, it seems to all be the same Dave Grohl red costume fella. This force of the universe that we all know, but with a little twist. Now, as an introduction to this episode, I wanted to, as I've done before, but now it's much more eloquent, I want to preface the upcoming information and collection of writings, quotations, and discussions as definitely incomplete, folks, as there are scholars and practitioners of this theory and knowledge that are much more informed and insightful than any of us here today present. I don't know if we're all in agreement there. There's definitely people who know more.
I'm not going to take that one personally.
So hello if you're listening, and I'm sure we'll talk sometime in the future. But as for the misinformed or the Christians or the people who completely resist this information on its face, hang on for a minute or two or 600, and we'll discuss a force that we have all been aware of forever, no matter what religion, faith, or creed we ascribe to. And we'll discuss it today with the respect and exploratory merit that only a TCG show can give it. I think that's a fair statement for the start of this show. We aren't going to get everything right, obviously, or fully complete, and it would take, literally a lifetime of study to prove or refute the information available, either biblically, academically, or anecdotally here. This is more of like a discussion episode. It undoubtedly will be the first of many around this type of subject, and we've done some in the past, like Crowley, Blavatsky, we've done Jesus, we've done the Vatican. Like, all of this stuff links together, and I'm absolutely sure, because I had to take about fucking 2,500 words out of these notes. There's about 10,000 words here, and I had to take an hour and a half's worth of fucking podcast out of it and put it into other separate ones, because there's a whole thing about the Nephilim, which will be like the third in the series of the Anunnaki, Zechariah Sitchin, and then this one on the Nephilim. But we'll touch on it a bit today. There's ones on the egregores, which I didn't put in here. Oh, Amen.
I don't think I know the egregores.
Egregores are basically like religious versions of tulpas. So it's like
right on, yeah. Manifesting a being of thought, yeah.
So egregore doesn't have to be manifest. It is, in a sense, its own essence. It's like a demon is an egregore.
Right.
So it exists without body or form, and it can only experience time linearly when it encompasses or is encapsulated inside another body.
And that's why the possession happens, because it wants to experience and have tactile sensation.
And I have 4 books on them shits, and I read 1.5 of them, and then went, I can't. This is too. This is a whole other thing. So Monster Fuzz special, maybe we'll do an egregore episode.
Aye.
When you are doing that, have a look at the Jerry Merzinski stuff, because he said the meth heads would literally watch entities hang around outside pubs, and when people would step out fucking full, they just go yup and jump onto them.
Oh,
and that's what the meth heads were saying.
Yeah, because isn't that I've heard people, and I always thought it was silly, but now as I'm getting older, I'm like, geez, maybe there's truth. Calling shorts spirits in that they will enable your body to be inhabited by spirits, which is weird, because some people, I wonder sometimes about I don't want to go off on one, but I wonder about protection, and some people who maybe
Johnny's.
I never used them, but I heard that they're very good. No,
I
some
found
people
ones that fit.
They the
cock is extremely wide.
Out of him. Girthy old number. But some people they say have
keep
better.
Falling out of them.
I keep falling out of them, man. Yeah, they're like my dad's pajamas. So people who have protection on a spiritual level. So people who would maybe say they're seers in some way, and they can see people, and they have these lights
Well,
that
let
are
me
around
ask you
them.
now, before you go too far.
Yeah.
Did we or did we not go to an expo of esoteric salesmen one time in Enniscorthy? And you came with us. And you got your picture taken. It was, what's that called? The photography,
That
Carolean.
Russian thing that photographs your aura. That shit.
Yeah, that's
Curlian
Curlian
photography. And you got another picture taken of the Curlian photography, and you had a big purple aura, and there was 5 lights around your
Did
head.
that happen? I don't think that was me, but I have had people tell me. See, only reason I'm saying is because when I drink my factory settings, I can drink and black out, and generally I'm like, yeah, I was okay. Like I didn't do anything crazy. And then I know some people who can drink and
That's where
God
I was going
knows
to
what
go
could
with that
happen.
blackout. The blackout thing is always when people go, "Oh, what the fuck got into you last night?" And you're like, "Oh," you know.
You're like,
and it's so weird when you
Valak.
have the blackout. You've always really fucked up, you know. You're always,
Well, you're literally
and you're
out
like,
of your
"That's
head."
not like me. I wouldn't do that. You know?
Because it's funny, right? Like, let's say, because your body has to stop, and we're talking about the interplay between drugs, say, and the body, the meat, right? So
The meat suit.
I'm even trying to keep this in my head as I'm saying it. So if your body to keep you conscious will like, right, give him double vision, we need him upright. Okay, all right, I'd say lose 20% equilibrium. Like, and it's basically taken away from what you're physically able to do. Right, we need to slur speech because he's about to collapse. And at a certain point, is there some sort of a membrane that stops ghouls from getting in you? Do you know what I mean?
That loses its power.
It
Like,
loses its power, and then
shield power is down, Captain.
yeah, we can't take another blast from the Klingons. You know, that's like a shot of Jaeger.
Jaeger
Like,
bomb.
So is there some sort of a thing where that can happen? And then you see some people who maybe, because we're all born with different talents and different skills, some people who would maybe be born, they like have big lungs, they're going to be better for as an athlete or something like that. Is someone born and whatever little membrane they have that stops the ghouls getting in, there's fuck all there, and they're just wired for spirits to get into them and act the maggot. And I know dudes who I've seen go out and the thing between their legs will destroy their empire every night they're out. They can't but try to ride someone in spite of maybe having a family and all the rest of it. And whatever way they're wired, like,
They'll risk everything
they
for the
can't
fucking...
not do it. Yeah, they just can't. And you know, people are like, well, he has no self-control and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, he doesn't want to do. Like, objectively, he isn't like, I'd love to go out now and just fuck my life up tonight. I'd rather go out and have 4 pints with the lads, go home, kiss me wife and child goodnight and go to bed.
In some way, I mean, psychology would have you believe, in some way, subconsciously, there is a reason for that.
Yeah. And I would subscribe to that as well.
And the social construct, the contract that man has with society to not do that while sober dissolves when drunk, because his inhibitions are lowered and decisions are made based on base instincts. The lizard brain kicks in, and
Gambling's a similar psychology,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
that kind of way.
Yeah.
It's
so that like you end up taking more risks. There's inhibitions lowered. There's parts of the brain become like inflamed, even, which causes impairments, judgment impairment, like the ability to judge. Like that's why you shouldn't drive, because you can't judge distance or speed. Like there's actual like cognitive, physical,
there's
cognitive
totally,
inabilities.
100%. Like, I'm not saying that it's not a physical reaction to chemicals being in the body.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, like, to your point about the meth heads saying they're seeing spirits jump into lads, is there something that we can't measure that's also going on? So when I say a membrane, I'm not actually saying there's a bit of the brain
spiritual
that goes
membrane,
away.
like
exactly.
Like the aura loses power to keep away. Like there's an electrical signal that
and that's probably
that
about
the
something that
demon
can't be
jumps
measured,
in,
that it can get in. And I'm not saying I believe it, but you know, then when you have like protection, do you have less? They find it harder to get into you when you're blackout.
It's like that kind of magnetic. You're either drawn to one side or the other base, and I think there's a very energetic kind of thing at the heart of it all. And I think if you've made all those decisions up to that night that has you almost blackout drunk, you're just energetically drawn to fucking something that's bad. In the complete opposite to where you'd be that evening if you were making all the right decisions in your life and you'd really mastered your kind of animal self, and you'd probably be just fucking meditating or having a really nice evening with your wife or whatever, that kind of way. I just think it, I don't know. I don't, like you say, it's these are the things you can't explain, but it's nice to fucking toss a ball around.
If we are here as human, like you said, meat vessels, in order to have experiences, to overcome or create energy that we then take into the fifth dimension after we expire. Like the meat suit dies and our souls go back with all that XP, back to the home planet. Like, surely the people who are doing the mad wild shit, like the hedonistic fucking Crowley and fucking buggery and blow and fucking coke off a hooker's tits and fucking streaming arcs of jizz and shit, like, surely, like, those lads will be getting more experience of that side. That has to be done. That's just as important as the feelings of love and contentment and warmth and connection of sitting in and cuddling, with your missus in front of the fire.
In terms of the universe understanding itself, it's the same
it's like diesel
thing.
and petrol. It depends on what engine you need, what part of the engine you need powered. Like, Eamon, can I ask you then, like, we went out drinking many a night.
Yeah.
When I did drink.
Yeah.
And that's nearly 13 years ago now since I
which, again, credit
left it behind in another life. In another life. When I was jumping out in front of the taxis and fucking...
Yeah, dancing with traffic. I remember it.
Pissing in fucking water features and stuff like that.
Hey, bitch, get over here. I remember it all. You were like the scorpion of the nightclub. Come here.
We were like Rick James and Kenny Powers mixed together.
Yeah, to be fair, there was a lot of people that probably modelled a few years of their life on Kenny Powers, rightly so, because his energy was
idealistically
phenomenal.
Very charismatic.
Yes.
But I'm asking you, like, when I would black out, and I blacked out early, and apparently with alcohol abuse, the more you drink, and the more you black out, the more you have a tendency to black out, and the earlier you will black out.
Yeah.
But then the longer you would be able to stay blacked out, and the less effect the alcohol would have on you. So the more you drink, the more blacked out you are for longer. So I'd be drinking at 8 o'clock. I'd be blacked out at 11, and I'd be the last one standing at 6 a.m, running on the spot to be tired so that I could go to bed to get up at 8:30 to be in work for 9.
Yeah.
And I'd be the last one rolling around the house, wrecking the furniture, going, anybody want to have a party? Right? What then was happening to me when I was blacking out? Was I inhabited by a demon?
There was a few, I saw you do some demonic things from time to time. Nothing,
let's do it.
Nothing now, to be fair. I never saw you hurt anyone. Like, you didn't go to the bad, like, maybe there's levels to it. So some people can let in the bad, evil demons, and some people get in the more frivolous, Loki type.
Like,
exactly. The trickster demons. I saw you try to throw every chair around in a garden 21st once, which was
fun. She was only 21 that time.
I
think she might have been older than that, son.
Was she older than that?
Oh, fucking
possibly.
Must have been.
Probably, yeah. Actually, probably would have been a good bit older than that. Actually, that was probably mid-20s. Yeah.
But we played a smashing gig that night.
We did really well, and then I'm pretty
I drank
sure
4 bottles of wine.
I think you and me were spiked with some sort of class A, because I remember us dancing for hours.
Eamon, I had 4 bottles of wine. I was running around the place going, anyone got any yolks so I can stay awake? I was probably roaring for pills, so I wouldn't have been spiked. I probably would have took them voluntarily.
That was actually the night you chipped my tooth.
Get the fuck out of here.
That was the night, yeah. I was drinking. I was about to take a swig of wine, and you did like your T-Rex arms laugh and like toppled the wine, which jumped in and just cracked that one there. That's for you.
Oh, the waves of guilt coming back there again.
No, it wasn't a bad thing. We were all laughing about it. Sure, we were all hammered, and we just...
She had to chase me into the back of a car and lock the car with me in it, and I was like an XL bully that had gone off the fucking deep end, and you had to like trick me into the car with a sandwich and then lock me in it.
And then lock you in, and then like...
With the child lock
I had to like, you know, if your partner's snoring in the middle of the night and you do like the flip and grab. So like you put your arm under them, flip them to the left, and then grab them in tight so they don't wake up and they go to sleep and stop snoring. It was like that. I remember I had to stay asleep in the back of the car
to keep me in the car.
Just, yeah, because you were like, no, I want to go. And then after it's like, oh, I want to go.
Yeah, you choked me out like MMA. Yeah.
Mentally. But
I remember you telling me that there was tables and tables.
You
of wine
were
and
firing
glasses.
tables around the place, like you were like the Incredible Hulk, where he's like, "That's my secret. I'm fucking always angry." And then we all managed to calm you down. I don't think that you ever did it with malice. You did it thinking like this would be really funny, because if Kenny Powers did that in an episode, it'd be really funny. But
honestly now, was I doing it funny or was I doing it because...
No, you were doing it funny because you never really got aggressive. And even when you got...
That's the thing. If no one got hurt, you never hit anyone with those tables.
Yeah. Like you never did anything like that.
I was cleaning up, actually, is what I was doing.
In a sense.
Yeah.
You did, like... I think there was 1 or 2 times where some people struck you on the town because you tried to have fun with them, and they were like, "This isn't fun for me."
Just with words.
You struck with words, and they struck with fists. I believe
that happened many a time.
Yeah, but again, I don't think it was coming from an evil place. It was coming from a place where you were like, "This is funny. I'm going to have the crack," and you did, and it was funny. Objectively, but not subjectively for that person.
Yeah, or the people that were with me. Probably.
Or the people. Yeah, we were very uncomfortable. But it was.
I remember I once complimented a man into a fight. we were in an Eddie Rockets, which is like a 1950s burger diner type of a place.
Yeah.
And there was me and a table of fairly like well-heeled ladies and a couple of gentlemen, and we'd all been at a gig, and it was all part of one big kind of roundy table, and there was 2 lads sitting at the booth, and I wanted to kind of go like, there's a fucking place over there with 4 places. Can you go over there so we can all sit together? Kind of.
Yeah.
And then they didn't move. I said, lads, can you move over there? Would it be a great imposition to move? Like very kind of drunk but polite.
Yeah.
And then they were like, no, fuck off. And then I was like, well, I tell you what. You enjoy that burger. It looks delicious. It's like, what? I was like, that burger looks fantastic. And I wouldn't move if I was you either. Delicious. And I just kept on saying how much I wanted him to enjoy his burger until him and his 2 mates had grabbed me and they were trying to like put me over the table, and then they ended up getting fucked out, and then I ate that delicious burger while sitting in that chair.
Well, now we're getting into a different kind of spiritualism, karma and the karmic balance. You know,
I'm just saying, like, when I was drinking, was there something that took me over? I don't feel as such, and I don't think there was. No, I know what I was blacked out, but I remember being in my body, and it was almost like I was letting Jesus take the wheel, if you pardon the holy pun, just to see if I would do anything terrible. And I never really did. And then I was kind of like, well, I must be a good person then, you know?
No, you definitely were. Like, and again, we're talking about this sort of semi...
But again, in terms... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just saying we're talking about it bullshittingly, you know?
In terms of going so far to that nasty side, you'd have had to accumulate a lot more darkness in you than just that night's worth of drinking, you know? If you were really like a nasty motherfucker... And then you had that blackout. How different would the night be? Whereas in actual fact, you're a good guy, so you had a blackout, so you weren't actually that bad.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's the accumulation.
I was just trying out to see if I wasn't in control because I couldn't.
What would happen?
Yeah, because when I was conscious, I was almost too in control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So trying to take the steering wheel off to wonder if I would crash, and I never robbed anybody, never raped anybody, never fucking, never got arrested, never did any financial, like proper financial or physical damage. Never got, there was never any compensation needed to be paid. There's a couple of embarrassing stories, small bit of vomit, but nothing like crazy.
But let's say you had spent the last 13 years escalating that behaviour.
Oh yeah, no.
So I think to your point,
but even escalating your dark behaviour outside of the drink and then coupling it with that kind of way. If you were really narcissist, if you were really fucking with everybody and you had lots of friends and you were going drinking with them and you were blacking out. But if those friends were your friends out of fear and you just kind of had this harangue of fucking friends who were just punished already, how much of a cunt would you have been to them on that,
Honestly, now looking back, I didn't know what was going on really, or I didn't know really what I was doing, and I felt I had no control over anything. So why even try? Like, let's see what happens if we don't have any control. And I can understand you saying like someone coming out full of spirits and being taken over by an entity outside of themselves. Like that's something that definitely could happen. But I'm saying, like, I was ripe for that. And I didn't feel like it happened to me. Yeah. But maybe over time...
Oh, that's not even something I necessarily believe in.
The veil
it's
would
an
drop.
Interesting thing that guy said,
idea,
and I'm like,
further to Eamon's point of saying, like, after a while, there's a membrane dissolve and, because it was for quite a while and I thought, like, something could... Like, I know that there's long-term alcoholics or long-term drug addicts, like you see fucking crackheads, and you're like, Jesus, what you're doing is almost inhuman. Like the debasement and stuff.
Well, it's like what you're willing to do to get something that will give you an hour's worth of reprieve.
Yeah,
just an hour.
And the more things you do, the more need of reprieve. And that's trauma on trauma on trauma. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the Christians or the church or the anti-devils would have you believe that Lucifer is behind all of this stuff, when I don't think. I think it's more within the human condition that's making people do that. Like the abuse that people suffer, the most of the people who are homeless are psychiatric patients who ran out of money or ran out of the ability to avail of state care,
or who ran out of services that are desperately needed.
VA and all that kind of stuff. Like, so, most of the people on Skid Row in LA, and they're all ex-veterans and people who can't avail of psychiatric services.
Mass closures of psychiatric services, like in Canada,
and just dumped them all out the fucking street.
Like,
man.
That's the And
there's
so
also
since the
just
70s,
people who are abused young and just never got the fucking. Nobody ever gave them the infrastructure to dig themselves back out of that. As well. So like they're not. They're not psychiatric, but they definitely need help, and they definitely need someone to just give them a fucking chance. And it's just, there's just no real system in place for that healing to take place.
Yeah.
There's nothing, I know there's all sorts of services, but there's just nothing quite, I don't know.
They're patterns
effective enough to get for that real deep trauma to get someone who's also homeless. They have to deal with the homelessness and the past trauma. It's a fucking vicious.
And you can
cycle.
imagine as well, even in that situation, without an addictive issue at that time, or mental health, you'll definitely. If I was on the streets, I'm sure I'd be miserable, and somebody like heroin actually makes you feel really good, and then that leads you to there for sure. Yeah.
A lot of levels.
Yeah.
I think it's reductive to just say that person has been taken over by the devil.
Yeah, I'd agree.
That's what I don't like about that whole thing. So
it's certainly not going to help get anywhere near the fucking source, or any kind of solution.
And maybe all things are true. Maybe you can get taken over by a demon, and you can just be blackout with no demon. Like, I'm sure, the truth is stranger than fiction and more complicated.
Maybe I'm coming at it from the point of view of the addicts being turned on to Jesus in order to get off the drugs, and then they owe Jesus for getting off the drugs. That's another thing that
Jesus gives you your first bit of rehabilitation for free, but the second one's going to cost.
That fucking annoys me a small bit as well, Right, well, first of all, when you're talking about Lucy, the first mistake many people make is conflating Lucifer and Satan together. There are many names for this being that rules over hell. And I often hear of satanic cults or Luciferian plots in the celebrity world that eating babies and drinking their blood. Granted, now, there are people, trafficking and sexually exploiting children, and they may think that they're doing it for a greater power. Who knows what fucking Hillary Clinton thinks is going to get her the presidency, but whatever she's doing, is it actually conjuring demons?
How many children? How many children?
Hey, Hillary, the DoorDash man is here with 2 toddlers. Tell him to leave it on the porch. You're paying the bill. So, is it actually, are they conjuring demons with these, spirit cooking fucking whatever Marina Abramovich rituals and stuff like that? And are they specifically appeasing the one named Lucifer? Surely there's other more efficient or less busy demons that can... I'm sure Lucifer's calendar is full,
He's like a CEO.
Yeah, he's a Zuckerberg of the whole thing. There are many names for the one who rules hell. In ancient Greek, he was called Pluto, who then went on to become Mickey Mouse's dog. In China, his name is Yenlo Wang. He is Tezcatlipoca in the Aztec creation story. He's Abaddon in Hebrew. And his main rival is Abaddon. Abaddon. Hey, whoa, I don't get no respect over here. Making these Jewish devil jokes and no one's laughing. Shit. He's called Oyama in Japanese. He's called Set in ancient Egyptian. And he is Belial, or Bile, like Bile Fada, which is like a little line over the E, making it long. Bile in the Celtic lore.
Bele. Is I thought I like it. I sound?
Bele.
Bele.
I thought it was an E. Could be a Bele.
Sheila.
Like Sheila, Shoiga.
Oh, no, you're right. I thought it makes the E sound. E makes
Yeah.
the A. Yeah, you're right.
So Bele or Belial. So all of these are names for the same job position, which is ruler of a place known as hell or the underworld, or the place where you go when you die when you haven't lived a good or worthy life. So Hades, the Inferno, Limbo, Tartarus, the Netherworld, Ophaly, the Abyss of the Damned. It's all the same place.
Yeah.
So all these places from civilization to civilization, religion to religion, and always the same outcome from the same actions. You go to a place which is made of fire, where you will suffer forever if you don't do your bidding on the earthly plane. So it's a punishment for a bad life. Now, the religious scholar Peter Binsfield classifies the princes of hell, as the 7 deadly sins. So this is how we classify the difference between Lucifer and the boys. Now, the Satanic Bible, written by Anton LaVey, names Lucifer as one of the 4 princes of hell, and they're in different, variations depending on who you're asking. But this is from the King James biblical scholars, and Peter Binsfield lays it out as such. Lucifer represents pride. Mammon is another devil entity which represents greed. Leviathan represents envy. Asmodeus is lust. Beelzebub is gluttony. And then Satanas, or Satan, is wrath. And then Belphegor is sloth. So this 16th century scholar took part in the witch trials and study in Rome, and through this work was trusted in his findings of these demons' identities and their particular modus operandi. He was doing like exorcisms, and he was doing inquisitions and stuff on people who were possessed by these particular demons, and asking them, "What do you want? What do you want, foul demon?" And she's like, "I'd love a rest. This is Belphegor, the Lord of Sloth." And they're like, okay. But this is all the fucking...
I would imagine that an exorcism in the 1500s is just fucking horrible.
I'd say it's just tantamount to kind of rape and a few slaps.
The mad thing about this is, though, he's literally got it down to the emotions, and he might as well be saying, "Oh, this is an emotional thing," and still he's taking part in the fucking witch trials to try and get it out of you. It's like, no, you've got it. Stop.
They're emotion, but that's what I'm saying. Like, when you look at the official classification of these demons in the Christian faith, in the what would you say, the Roman Catholic religion. Let's just call it for all, because Christian and Catholic are different. But let's say the Roman Catholic faith, all of them boys are the officials, and that's what they stand for.
Yeah.
So surely the church can't expect us to believe that these natural emotions, because I have my emotion wheel to help me know how
to regulate
what real humans feel. When your face does this, it means sad. They have classified them all as natural human emotions, and then anthropomorphized them into like demonic entities. And obviously, Renaissance painted like, Lucifer's this beautiful Aryan looking thing, and Mammon is this big fat kind of greasy Star Wars fucking
like the
Jabba the Hutt monster. Like, so like obviously these are a way to explain these emotions to people who don't understand emotions.
Or just a really good corporate motive behind it, because at this time you've probably still got alms to pay for your sins and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
So, that's not an emotion, it's a fucking demon. Give me fucking 20 quid now for the next 6 weeks. Because that was one of the things Martin Luther was like, what the fuck are we doing here? Just taking money off people left, right and centre.
Plenary indulgences and shit like that.
Yeah, there could have been just a complete corporate motive for the fucking thing.
It seems very toward the ideal that we talked about at the top of the show, which is like, Lucifer like may or may not be a real entity, but like anything evil that humans do, they're doing it because of themselves, not because of being possessed by an entity that lives outside of us or whatever. Yeah. Like to name them all as part of the 7 sins seems a little bit on brand specifically for the Roman Catholic religion. And then also, like you said, Shane, a way to commodify those very natural and common human foibles. Like, who doesn't have lust? And then you're wanting to ride your missus, you know, twice a day, and she's like, "Oh, Father, Joe is going at me at lunchtime as well as in the evening, and I can't. I'm fucking stinging." And he's like, "Oh, he must be possessed by the spirit of Asmodeus." Like, it just Satanas. It doesn't. It's too easy.
Yeah, and I think in fairness, like in the Hindu religion, like they have a whole pantheon of the gods and all, and it's all they have that breakdown as well. But I think they understand. Yeah, this is just our way of. This is emotions, you know. I don't think they believe in every individual god, but it's a way of compartmentalizing down the whole fucking thing, you know. But I think they understand that with that version of spirituality, whereas this was like, no, demon.
I think Roman Catholics really take it literally, whereas like if you're in the Hindu, like you said, the Hindu pantheon of gods, you'd have a little altar to the god of fertility if you're trying for a baby, and you'd sit and you'd meditate and pray to that god. Well, basically what you're doing is like putting your thought energy into good times and
your own fertility, and trying to will it,
and leaving it hanging out of your missus and fucking hoping that it sticks and all of that good energy that you're trying, you know what I mean? Whereas these lads were like literally afraid of a Jabba the Hutt slime monster that was making them eat too many chips.
It's funny though, like, because Lucifer is meant to be very beautiful, like a very beautiful, gorgeous countenance. But the rest of them are all like, I think Ammon is he's like a half wolf, half snake. They're all basically what you would expect to find in some sort of scary movie. Yeah. Is that fair to say?
Or a Monster Fuzz episode.
Yeah, well, we did do one on Ammon, I think. Anyway, neither here nor there. But did they was Lucifer already... Well, actually, he's not really mentioned in the Bible, is he? Like,
only like a beautiful angel.
Yeah. He was the beautiful angel.
He was God's pride and joy.
But the rest of them then, were they just able to kind of almost make like an Avengers enemy team? Yeah, the Axis. So then they made them in the more kind of like ugly, horrible thing. But then Lucifer's
Lucifer went and got his A-team. Like he went around. We'll talk about it now in a minute, but he went around before he defied God and took all the boys as like, right.
But you wouldn't imagine that, like...
You're really good at making people being greedy.
But what I mean is that, like, it wouldn't make sense because they're all made in God's image to a certain extent, like us, because we look like Lucifer, just like he's a hot version of us.
You're a good-looking man, Eamon. You look like Zach, you look like a ginger Zach de la Rocha from Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah, I don't think he's known for his good looks, but that's neither here nor there. I can shout and bawl and talk about taking the government down from the inside.
Take the compliment, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All I'm saying is,
he's no Lucifer.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
I think Lucifer would look more like a Jared Leto or something like that.
Yeah, or like Vega from Street Fighter without the mask. That's exactly what Lucifer looks like to me.
I think more people could.
It's probably not a great reference.
Jared Leto. Vega without the mask seems.
The guy from Castlevania. I know I haven't seen him outside of 8-bit, but that kind of image.
Yeah. I actually watched the new episode of Castlevania Nocturne today, which is very good. That's
on Netflix.
Yeah, it's very good. The last one was great as well. But yeah, Castlevania, the vampire guy.
Yeah.
I would think he looks a little bit more like kind of feminine, like a Jared Leto or like a Timothy Chalamet, rather than say like a John Hamm or
he's not he's not rugged.
No, he's slight and kind of lithe. And
he'd trick you.
Yeah, he'd trick you into sucking his
handily
dick or something.
Trick you handily.
Yeah,
it's not that big.
It's got soft hands. It's just like
I'd say his touch.
Like
I'd say Lucifer's touch is lovely.
Yeah.
He'd put his hand on your lower back and you just immediately think about sucking his dick.
Yeah,
you know,
it's completely hairless.
Yeah, smooth like a seal. If it does have hair, it's like streamlined and nice. I'd say has a nice mushroom tip as well.
Yeah, like a downy fluff.
It's like a
meaty mushroom just nestled in a.
It's like if you shot Botox into a baboon's arse. Yeah, like it's
get them wrinkles out.
Yeah, man, like it's just real tight, like a well nailed down tarp.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like a well secured boat.
Boat tarp. Yeah, exactly.
That kind of smooth
that a sailor had done the work on. He knows what he's doing.
and veinless, probably smooth. And
I think if it was my Satan, I'd like just even just a shadow of it. I don't want a veinless dick.
are you talking about
if
like
I'm playing with that.
the Mars bar vein, the one
The
that just
Mars
goes
bar
up the
vein is
top?
big now. Like
Yeah.
just even it doesn't have to be like a Terry Cruz's arm, but like if it's
Nice.
just
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Just I need a few shadows there to let me know what's up.
Yeah, like what's your man's name from the Green Mile? He took it
Oh,
away,
Duncan,
boss. Is it not Michael?
maybe Michael Duncan.
Michael Duncan.
I think that's
yeah,
what it
like
is,
Michael Duncan's finger, just
Yeah.
like fucking flunk. Big hands.
Big hands, but he's like
He took it
WWE
back, boss.
kind of.
Yeah. So that's Lucifer's penis. We were going to get there one way or the other, boys.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's as well to get it out in the early hours.
yeah, that's what
you
it
know?
is. That's what it is. So people know the run of the fucking show.
Like, there's a few guys who are like they're about to write their really strongly worded religious. You guys don't know nothing about religion, and now they're like, well, actually, the boys are making a good few points today. I mean, to be fair, they're making some good points.
I'm just saying, man.
I'll
There's,
redact this.
Did you watch that Neil Gaiman TV show? Fuck, I should know the
Something
name.
Gods.
Of it. No, American Gods is that's
the,
really good.
the other one
else?
with your man from
Yes.
David.
I can't think of that actor's name, but that's very Lucifer.
David Tennant. Is that his name?
Oh no, that's Good Omens.
That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
That's another great one as well.
Okay.
Where Azazel and Crowley are an angel and a demon that are trying to secretly stop the destruction of Earth. Fantastic on
It's brilliant,
Amazon Prime. And American Gods is on Paramount Plus if you want to watch that. But the Neil Gaiman TV show called The Sandman.
Oh yes.
You
I know
watched that?
one. Yeah,
And,
I've watched the first couple episodes.
your
I've read
man's
the
name?
comic book. Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Sturridge plays
Yes.
Morpheus, the King of Dreams.
Yeah. He, to me, I think if he had blonde hair maybe and maybe spent a bit
Yeah.
of time in a tanning bed.
He's a bit pale, but that's what kind of the
Yeah,
idea
I
of like
get
the
you, I
Lucifer.
get you.
And then obviously the Neil Gaiman produced TV show Lucifer,
Yes.
which obviously made him a kind of a
But
hero.
he was more of a ruggedy kind of a handsome
Yeah, Tom
gentleman
Ellis.
there. Yeah,
And
he
he's-
was,
he- right.
Paola had a
basically, but-
massive crush on him.
And he's very...
She was like, oh, Ima, look at the, oh, el diablo es tormente, oh, Ima, foda.
Well, I know what you're dressing up as for Halloween anyway. That's for fucking...
I'm
redness,
actually
surely.
dressing up as a Tyrannosaurus Rex this year, so yeah, so it'll be another night of wanking for me.
That's what I used to dress up as every night I went out drinking. My little T-Rex arms. So yeah, loads of depictions of him in modern media. I have so many. Like, did you watch the movie Nefarious?
No, not yet. Is it good?
Very excellent.
Okay, I'll check
Very
it out.
excellent. It's like kind of low cost produced. It's basically a guy is claiming that he's possessed by the devil and
Right.
he needs psychiatric intervention before he's going to be executed.
Executed or
Yeah.
executed?
Executed.
Oh,
He's a
he's
prisoner.
asking to be killed.
He's
sorry,
a
I
prisoner
getcha, I
on
getcha.
death row,
Yeah.
and he doesn't want to be killed. So he says, like, come in and psychiatrically evaluate
Right.
me before and prove that I'm crazy, so that they can't
Don't
execute
get
me
the
or whatever.
lethal injection.
And your man comes in and he knows all about him, and he's like, so you expect me to believe that you don't follow the words of the carpenter? And he calls Jesus the carpenter, and it's so fucking...
Is it that he can't say the name? Like, 'cause
I
it
don't,
hurts
yeah,
or something
I
like
don't
that?
know.
Right,
It's
cool.
it's so
All
fucking
right, I'll check
good,
this
man.
out. Yeah, I'll check this out.
All like really ingenious depictions of this creature. But the reason I said about Neil Gaiman, the Sandman, is because like Morpheus is one of 7, and he's the king of dreams, and
His sister is death and all that. Isn't
yeah,
it?
and Gwendolyn Christie plays Lucifer.
Yeah.
And Constantine Ron Coleman from Doctor Who plays Jennifer Constantine or whatever from that like the Constantine family line.
Yeah.
And
So not John Constantine, but
no,
like
but it's
his-
like his, you know, and she's an investigator into paranormal stuff, and they're trying to find out like Morpheus has got free and this whole big thing. Like,
Yeah.
it's an amazing show, but that kind of that same, I guess I would just call it like storytelling structure of we need one of each thing. We need a greed, we need a gluttony, we need a we need a lust, we need a sloth, and each of them have their own characteristics and have their own ways of getting into people. And I think it's grand if it's in a TV show, but it's very convenient to
have
hang
it in
your
a-
soul
yeah.
on. Do you know?
Well, yeah, like I was saying, you know, the fact that Lucifer is super hot, you're not going to have aliens that are like these horrible, demonic looking entities before the fall.
Yeah.
You know, which I think is kind of, and I'm sure maybe they did transform after that,
Their sins started to show on their faces, maybe.
like the twits. Yeah.
Remember. So there's also some religious literary confusion with Lucifer and the entity known as Azazel, a Hebrew demon who is the lord of evil and master of goats.
Class.
Master of goats pulling the strings. Possibly remember we talked about it before, the Aries Moses time, because
And also, does that go in with Pan? Because Pan is like,
well, it was all
Yeah,
goats.
it's all-
So like
yeah,
the 2,000
right.
years, the last 2,000 years has been Jesus, and it's all fish.
oh, okay.
And we worship Jesus. And then the 2,000 years before that is the Old Testament, and that's Moses, and
that's
he's
all
the
goats.
ram, but it's following the astrological procession. So before that, it was Taurus, which was the bull. And that's why Moses was like, hey, don't be worshipping that golden calf, because he was converting from the calf to the ram.
Okay, right.
And then when we moved to Christianity, the ram became the devil with horns, the sign of evil,
And then we're
which
into
means
the
like
fishes.
we're moving on to fish now.
Right.
We're leaving the ram behind, so we had to make the old religion seem evil by making rams be the the object of satanic sacrifice. If you followed a ram, you were, of the old time. And before Taurus, it was Leo, the lion. So
lion, right.
that's why, like, ancient Egyptians and all that, like remember we talked about that in the Egypt where the Sphinx was a lion's head, and people after that then would worship the bull. So
It
it's
is
this-
really interesting the way you do that. And the thing is like again, going back to that whole idea that like when you go down the conspiracy thing, you find a very Christian mindset that's very fearful of the new age.
Yeah.
But Christianity was just the last new age. Like it's just a constant,
It's just
new age.
it's like a
being
new
afraid
FIFA
of
game.
either the age that's coming or the age that's being left behind.
Yeah. Well, we're in Aquarius now officially. Like, so what comes with Aquarius? Floods, water bearer, birth, the time of truth. Like, a lot of stuff comes with Aquarius, I guess. I'm not into astrology, so I don't know. Maybe someone can inform us what the age of Aquarius can bring us. So yeah, Azazel was a desert demon who was named as the leader of the fallen angels in the books of Enoch, which realistically will have their own separate episode at this point, I'd say. We're going to talk about it at the end, but so much stuff. There's a Hebrew version, there's an Ethiopian version, and there's like a Samsara version, like a Sanskrit version. And they all have like the wildest shit. I don't know why they're not included in the Bible, but Azazel is known in the Bible for the Day of Atonement, where the lads all sacrifice goats. In Leviticus, God gives the old spreadsheet to Moses and says, get 2 goats, and one is to be sacrificed to God, and onto the other one is to be transferred the sins of man, where it would be then taken to a secret location and released to carry the weight of the sins of the Israelites and presumably, I don't know, die from anxiety or stress or something like that. But yeah, this was actually where the concept of a scapegoat comes from. No joke. That's what it is. They'd take 2 goats and one would be sacrificed to God. And then the goat who takes the blame for something then escapes. So it's an scapegoat.
Scapegoat.
Seriously.
Isn't there a Jewish thing where they blame all their woes on a chicken once a year or something as well? Isn't it? They beat the shit out of the chicken.
I don't know.
Look
is
into
that where,
that, and
is that
I-
where choking the chicken comes from?
I think Ari Shafir might have covered it in his
In Jew.
In Jew.
yeah.
I definitely heard that somewhere. I'm not making that fucking up. There's something, and it's hilarious, whatever the fuck it is. But they just say, "Oh, you bastard, you made me do all that shit," and then they just kill the chicken.
Didn't the
I mean,
Irish
that's what
government?
pagans did.
Yeah. Didn't the Irish make a decision that we weren't going to keep that goat for the Puck Fair in the cage for as long out in Kerry?
I thought you were going to say they transferred the sins of the recession onto Brian
No,
Cowan
they were trying.
and then assassinated him. I haven't seen Brian Cowan since 2009, so who knows?
Nobody has. That's like the start of a movie. Solid Snake.
This
no,
summer.
but they're saying they're not going to keep the goat in the cage, suspended cage in Kerry for as long.
What the fuck? I don't even know what that is,
The Puck
man.
Fair. So the Puck Fair, it's like this it's an old celebration they do in the West, and they get a goat, and he's the king of the goats. So they dress him up like a king, and they suspend him in a cage in the town, and they marry him off to one of the children.
It's like he's way up on like a high dive board. Like he's
Yeah.
fucking way up there and he's shitting himself
Oh
on top
yeah,
of
he
this
does
board.
not like it.
We drove past it once and I was like, "Dad, what the fuck is going on here?" Like,
But yeah, apparently they've
Is
said
he in like a block of ice and he's doing it for a long period of time or
he
something like that?
keeps showing up his hoof and going shazam,
Shazam.
shazam. But no, yeah, they have to take, which is good because it's blatant animal cruelty. Like, but yeah, he has to
How
be.
could it go do like close-up magic with the cloven hooves? Like it's so...
I think he just holds his breath for ages. I think that's the trick.
What the fuck? So they just put him up on the...
They put him up, but the thing was that they used to get married off to like a child at the end of it. Like not actual married. It was all symbolic of, I suppose, getting rammed. But like it's... but like, I guess, yeah. But that, yeah.
Hey,
so
hey,
this...
better you than me.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
Thanks.
EWE, very good.
I don't even know if a you is a female goat. I
Nah,
don't
but
think it is.
I don't think it is, but we'll let
It's a
it
nanny.
go. It's a... What is the you?
Nanny goat, is it?
You'll do anything.
They marry him off to a child.
There's something like that, yeah. The fairest girl or something like that.
What the fuck?
I can't remember exactly, so this could be part fever dream and part lost information.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up.
But
I can't
they're definitely not leaving him in the cage for as long this year. That part is definitely true.
out
we
of
shaved
cruelty.
5 minutes off.
Yeah, Peter, the Irish Brads of Peter, are just like fucking 10 feet is enough.
That is
something
weird,
like that. Yeah,
man.
bizarre.
Well, with that bombshell, let's dive deeply into the section I want to call the origins of evil. Now, obviously, they exist within man, but people like to think that they come from outside of us. And I want Eamon to maybe take us through
Okay.
a few bits of this.
Do they come from a land down under? So
With the women blow and the men chunder, which is vomit in Australian.
chunder, is it?
Yeah,
To chunder. It's a good verb.
yeah.
Yeah. I
The
like
women
it.
blow. That's a great song.
The women blow. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
You have to go to Australia, man.
I'd like to go to Australia.
Should go on a tour.
I'd really like to do that.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's try to capture animals and suspend
No.
them in high cages and marry
No,
them off to
I'm going to
children.
be sleeping in a suspended high cage away from all the weird animals that'll bite you.
Yeah, that's fair.
You'll never get home.
Okay, so in the book Fallen Angels and the Origins of Evil by Joseph Lumpkin,
You read that book,
did I?
did you?
Did I went through a few of the books, bits and pieces. The
I think
one
I sent like 30
you
books
sent
to you
30
guys.
books,
I'm
yeah,
so
it was
sorry.
insane.
But there was bits of everything in
there
all
was
of them.
one of them at the start, and I can't remember the name. My phone did a weird thing where it would let me open them for a while. Then I tried to open them again a few days later, and they kept saying corrupt.
Oh, that's nice.
But neither here nor there. One of them in the introduction, someone was talking about seeing the devil, like seeing shadows of the devil. The first time I saw the devil, and
Elaine Pagels, I think that's...
It was, and I thought that was kind of fascinating. But
Great scholar on devilry and
Devilry.
Satanism. Yeah. Elaine.
excellent. Did it get into a lot of the Church of Satanism?
There's
And
a
like
book
the-
on Anton LaVey, but that's what I
Yeah.
said. I went through all those books and picked out as much as I could put in because I wanted this episode to just be about Lucifer, not
Right.
even Luciferianism, but the
Yeah.
concept of Lucifer as we did with Jesus and
As
the
a
concept of
character,
Jesus
like,
as a character in the Jesus episode, or Santa in the Santa episode, or like this is a kind of a lore compendium of the different books and the different writings and myths and mythos. So like we'll have to go back into Pagel's work because she's kind of like a forefront of this kind of stuff,
Okay, but it was cool because it was like I was wondering. I was like, is this one just going to be about actually seeing the devil? Because it wasn't written in a way like she was like, I saw the shadow of a devil and then I did something bad, and I was like, fuck.
Yeah, there's loads of fucking deadly ones, and a lot of them are going to be episodes on their own, like egregores we talked about before, like tulpas and stuff. So, but Lumpkin has a few different books that I quoted from in this episode, and it's basically like the examination of the folklore
Yeah.
and the origins of evil. So we'll go
And
into
kind of
that.
tracing the chain back.
Yeah.
So Lycomer Lumpkinum, he discusses evil being a part of human existence and as much part of the natural human condition as good, which I think we probably all subscribe to.
That's why he's the first one.
Yeah. Could evil be something as simple as selfishness, as some of the most crimes considered evil would stem from a selfish desire, either from revenge, lust, or envy. The root of evil comes from the viewpoint of self-centeredness, the drive to control without limit and to dominate without release. There is then a fine line between the yearning for success and the acts of evil. The attitude of a successful person imposing their will to succeed on others is only made not evil by that person complicitly. The biblical sense of the word evil, attributed to the likes of Lucifer or Satan, was to think of himself before God and think himself a better judge. He was banished from heaven for this, but the title of evil was also bestowed on the citizens of Babel, for when they erected their tower, they wanted to reach the heavens, and they were punished by God, for this was an evil act, and they were cursed with the inability to be able to communicate with one another. This sounds like a people rising up against a tyrannical ruler who himself was selfish, not allowing criticism or any other to contest his absolute rule. And when a grassroots movement to usurp him became almost successful, he destroyed their ability to communicate further so as to slow the ability of them all to organise and rise again. And I think I would agree with that. I know when I was in college, I spent a lot of time thinking about like God. Yeah, there was a bit of that. But there was definitely a lot of thinking about God. And we did study Milton, and a lot of the old poems would have been about, religious iconography and they were maybe a little bit subversive in that they were questioning God, which I think is quite an easy thing to do, because God does some things that sound like the behavior of a narcissistic girlfriend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like he's
yeah.
Abraham, do you like that kid a lot?
Yeah.
He's like,
Do you like him more than me?
How about kill him? It's just...
Kill him to prove your love to me. Actually, don't.
Yeah.
It's fine.
God does some strange stuff like that. He's like, if your wife turns around, I can turn into salt. Like,
Yeah.
Why though?
Yeah.
Surely it's a human instinct to want to know what the threat behind you is.
Yeah.
It's like, salt.
Trust me or fuck yourself.
So there's a lot of that, and this is, to be fair...
testing.
And
Shit
why
testing,
would somebody who makes you and wants to love you test you? Like, a parent shouldn't test their child in that way.
Yeah.
You and then there's also, like, what would you say? Because I was reading this as well. We're talking about gluttony, lust, envy, all those, the seven deadly. And it's like, you could argue that you could put love there, because you can treat love as a sin. People who purport to love things, and, you can say it's control or whatever else, but you can stifle someone's personal development by overbearingly loving them.
Love bombing,
not allowing them to do what they want.
Tool of the narcissist themselves.
Yeah. Well, this is it. And then, God themselves, like, are they kind of gaslighting the sort of prophets or the people that they choose to carry out their mission?
You shall not know love but through me. Like, that's like saying you're not good enough to be loved on your own. I'm the only one that loves you. And if I don't love you, no one will love you.
And that is gaslighting.
Coercive control, fucking abuse.
Awful shit.
Yeah.
So there's that.
But I don't think, let's be fair about it, I don't think that's the absolute word of God. I think that's probably the...
I think because like we said, you're
the
looking at
reworked
these
words of man.
You're looking at these stories and you're taking a perspective on them. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, so I'm not advocating that as well, but I'm saying you could look at it and draw that out. The other thing as well is, if you look at the idea of Lucifer and the rebellion, like, think of it your way. Think of it being a child. So you have two children. The first child is like, the parents are like, oh, you're a deadly child, you're a good child, grand, like you, blah. Then the other child comes out and goes, this is my greatest work. This is the greatest. This child, I'm going to let this child do whatever the fuck it wants.
Yeah.
You, bed by 7. All these rules for you. You can't do any. This new child,
In fairness, that's kind of the way it works.
Pretty
Most
well,
of the time.
I think that's more so for the parent than the child. But it's if you were someone who loved their parent, and you would be filled with anger that your sibling was being put at this hugely exalted position from you for no reason other than your parents saw fit then to do that. They had not proven themselves. They had not earned this in any way. But because they said...
just by virtue of the fact they created you.
Yeah. And they said, this one's class, like, way less powers than you.
Yeah.
I think I like them because they can't subvert my authority. You can. And then the devil's like, guess what, son? I will.
Yeah.
So if
I'll
you
convince everybody to.
yeah, or at least because what is it? He convinces 30% of the angels.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So he takes a third of heaven. That's not pocket change.
Yeah, that's like
You know?
Jerry.
That's
Jerry
like AEW and WWE,
Maguire.
right? Like that's the pro
I
wrestling.
was going. You
world.
went for a wrestling one. I went for a Tom Cruise movie.
Yeah.
Who's coming with me?
I think yours is probably more applicable
Yeah.
for the listener. But I think it's an interesting thing in that regard because when you think of the devil as that character, and this probably makes sense because you think when these scriptures are being released, you're talking about absolutism. You're talking about feudal systems. You're talking about systems that aren't based on democracy.
Oh yeah, like there's no real social structure as such.
Like
And
the king isn't like Brexit.
yeah.
You know, like
and most people can't even fucking read, so you're
Exactly.
relying on your local common or garden holy man to be giving you these lessons.
So is the subtext of this then saying, keep your fucking head down and do what you're told and cop yourself on? And again, it's taking a view of it. There's plenty of views to take of it.
Like you said, your first instinct is the same as mine, which is it feels very controlly.
Yeah.
And I don't like it.
And one of the things that we hate most in society is to be controlled, and we have laws against it.
Yeah.
You know? And even when we don't have laws, we have what we're now, like, for example, maybe people losing contracts they have in the media and stuff like that because they've displayed behaviour that showed an unfair power dynamic.
What's that?
Plant to plant? Robert Plant?
Robert Plant. Yeah.
Robert Plant, yeah.
Him
good,
as well.
Good lad. Well, to be fair, he was 30 years too early. He missed it.
Yeah. Sure, they were all at 14-year-olds and shit back in the day. 14 is the new 16.
Personally, I don't see what the big deal is. No, that was a joke. I think it's reprehensible behaviour.
Yeah, for now, but in the 70s,
It's like,
Zeppelin was
did you ever
cool,
see
man.
that the Shane Gillis short about Uncle Daycare?
No.
And so like they're teaching
Gillian
him,
Keeves or something?
Gillian Keeves,
Yeah,
yeah. They're teaching him like,
I saw it, and they're all kind of...
yeah, and they're all like, just because her body is tight doesn't mean you have the right.
Yeah,
and they have
yeah.
like a rhyme about the brain not being as developed as the body, and so for the uncles to remember. And he's like, one lad, he makes a pasta poster and it says all lives matter, and like the teachers are, come on now, what did we say? And he goes, all right, all lives matter. And he just writes, even the black ones underneath it. So yeah, very silly.
Gillian Keeves is class.
That's great.
Any dad, Shane?
I've got a different spin on that one. Just because I think there's a bunch of stories in the Bible, and we're going to go through a few of them. I don't have to go into this. We can talk about it again in a sec. But I think it's actually fine the way it is, and I don't think it's an example of a dictatorial God. I think it's a choice between materialism and godliness, and they're building this tower to God in the same way that corporations are building these, you know, and they're sucking the spirituality out of existence and replacing it with material wealth and material goals. And you can be the CEO, and you're missing the whole time you're climbing that corporate ladder, that godlike position as CEO, you're starving your existence of a more spiritual, more less cocaine fueled fucking reality.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, again, it's just one of these parables, and the way it's written, you're kind of like, oh, he sounds like a bastard, but I think it's actually kind of fine the way it is, as far as I can see.
Yeah, I think you're right as well.
Yeah,
like,
Babel is a talk, like he could go into it. I'm sure there's a bit more context than just like they built a big tower. I didn't look too deeply into it, to be honest.
no, but there's with all these as well, like there's loads of ways that you can tear back the onion and look at it from different perspectives. And I think that is what allows people to create so many different
corrupt it,
forms.
Well,
exactly.
Like some of that was the start of Lumpkin's assertion, where he just basically goes like it's the natural human condition as good can also be inhabited by evil. Like evil is not a thing that's foisted upon us; it lives within us just as much as good does. And then the rest of it was kind of me. So that was my.
Oh yeah, and you wouldn't be the first one to say that. I mean, Dawkins will jump all over that as well.
Yeah.
You know, you'll get a lot of that. You'll get a lot of that too. It was
me saying like, you know, the anti-authoritarian move towards, like, it's basically like, you know, Thatcher strike breaking, that the lads wanted to go, well, listen, do we have to do everything for God? Can we not do something for ourselves? Why should everything have to go through like God's hands as a kind of a, and not even just God. I think the lads who were making the Tower of Babel were paying it up to, the leaders, the kings, and there was tithes and taxes and all sorts of things. They were like, fuck this, man. We're the ones making the shit. And they decided to build this big ass tower and go, we're doing this. And God or whoever punished them by taking away their ability to communicate or organize, or it's like they were trying to shut off Twitter during the fucking Arab Spring because they were all communicating on that to try and organize themselves. So it's the same thing. Lack of communication means lack of dissent, and taking away people's ability to read or communicate, like they took away the Irish ability to communicate through language, so we couldn't fight back against oppressors and stuff like that. Like, and keeping black slaves uneducated so they wouldn't be able to organize or communicate. Like, it's the same concept where God wants full control and he debilitates his subjects rather than the remit, which is I will raise you up on eagle's wings, where he actually won't. He'll take away your ability to communicate, so you can never fucking oust him as the king of all,
Or it's this parable of, like, when you're, say, in the celestial realm or the other place or the fucking wherever it is you go, when you have that near-death experience, you actually feel connected and you actually feel like you have all the knowledge, you know it all. But to get back down here to the material realm, it gets narrowed into this fucking, and we're all split up and we all know different languages, because you're here to fucking learn a lesson and you're all divided because you need to relearn how to have that love for all humanity again. That simulation type aspect of, and I think Babel is kind of the same story as the fall of Lucifer and the same as the Garden of Eden. But we're going to get into all this stuff. But it's a similar kind of, I just think there's a bunch of stories in the Bible that are fucking just telling you the same thing. Prodigal son. And they're just actually ramming home the same point, that kind of way.
Yeah, true.
So Lumpkin examines the writings of these Gnostic books of the Bible, the ones that were left out at the Council of Nicaea, such as the first Adam and Eve, Jasper, Jubilee, first and second Enoch, the Book of Giants, and the War Scroll. All these together paint a story that was woven through them non-chronologically to tell the story of angels, demons, and man. The War Scroll, for example, was found at the same time as the Dead Sea Scrolls between 1947 and 1956 in Qumran in the West Bank, and they all date from before 100 AD. The War Scroll details rules for military and religious preparations and the rules of engagement during fighting. It was written in the first half of the 1st century AD and tells of the sons of light, who were the Jewish faithful that were left over and exiled into the wilderness, and they fight the sons of Belial, or the sons of darkness. These books, like the books of giants, give a retelling of stories we have all heard since childhood, like the story of Adam and Eve, and tell of Lilith, who we would have talked about in the vampire episode. I remember that, actually.
Yeah, you remember?
And I do, yeah. That was the last time I was here.
Yes.
Yeah. And the rewriting of the story of the King James Version shows that the humans were innocent, led by a snake who represented the devil, even though it was never explicitly named as such. But Lilith humanizes that story much more than the holier-than-thou church leaders wanted. Lilith also represented a defiant woman who would not submit to God or Adam's will and was banished.
Remember, she said...
wife number one, yeah.
Yeah, wife number one, and she was made the same as Adam, not from his rib, but from the same
I was
dust.
about to say, yeah, Eve
and
was
then
the
she
rib.
was like, I want to get on top. Like, I want to fuck, but I want to get on top. And Adam wouldn't let her and said, no, this is God's way. A man has to be on top.
Doesn't feel as good. Fuck off.
Yeah,
Get me someone else.
It's weird. And it kind of rubs, and sometimes my dick bends. And the Lord says he doesn't want my dick to bend.
I'm
It's a
afraid you'll
sin.
break it.
It's a sin to bend the penis of the first man. And Lilith was like, well, I want to fucking get my bean rubbed. And Adam was like, no, God told me when you weren't here that it's not allowed. So can we do it the other way? In fact, let us do it like the dogs. The witch, those guys over there, they're called dogs. Yeah, I named them yesterday. We'll do it their style. And Lilith was like, nah, man, I want to get on top. And that's what the row was about. In the Book of Enoch and the Book of First Adam, it says, like, Lilith was like, I'm out of here, motherfuckers.
Yeah, if I can't be a power top, I don't want nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, and Adam missed a trick, man. It's a nice little position. Do you know?
Throw the fucking
relax.
Throw the hands behind the head. Throw the hands behind the head and bear down.
You know, that's it.
Squeeze the cheeks.
Yeah, keep your legs straight. Don't be bending them. You know, get as much length in there as you can.
And move down from the headboard. And if you have a footboard at the bottom of the bed, Get your fucking heels on that motherfucker. Little bend in the knees, and every now and then.
Yeah, little bit of torque,
give it a
bit of
tapping.
purchase.
Yeah,
yeah, you know.
I have
Close
big
your eyes
cheeks.
every now and then. Have a think of her sister, whatever you're into.
I got fat cheeks, like I got fat butt and thick, like
you have like gluteus
maximilians.
Oh, nice.
So even a squeeze is like a 3-inch lift.
Oh, nice.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like like a contraction.
Jeez, I'm surprised you ever get
It's
her
me.
off you.
Huh?
I'm surprised you ever get her off you.
Fucking rides me like I'm stolen.
She's like power Lilith.
Yeah.
Every day is Lilith Day.
She's rotting on top of me. Get off! I'm going to be late for work, but we work from home. All right then.
Yeah, time has no meaning in this house. From the Book of Enoch, it names the hundreds of people who had a part in creating Eve, then from Adam's rib. Down to the item like each part of the facial features, left and right, each organ, each limb, and each bone. Was this the list of Anunnaki scientists who developed the DNA to genetically engineer these parts?
There's fucking, I swear to God, boys, there's pages of this, right? Now I'm gonna make up the names for a funny joke, but like it was like, and then Flaclonkly made the left shin, and Basmacrank made the right, and the toes of the left foot were made by Mosacophilocrates, and the heel was made by Flampompus, and it was like hundreds and every part down to the fingers, the thumb and the forefinger, made by Flaconky, and the middle finger, the pussy finger as it was come to be known. You know, like every bit, every bone, all the bits of the skin.
For man must always control the pelvis when pleasuring the beast.
But it was every single bit, every organ, and it named all the bits. Like the left ear was made by, Aristophanes, and the workings of the left ear, like the insides.
So it's almost just
Like
shy of having
fucking-
true if destroyed, true if not destroyed underneath it. Like, yeah,
It's
yeah,
bananas, man.
That's crazy.
Obviously left out of the Bible for reasons.
It's just an employee wrote in some fucking weird
Exactly.
sweatshop.
like a checklist of a quality control checklist or whatever, like
QA,
inspected by, you see you go into the jacks and they
Yeah,
have like inspected by Paddy at 1 a.m.
Who fucked up the ball skin? For fuck's sake, lads. What is that?
I'm after running out of ball. I'm after running out of skin for the elbow. Just use the stuff off the balls.
Of all these then became known...
It's called the weenus.
The weenus.
It's your elbow skin.
Yeah, it is really just the worst design, isn't it?
Yeah,
The
it's
elbow
just
skin. It's
extra
just-
ball scrag.
It's not great. It's not great. All of these then became known as demons or entities. And there were more yet to be assigned to the senses, the emotions, and the spirits of four would live in the body to rule over. No joke, heat, cold, wetness, and dryness.
This was the 4 elements that made up a human. There was 4 specific entities that would live inside the body,
Right.
inside of Adam and his progeny. One would control heat, one would control cold, one would control wetness, and the other one would control dryness. Now, if you think about it, and you and me, Shane, were talking this afternoon about Ayurvedic medicine and this kind of thing, they're the 4 elements of Vedic medicine.
Yeah.
Wetness, dryness, hot and cold. So if you have one, you eat the other. If you have a fever, eat cold food.
Yeah.
Eat dry food because you're wet and hot. So eat
So
cold
like,
and dry food.
tomato is a cold food.
Or for
and all
Legend
that,
of
yeah.
Zelda fans out there, that's how you become the strongest Zelda, is to conquer each temple in each element. You know
Yeah.
that kind of way? It's the same idea.
It's mad though how it's written, and then you look at these like ancient medical practices, like that's how they set it out. Like ancient Egypt did it the same way. Hot, cold, wet and dry.
Wow.
It's a great
So-
Friday night.
Yeah. So Phloxifa over heat, or Orurothos over cold, Armacho rules over dryness, and Athoro over wetness.
See, I wasn't messing when I was making up them
no,
fucking
yeah,
names.
that's
Yeah, they're
pretty much on
stupid.
one,
Like,
Flopperoonie.
yeah, most of them are like that. Like,
Yeah, so the other one who rules over all of these from outside of the body is called... Okay, give me a second here.
I'm so glad I didn't have to read this one.
I would say Ornithocracy.
Anorthocraci, yeah. Anorthocraci. Right. Anorthocraci rules over all the boys. He's their line manager. He
Team leader.
Yeah, team leader. So the boys all be complaining to him. I'm not working overtime again. Fuck's sake.
All this fucking wetness.
Aramako never has to do nothing. Never does nothing because the sun's always out in Eden. It's a load of fucking bullshit. He's your favourite, isn't he? Ornithophor, whatever the fuck your name is. So he cavorts over them, and he cavorts with them all, and they sustain her whims. Sorry, so Ornithochorcalibra is a lady.
Yeah, Ornithocracia is a female entity who orders the four hot and cold, wet and dry to command the body for whatever she needs at the time.
Right.
And then the body's energy, when it creates that feeling or state, she feeds off of that.
Okay.
So basically they're like five symbiotes and one parasite.
Right, I
of
get
entities
you.
that feed off the body.
Then there are 4 demons from other writings, but similarly ordered over 4 states of emotion. Ephemathy over pleasure. Yoko attached to desire. Yeah, well, she'll bring a man down.
That makes sense.
Nenentefni, who rules grief, and Blaumen, who rules fear. And again, they have an area manager called, Asthesis Auchepipto.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Asthesis Auchepiptoi.
That is one way to name a thing.
Yeah.
So,
and I even hyphenated it.
yeah,
out so you
no,
can
it
read
wouldn't have been possible
It's
otherwise.
fucking crazy. And these are, no, this is not bullshit. Like, these are real, like, Gnostic gospel writings of, like, the layers and levels and hierarchies of demons, entities, and how the body is controlled, and how all, like, this is all proper scripture found in Qumran. Like, there's the fucking Dead Sea Scrolls could be, I'm going to do a spotlight episode on it, because the way they were found in 11 caves, there was 13 sets of scrolls, one of which ended up being the War Scroll, which was left out of the Bible, and then the Dead Sea Scrolls became essentially the Old Testament. Like, amazing story of how it was
But amazing
found.
how, like, just a load of lads basically take a vote on it. Will we let this one in? Nah, no, not that one. Like, and then they're just like, but we did just find paper with writing on, papyrus with writing on it. It's like, no, we leave that one out.
That would inflame the pagans that were trying to co-opt into our fucking religion. Do you know?
Yeah, because again, like, I didn't know about Lilith. I knew the name Lilith, and I knew she was the mother of demons and all this sort of stuff in certain TV shows and things like that, mother of vampires. And then you're like, wait a second, she was Adam's first wife?
Yeah.
You're like, hang on.
She was the Ivanka.
Adam got divorced?
Yeah.
I thought that wasn't allowed. You know, like, it's a
I
whole
divorced
thing.
her. Okay, she wanted too much. She was too demanding sexually. Okay? If you've read Stormy Daniels' book, you'll know I have a very wide mushroom-tipped penis.
Yeah.
And
horse face.
It would be owie, okay? Lilith would jump up on it, be owie. I said to God, God, it's not happening. I'm not enjoying this. Can you tell her it's your will?
So we'll get the demon for wetness in there just to try and make sure it doesn't hurt him so much in the future.
The next time your missus is having one too many and you're just like, oh my God, I'm praying to the demon of wetness now.
Oh yeah, you will be like, yeah.
What's the demon of
What was it?
the
The
demon of
band name,
hardness?
Sandpaper Fanny and the Rough Guns.
That's a real band now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they robbed it.
I'm glad someone made it. Yeah.
And somebody actually heard somebody saying it somewhere and made a band out of it. And I think
it's a pretty awesome name. What was the other one? Jesus Christ and the Nail Drivers or something.
Pontius
Or
Pilate and the Nail
Drivers. Yeah. So pleasure spawns wickedness, vanity, pride, and similar things. Desire spawns anger, wrath, and bitterness, and the inability to be satisfied. Ooh, I know that one. Fear spawn dread, subservience, agony, and shame. And that's actually true, like, of fear, to be fair, like, untreated. So there's probably some sort of rudimentary idea of psychology going on here.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, these are like 2,000-year-old scrolls that have all this shit on them, right?
Yeah.
And they have all of this, like, emotional palette all laid out, what begets what and what begets what. And each of them has its own, like, delineated emotion demon attached to it. So, like we said earlier on, like, the Hindus had a god for everything. So it's like, Jason, I'm having an awful time with a bit of shame. It's like, well, you need to pray to the god of shame. So basically, you need to go off into the corner, light a candle, and have a small fucking think for yourself to see what the fuck is going on inside. And you can call it praying. And if it gets fixed, you just say thanks to the god of shame.
Yeah.
Bong. Leave a little fucking leave a little badgie in front of his bowl.
And this idea
happy
of
days,
introspection is like, it's a big part that informs Carl Jung's work, like introspection.
We were talking about that this morning.
Coming to your shadow. But yeah, it's you know, like, and again, so all this stuff, and even Carl Jung said he took an awful lot of stuff from religion and religious iconography, and then went on to write books about UFOs coming to the end of his career, which was great crack.
But as well, he actually called his psychology, apart from calling it depth psychology, he would have called it the psychology of the soul. So he was not even thinking cognitively at the time. He was thinking, "Oh, this is a spiritual thing."
Yeah.
He did a little dance as well. Like he made up a lot of his own names for things because he didn't want like American culture realizing he took a lot of from
like
the
Animus
East,
and that
and
sort
it
of
wasn't
stuff,
like
yeah.
he was stealing it. It was just like, if they know I took this from Indian culture, they're gonna fucking
They
hang
won't
me.
take
So
it,
he just
yeah.
kind of, you know, he gave it he tried to make it sound as clinical as possible, but really like he was just going, these guys have got the fucking shit.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
the Native Americans, the mandalas, all that shit. You know,
And it's like a constant recycling and retelling and repackaging, you know?
Because it's the same body we've had for,
Oh, yeah.
you know, hundreds of thousands of years. It's
Yeah.
not like we're any more advanced than cunts who are running around with their dick tied up with string to their belly so it doesn't
Exactly.
get caught in the brambles. Like,
There are many more of all these kind of little emotional demons, and they're all spawned from the one source to number 365, angels and demons. So this is before the Gregorian calendar and the 365 days per year decision.
isn't that funny?
That is interesting. And they all had a part to play in the creation of a human. Some lived within and some lived outside, but all had a constant link to the human and their emotions in physical form.
Blam.
Wowee.
So these are the stories from biblical texts, from Holy Scripture, from found, I don't know, what would you call them, found footage, like the Blair Witch Project tapes or something. They were like, there's a devil on this. We're talking about, you know, books of Enoch, the War Scrolls, these type of things where mentions of Satan, Lucifer, demons, like these kind of forces. There's loads of talk about fucking Jesus. It's like, Jesus. Never fucking stop about it. And I know, like, a father could be proud of his son, but, like...
Not when the father is his son.
Yeah, a bit much. It's a bit selfish.
Calm it down.
Yeah, relaxed, Jehovah. So, in one of the books, it talks a lot about the story of Satan. It's probably the quintessential devil story that we all learned as a small child. But it has been mistold to us in church. In the King James version, because it's just his version, lads. Do you know what I mean? Who's King James to tell us the way it is? And one of the books of the Gnostics was the first book of Adam, they call it. And it tells a slightly different story to Genesis than we are used to, or the one that we were told as kids. Adam and Eve, and they rub their parts and the things and the stuff, and they go and eat an apple and tits. They don't mention the tits, and made from the rib. So Shane, would you be able to maybe tell us a little bit about the story of Adam and Eve from the OG scripture?
yeah, this one, yeah, it's hard to wrap I find it hard to wrap my head around this one, to be fair. This is a mad twist on the story we think we all know. But in the story of Adam and Eve from Genesis, there are many different versions. From the first book of Adam and Eve, there's the real story of this beginning, as we talked about, with the description of Lilith, and then the creation of Eve from the scientists who all got a bit...
Remember we were saying earlier on that there was
arms,
like
the legs.
Pomopcuous made the toes and Flumontelius made the fucking earlobes and shit like that. Lilith also then from the vampires episode, and we talked about her.
Yeah.
Loving being on top.
I was going to say, I'd say she had a heavy chest.
She seems like the woman who would.
She would, yeah.
Like she commands a weighty bosom.
And I'm into that.
Here.
Just one.
I love
Just one way.
Cycloptic.
Yeah. I love it. Don't be messing around. You don't want to fucking make the other one feel jealous. So it's just like
No. I've just yet to.
just one big giant cycloptub. Cycloptub.
Optic blast.
It's like one of the enemies in He-Man or something. Oh,
He actually,
it's Milk Cannon.
No, not memory, man.
Go, milk cannon. I will do your bidding, Mamra.
Remember, you can't breastfeed after a certain point postnatal until next week. Yeah.
Breastfeeding is not a substitution for birth control. A lot of people get caught out with that. I need the parents out there to know. Don't leave it in your missus.
Okay, I'm catching up.
Yeah, you with us?
So then the snake, which was inhabited by the spirit of evil, which could have been an allegory for the hallucinations of envy, jealousy, and guile from Eve, who was convinced that to eat of the tree of knowledge against God will.
Yeah, so God is like, don't eat that apple, bitch. And then the snake was like, do you know Adam was parading around here with a one-headed bitch who was fucking the life of him there for the last 6 weeks, and then she wanked herself off and exploded into a plume of smoke and flew out of the garden. And then you got made of his rib.
I think that's how a lot of pornos should end.
Yeah.
You know, you're...
How she goes. Fucking the bean escape.
And they have to play that song. Yeah. There she goes again. Because I think that puts a nice smoke in the garden. Seen you one last time
from your whispering eye.
Oh, sorry.
She was like, I'll wait for the mantra to end.
It's not really well known what happened after this, that God banished them from the garden, but also cursed all their young and their offspring. There was also the dying of Adam and Eve from sickness of bad water, and God brought them back to life.
We never heard that story.
Oh, I've never heard that before, yeah.
Yeah, he put them out and they were out walking, and every night they'd have to go out of they were in the, I don't know what you call it, the foyer of the Garden of Eden. They weren't allowed into the actual garden after they get the apple, and they were hanging around still around the... Did you ever hear like the story, like the real story of the Garden of Eden?
I know when they get banished and they're naked they're ashamed of their bodies for the first time.
Yes, and they know it, but that's not in the fucking first book of Adam and Eve. There's nothing about the shame of sex or anything.
Really?
That's put in by the fucking Catholics.
I've got a good reason for that one, but go on.
And they put a sword in the
fiery
sword so they can't get back in.
Okay.
But they're hanging around the front, the kind of like the parking lot or whatever, and they're trying to get in the whole time, but they're like staying in a cave at night time and coming out and trying to forage for stuff in the daytime, and they drank bad water, and God was like, fuck's sake, they're only 2 days out of the Garden of Eden, they already drank bad water, because they were in the Garden of Eden, everything was edible.
Was fine, Well, did he not even give him like a pamphlet on what to expect outside?
Nothing.
Remember the way the water used to be always good? Sometimes it's got fucking dysentery.
He said, like, cover your flute and don't die. And he kind of got like one continue.
So he's like a father from the 1980s.
Yeah, it's basically
come
in when the street lamps come on and go fuck yourself the rest of the time.
That was my dad's way anyway.
Yeah, and ate all your
Do you know
dinner.
one time it was like in my room, it was like a Sunday or whatever, and the match was on.
And you wanked yourself and turned into a plume of smoke?
No, I was too young to turn into a plume of smoke, but I did have a wank that day. No, I went to ask me dad something. He had the sitting room door open, right? And I was walking towards it, and I was like 6. So I was like, Dad, what's the fucking blah blah, like child speak. And he was so fucking invested in the match that he just turned around to me and he just went, "Fuck off, you shithead!" I was 6, man.
Oh no!
And I remember this came up when I was in like therapy. Yeah, fuck off, you shithead, right? And I remember I put my hand to my face, like, you know when children are thinking and they're like, and I went like that and I went, okay. I turned around, and that's like one of my the memory I have, which means it first of all wasn't the first time it had happened, and second of all I was quite used to it at this point. So that was the kind of so my dad was a lot like God is what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's like, get over it.
He was a good lad.
Yeah.
He's still alive.
We're getting real. We're getting real tonight.
So did you just die once of this water, or was this a repeated thing until they fucking learned to fuck off away from the garden?
I couldn't find out how many times they died, but I know that he did bring them back to from the dead when they fucked up a few times. So he was at least like going, oh fuck.
He was just respawning them the whole time.
Yeah.
Right,
just like,
right.
Continue 9, 8, 7.
It is kind of a funny thing when you think like that we were his greatest creation. I bet like at this point Lucifer was like, you done fucked up, son.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, the boys are
Lucifer
making
was
waves.
his
Wow.
greatest creation as well, wasn't he? Like Lucifer was a big,
He was the top guy, and then
the best angel or
you
something.
are my number one. You know, he was like the main dude.
What have they done to my beautiful boy? Well, you hear this. Well, you hear what Shane's going to say.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to fucking play something there. You were looking down at something. Sorry. So God said, when you were under my command, you were, you see, here we go. God said, when you were under my command, you were a bright angel, and you did not experience this water. But now that you have transgressed my commandment, you cannot do without water to wash your body and make it grow. For now it is like that of the beasts and is in want of water.
So
Now,
before they were like, yeah, it's grand. And now he's like, you have to drink water to live, you fucking dopes, and wash yourself because you're stinking, and cover your dick, and
Yeah.
don't forget to eat, and don't eat that stuff. And then, you know what I mean? So like, there were like two children set out into the darkness. Like,
yeah, they were just living in complete kind of connection with the guy. Like everything was provided for
Yeah,
there, and
yeah.
now it's like you said, like your father. It's like, all right, fuck off. You can do without me. Fuck off. Now for the rest of the book. In each verse, when they mention the devil, they say that's Satan every time. When Adam is beating his chest with grief and Eve makes her big apology, she uses the phrase that's Satan every time. The snake, inhabited by that Satan, tried to kill Adam and Eve as they spent their first night out of the Garden of Eden in the Cave of Wonders, and God punished the snake by removing its power of speech. God had already punished it by making it crawl on its belly, and now took away its speech. So it wasn't Satan personified; it was the snake. It was the talking snake with an ulterior motive.
so like,
right.
this was like a creature that was inhabited by a force of evil, not necessarily Satan, and it wasn't specifically delineated as Satan and said like, this is a snake that represents Lucifer. It was like a serpent, they called it. And a serpent, as we know from our dragon lore, can be like a wyvern, or like an iguana, or
A monitor lizard.
a monitor lizard. you know.
Yeah. So, right, I get you. So this technically could have been some sort of dinosaur.
Technically could have been some kind of a lizard person or some kind of a
Ooh.
like a
Would you-
sentient
Would you
entity.
buy into that, being that this is those conspiracy guys? Would you buy into some sort of connection with lizard people, the elite, and links to the Bible where the man is trying this lizard
Well,
or this reptile is trying to
Lucifer is known as the dragon.
yeah.
Do you know, like these kind of things? There was always, I do think there's something fishy about dinosaurs. Now, you're getting into creationism and flat earth shit, like, but,
Like that they existed, or
like, I mean, the wings of a flying creature, like a bird with hollow bones.
pterodactyl.
Yeah, something like that. Those bones are not going to, if they're hollow to be able to drop weight so they can fly, they're not going to preserve well
Yeah.
like
Well, I think that most, I could be wrong
fossils
about
and
this
shit
now.
like
Now
that.
Rob fucking loves dinosaurs and shit, so I'm paraphrasing someone who knows more than I do. But I think an awful lot of those dinosaurs, they have like a small fraction of what the actual full fossil was.
Yeah, so
and
they
they're
make it up.
kind of So you could be right. Like they could.
as far as I understand, a triceratops is a completely made up dinosaur and never existed.
Apparently,
Really?
a shit ton of them are.
Loads
Like, yeah,
of them are.
apparently there's apparently there's like very few. Now again, this is fucking. I have not looked into this, but apparently there's very few complete dinosaur skeletons out there. Most of them are like the entire image is built off like a thumb and a toe, and
Yeah.
the kind of way they've just kind of.
Okay, right. I thought they had more to work with, and
Well, all the missing links are really fucking squirrely. Like basically all of them were completely debunked. The Lucy skeleton, all the rest. There was just people putting monkey fucking jaws to skulls and shit
Yeah.
like that over time, and like they just kept getting debunked all along the way.
Yeah, 'cause
And
I know
guess some people think they're doing the same thing with fucking dinosaurs.
And now they're saying, like, whenever they depict dinosaurs, like even in the new Jurassic Park movies, since the first ones were made, now the lads are coming out and they have feathers and shit on them, like, or like the velociraptors in the first movie were like man height, but real
they're
velociraptors
like
are only the
chicken or
size of
turkeys.
turkeys.
Yeah.
They still fucking cut the balls
they
off you.
bait
Like,
You know,
Yeah.
there's a really funny, a different thing you'd
Clever
fucking.
girl.
I guess it'd be another type of conspiracy where, like, and it's a way more biblical thing where there's this thing, I think it's described somewhere in the Bible and a lot of ancient texts where There's like a vapor canopy that covers the Earth at certain periods of time, and what it does is it takes away a lot of the atmospheric pressure and all the fucking animals. That's why there was periods of giants.
Carbon
So
dioxide.
that the dinosaurs are actually just giant chickens.
Yeah.
And now they're starting to find the feathers and all. So the whole idea is that like, they literally are just giant chickens. And
I've never heard that before. That's
it's
awesome. I
fucking
really
fun.
like that. Yeah.
But there's paleontologists and stuff, or like Dr. Ellie Sadler, who was like a paleobotanist and stuff, that find that there's like giant versions of trees, giant versions of fossilized leaves that are like 30 meters wide and shit like that. There's even like theories of all these mountains. Like
I've seen that.
They're all felled trees, and there was a higher when the dinosaurs were around, there's a higher proportion of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which makes things bigger. And but it also meant that like the dinosaurs weren't really great at running around, so like the running T-Rex and stuff like that, the amount of oxygen that would be needed to power all the muscles, if indeed they were all muscles. Maybe it wasn't muscles, and maybe, I don't know, T-Rex with tiny little arms, if you make that out into a bird and have the arms like it would be for a bat, but like extend them out and think they're wings with hollow bones.
Because it's going to be cartilage rather than bones, so it's not going to...
Well,
or it'd be hollow bones like a bird.
T-Rex is actually supposedly one of the impossible dinosaurs because apparently the size of his head, there's no fucking way he wouldn't just immediately tip over and be stuck fucking on the ground.
So
that's
if he ever went to drink from a lake, he'd just drown every time.
But that's why they have his muscles as big as they have them to be able to stand up or to be able to crouch down. But the amount of oxygen that it would need in his blood, there wasn't enough in the atmosphere to sustain life.
Okay.
So those kind of like calculations and shit like that, like sure, they can't even get fucking climate change right. Like they don't know what the fuck they're talking about for a lot of stuff. But you're on you're in flat Earth country there when you're talking about that shit. Like it seems improbable.
Oh
Like,
yeah, I just think it's a fun one.
Conspiracy guy stuff. I'm starting to doubt a bit of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
I could be on board with a flat Earth.
Yeah?
I could. Yeah. I mean,
Flat Earth?
Yeah, why not, man?
How
Sure.
flat we talking?
I'm talking about we're a realm inside of a realm inside of a realm, that the ice wall is keeping us from extraterrestrials that are not actually extraterrestrial. That
They're just like
that planets and space.
intraterrestrial? Is
Yeah,
that what
like
they mean?
they're not even
Terrestrial? They'd just be terrestrial.
terrestrial. Yeah, but
I heard one recently that worked well for me. It was like the idea that we're actually in some sort of odd cave of some sort, even though I don't know how they explain the sky with this one. But I just thought, oh, that's a fucking awesome one, because like if you think of things on fractals and the hero's journey, like Newgrange, the whole story of like the son coming out and giving birth to the new self and stuff like that. Everything, Jesus came out of his tomb, Cuchulainn came out of Newgrange, Kukulkan came out of that cave. It's always the birth of the new higher man comes out of caves, and if humanity is currently in a cave right now and we're about to give birth to our next age, I was like, that's a pretty cool fucking complementary theory to that one. I know it's fucking how the fuck do you prove or argue that we're in a cave, but I just thought it was a good one.
there's a lovely set of maps that are doing the rounds at the moment where it's like concentric circles of different island nations. So like the nation of Mu, and you have like the different lands that are in different planets. You have like Thoth, and you have Mu, and you have there's even like Atlantis that's here, but it's not shown on any maps. Like you can't get there. You can't go below the 60th parallel. There's like military ships that stop people that are not like. You have to apply to.
There's Antarctica,
So there's all these things, and then like. They're after saying aliens are real, boys. Like the Mexicans are coming out and just, here's the aliens.
Now, to be fair, that thing with the Mexicans, there's a fella called Jaime.
Yeah.
Josie Jaime. He's been linked to about 6 hoaxes.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if he's just like really zealous about proving, disclosure or whatever, so he keeps getting caught out. But that Mexican alien stuff I'd take with a fairly large grain of salt. But to your point, all the UAP stuff, there's not really any denying that either we are in, like the world has technology far greater than we ever thought, or there's some kind of extraterrestrial or interdimensional beings or scouts or drones or something that are here. It's one of the two. Like, there's no other options.
I'm looking at we looked at it for the Flat Earth episode, and there's fairly convincing evidence, but there's fairly like you look at it and you go, oh yeah, that makes total sense. Like the flight paths of
yeah,
there's
interest and shit there. Like there
very
really is.
So I mean, like when you're talking about like creationism and the actual like real Garden of Eden and stuff like that, we talked about it in the pyramids episode, where there's like, this is not the first time this shit has been around. History is a lie. We're here an awful lot longer. We've forgotten an awful lot more. The realm is definitely, I don't call it a planet really. Like, I'm like, this realm, like I feel that there's something that's not just a bunch of balls flying through space. Like, it feels like something more mysterious. And like, I know there's loads of scientists that are all like, oh, this, you know, we're measuring all this stuff, but like, there's stranger things to be known. Like, and I think that there's lads like, what's your man's name? Neil deGrasse Tyson, who got caught doing naughty bum things, and now
did he get caught doing naughty bum things?
But he got accused, and sure, that's as good as getting caught.
And that's why he's gone super woke recently, is it?
Yeah,
okay, I didn't realize that. I was listening to him in a some interview recently, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this
trigonometry was.
Yeah, I definitely heard him there, and there was maybe something else, but because when I first heard him, I think it was on Rogies years and years and years ago. And I was like, whoa, he did this thing about how we're all stardust. And they played that song Home by a cinematic orchestra behind it. And it was like fucking transcendent. It was just this beautiful 7-minute experience.
But at the same time, that's all shit that fellas get from like the third time they're smoking weed with their mates.
Oh, no, yeah, don't get me wrong. It was, and this was probably the third time I smoked weed. No, it was, but it was a really, like, I was like, wow, this is like really life affirming.
Yeah.
You know, it's a really nice way to talk about the universe and to make it personable and stuff. And then when I heard him recently, I hadn't listened to much of anything he said. And then I just heard him recently. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is like... he still has some. I think
he's
points.
fucking awful. Yeah, like he's screaming at Patrick Bet-David for how like there's no evidence that the COVID vaccines did any damage and stuff, and you're like, you're fucking out of your mind. I could give you a list of people I know.
But this is what I mean. So there's an awful lot of science that's going on that like you're going, I don't know, like you can't not believe science, but at the same time,
but science is taking strange turns right now.
There's an awful lot of stuff that's coming out that science has said were completely impossible for a long time, and now it's like. It's totally normal, and everyone's like, okay. And it's like, should be the biggest revelation of all time. Like, imagine if there was, like, we talked about it in Project Bluebeam, I think. Did you do that one with the same?
No, me and Emmett.
Oh, you and Emmett, great. We did Bluebeam, which is like Bluebeam.
Yeah, I know Bluebeam,
and it's fucking, you know, the fake alien invasion. Like, that's
and
kind
I
of on the way, man.
to that, yeah.
It's kind of on the way.
It's not so much that I think, like, first of all, I'll always preface everything I say with like, I don't know, and I don't really truly like strongly believe in anything. It's just, it seems to me that it's quite convenient that all this stuff is happening right now at a time when we're full of division. We've just come out of one of the strangest periods in our history. We're now just basically rewriting biology, and again, I'm not saying that like that with the kind of like an anti-trans or hate thing. It's just we're not being honest about what things are what, and it's getting very confusing for people. Very confusing for me as someone who doesn't even know much about any of these things. And I think now that it's like we're so distracted and addled that like we can't focus on anything.
You're not getting 5 minutes to process the last fucking thing. It's like COVID, Ukraine, you know, and it's just next.
And then like when they're like, oh, fucking alien, like that was meant to be the biggest thing that could happen.
No one gave a shit.
It's just fucking aliens, and everyone's like, Jesus Christ, is the PS5 out yet?
Yeah.
Like it's I don't know. I think the world is in. My prediction is that 2027 is when everything falls apart. That's the last year. And that's
the Monster Fuzz thesis.
That's my prediction.
Solid prediction.
I think it's a pretty good one, yeah. I'm basing it on absolutely nothing, but it's just a felt sense of woe and tragedy. But man, the world is in the weirdest place it's ever been, and that's including when the whole world was fighting each other and we nearly did a genocide on a load of lads. Like, this is the weirdest place the world has been since then. It's insane.
Yeah.
But we're all just like, oh yeah, sure, I have to work on Monday. And I do, and I'll be there. And even though aliens might be above me, I'll be there.
The great 21st century depression hasn't
Oh, it hasn't even
yet.
started to hit yet. I bought a house like 2 weeks ago.
At least you've somewhere to
That
live.
probably wasn't a great choice.
No, you know what, man? You have land, and do you know what they're not making any more of? Land.
Well, do you know what I need to pay off for the next 30 years consecutively?
Yeah, but who's to say you need to pay it off with money? You just have to get a gun and have a load of water.
To be fair, I have a 2-stone Mickey and a fast arse. So if anyone's interested, I can pay my mortgage off with that. No bother.
When you squeeze your arse, does it go up 3 inches? So that's the thing.
Well, this is it. Yeah, I might have to subcontract some help.
Yeah, I can show you.
We
how to
can
do
talk.
squats, bro.
No, I can't. I have no arse.
Yeah.
I'd be doing squats I can't even add an inch of meat to my arse. Like my arse is
You're just not trying hard enough. You do it.
cramps easy.
So I think that the belief structures that we've had for how the world works and how the world works, not only just like physically, like with the maps, but like with energies, with other entities, with other beings, like these things are always up for change. And there's more and more proof every day that the world that we know or knew is not as it seems. And like, I'm always up for a bit of change. I don't mind being wrong. Like, I'm not set in any
Their ideas rather than beliefs.
I'm not set in any ways that will fucking unravel the fabric of my existence if they become incorrect. But there's a lot of people that have set their life up that way. And, you can forgive yourself for being wrong. That's the hardest thing to do sometimes.
Well, when you really cling to your perception of reality, the day it does fall apart, it's a hell of a lot more traumatic for you if you're clinging to that old belief than it is for the person who's like, oh yeah, I guess this is probably possible too. You know, it's
Well, without giving away too much, like on a personal note, like I don't even know what reality really is, if I'm honest. And I never have, and I've just kind of found out that the whole world is absolutely not as I had thought it was for 40 years. And so, like, it's absolutely expected that that's the kind of view I would have on how the world works, because you can't really be sure of anything. And it's just a natural state that I'm in. But, like,
no, and
Do you know what I
it's
mean?
not just the natural state you're in, because we're talking about Lucifer now, and this is allegedly his realm, and he's the prince of lies.
Yeah.
And we happen to live in a world where it's very fucking hard to extract something that you can be sure is fucking true about anything. So it does fucking reflect pretty well on the idea that this is his fucking place, you know?
Yeah, that too. But I'm saying, like, people are talking about my truth, and it's my truth. And there's like everyone has their own personalized. It's almost like reality is their own
It's the opposite
feed.
of truth, the idea that you can have your one.
But that's the thing. Like, so I'm looking at what is most possible or probable, and settling on that, and willing to be wrong.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably the best way to.
All you can do.
That's the best you can do. So, like, to choose something to believe in, but be ready for it to not be the thing.
Again.
But but people are fucking fighting wars over the thing that they only think.
Yeah.
And killing other people because of a thing that they think is right when they can't really be sure. But they're so sure because they're supported by other people. Like, it's very, very difficult, like you said, to know what's real and what's not real, especially in the intentions of other people, especially in the intentions of, like, government, secret organizations, which is why they're so prevalent in the conspiracy community. It's because anything that's unexplainable, you will just put the sins on some weird conspiracy goat and send it off into the fucking wilderness. And then that's roaming around with all the fucking secrets of the Illuminati. And you can, sleep well at night knowing that if anything gets fucked up, it's because of whatever that goat knows.
Yeah.
And it'll never be known, and you can speculate forever. And it's like wanking your brain off for the things that can't be explained. Like, I'd rather know. I'd rather have a guess. I'd rather think about it and have a definite idea, and then try and prove it wrong, which is the scientific method, rather than taking everything on and trying to pick apart, like, what makes sense and what doesn't make sense, because nothing really makes sense.
I think a big part of it is just one foot in front of the other. And, like, as you're saying, you don't know about what anything else is, about what the real truth is.
Yeah.
And then when you take it back, like, as above, so below, and all the rest of it, not in the Illuminati sort of type of way of thinking about it, but it does mirror, the macro to the micro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we aren't sure about what drives ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And even when we are sure, that takes about 12 years of intense therapy, or maybe 12 intense, spiritual journeys. But it's but like to the fact that you, because I know there's people who say that we don't have free will, and it does sort of seem that way, that there's some sort of mechanism.
Yeah.
And maybe you can break free from that and sort of choose your destiny or whatever. But it's a mad thing
like
that you're
an
right.
Ian Livingstone book.
You could definitely have plenty of free will if you had the balls to leave all this shit, jobs and everything behind, buy a dirt cheap bit of property and land in the middle of fucking nowhere, where no government has the time or the resources to get to you. You could be very free.
But free in what sense? Like, what's the definition of free then? Are
That's
you
true
free?
as well.
Well, freedom doesn't mean happiness, but you are free.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, free, but free from what? Though you're free from electricity and Wi-Fi and entertainment and easy access to food and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So freedom involves labor,
sacrifice.
So like you're swapping one off from the other. I think that people forget that we're like, 6 pounds of electric porridge piloting a meat mech suit. With a wireless connection to an infinite set of knowledge.
We're like
that are all connected to it.
And
I think free will in the individual can motivate and execute your own actions, but also your intention and your energy can influence the actions and intention of others. So it's not God's will. I think it's other people's will.
It's you're like
I'm manifesting something and somebody else gets that message from the fucking internal fax machine of the universe, and then they go, I had just an idea. I'm going to ring Gordo. And it's like, oh, jeez, I hope that person rings me. And then it just happens, Like, there's a lot
we're
of that
also
as
full
well.
of parasites and and all these things that live on us that drive us to eat sugar
Good
and
bacteria
do
is
whatever
going,
else.
give me
Like
sugar.
all that shit. We're like to your point with the mech suit, we're like just a really unentertaining Japanese animation. We're just a really shit Japanese animation. It's like Neo Genesis Evangelion, but we're all just like walking around the place and buying fucking protein bars. Like it's just really shit. No one's blowing up angels and stuff. It's just like, oh yeah, I feel fucking anxious today.
I have
for
to
no
get
reason.
in. I have to get in by 9 o'clock, or I'll be in trouble.
Yeah. Oh, my B12 is low. It's garbage.
I ran out of toilet paper. Like,
being human, it is probably really, like people say, it's the highest form of consciousness, and they're probably right. But also, I feel like insects are having a great time.
yeah, I mean, without any kind of emotional motivations, right? Like,
You
it's
don't
just
know, If I was
running on instinct.
imagine the legends of the mayfly. Like, I saw a cow once, and like, you saw a fucking cow. Because they only live for like a minute or something.
No, a day, 24 hours.
Yeah, so 24 hours. So imagine the oral tradition of the mayfly. It must be so rich. And we're talking about, aliens and all. No, it's fucking nothing on the mayfly, man. The mayfly, they have folklore out the wazoo.
Yeah.
I
flew to the other side of the house. What? He's
what?
like
There's another side.
the Magellan of mayflies. It's like it took me half my life to get there and half my life to get
the kitchen. Like.
yeah. It's all relative, as a wise man once said.
Well,
yeah, no, you could go on like that for fucking ages, like
True.
where they're smoking bad hash. But it really is like these are the kind of thoughts when I think of Lucifer. When I think Lucifer, I think of this type of stuff where it's like categorizing the forces that you think run the universe, and Lucifer or evil, or indeed God and good, are to you individualistically designed and applied to your life.
yeah.
So like God, to a Christian is different to even like a Presbyterian or a Seventh-day Adventist or whatever. Like they're all it's a different dude with a different mission, with a different set of intention that makes you do different things. So really it's like our idea of what a good person is, and we act like it. Lucifer then is the supposed idea of what a bad person is inside of us. And these stories like Adam and Eve are the stories of what you should do. So this is like a cautionary tale of obedience. And Adam and Eve, like Eve didn't follow the instructions. Therefore, woman equals bad, right? That's number one. And then they went down to the fucking thing. They drank the water. They didn't listen. And God is like, lads, like, they're still not listening. They're still not obeying, and they're dying and being resurrected. The wyvern or the serpent or the, was a baldy pup, and he fucking and God took his legs and made him crawl around on his belly. So fuck you. But he was still able to talk. And then at night time,
God doesn't have a lot of foresight for someone who is all-knowing and omniscient.
He made the fucking thing.
Yeah.
So he's like, it can talk. So like, think of like the Norse mythology, you know, what's that? Svanglinsborn. What's the giant dragon? There's like a giant talking dragon, and on its scales are the history of, or the story of every person that's ever lived.
Okay.
He's like this ginormous dragon. It was in God of War.
The first one or the second one?
Both.
Didn't clear either of them.
Ah, it's brilliant.
Right.
And
Oh, it's the thing that comes out of the water. Yeah.
So like this ginormous dragon has on its scales the story of every
And
person
yeah,
that's ever
it's
lived.
the
It's
size
like,
of the world and it wraps around the
all
thing.
that stuff, right?
I remember now.
So like that story is like, you know, the story of a serpent has always been there. Like dragons, I think, definitely at some point had to have existed. They're in so much folklore. They're in so much like ancient, you know, Chinese and Indian, you know, East Asian mythology and this kind of stuff. They wouldn't just pick it out of nowhere. You know, is it a misunderstanding of what dinosaurs are? Possibly, right? So the story of Adam and Eve is this cautionary tale of the idea of a serpent, the idea of evil being in something that will bite and kill you. And they convinced her to eat the apple and then tried to kill him. And God is like, nah, son, you're not allowed to talk no more. But like humans and snakes obviously have been at loggerheads. Why wasn't it a scorpion or a spider? Do you know why did it have to be a snake?
Yeah, because you're. I assume that the likelihood is either they chose a venomous animal to you know to personify whatever the thing is. So to your point, yeah, why was it a snake? But why also is a snake?
Could it be reptilian in nature? Like I know, like a snake.
Well, but also we're reptilian in nature, so
Yeah.
we have the amygdala, we have the limbic system. So the reptilian is part of us, which probably, and to points that Shane's been making as well, is like it probably then links into what we are, because we have the reptilian brain. We come from that. It's
it was
part
the id.
of us.
It was the base.
Well, we you know, if we had used our frontal neocortex, we'd be like, it's not logical to take the apple. That's fucking stupid. But because we have these systems that are built around emotion and want, we go and we fuck ourselves by following our base impulse, which actually makes a lot of sense when you think about this, I suppose. Because
Luciferian or satanic or
do us thou will,
Yeah.
do what will be better for everybody, or what will be better for you. Because if you were to follow every impulse, you would end up in jail every day of the week.
of course.
Like you just would never leave jail.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you know, because you'd constantly do ridiculous shit.
Sure, that's why they made jail as a deterrent for doing that shit.
Stop
So
you
you
do-
just have
yeah,
to
yeah.
fucking-
Like I think about decking old women in front of me in the line at Tesco's every time I buy something. Not a joke. Someone took too long doing the ticket for the fucking train today, and I went like that to myself. Like, who was I even talking to? I went like that. It was like
You're like Jim in the office, just looking at the camera
it's like
that wasn't there.
12 noon, and I just went, for fuck's sake. I wasn't talking to anyone. I wasn't communicating with anyone but myself and the universe. Is like,
Sometimes you need to do that, man.
yeah, but I'm just saying, you know, that's my reptile brain being like, this fucking old woman isn't putting in the numbers on the screen fast enough, and now I have to put my hand to the sky to ask for help from some sort of deity. The fuck am I doing?
God strike her down till I get me ticket.
I didn't really, you know, dig into that as much as I should have at the time. But
I'm 100% sure that there are biblical scholars who have looked into the etymology and the symbolism around.
oh yeah,
the
yeah,
serpent.
100%.
Like there's
I'm convinced.
pictures of Holy Mary stepping on
yeah.
the serpent and all that. Like it's definitely there. We're talking shite, but what I'm saying is that feeling around that, what you said, that the lizard brain, it's an impulse that a human woman acted on, and it's this allegorical story of creation where she was made from his rib and then she fucking defied, and then the first woman that was made fucked off, and these fucking women, like it's a bad place to start from.
Yeah.
But Shane, tell us then about the rest of the book of Adam and Eve then.
So yeah, we're still outside the Garden of Eden here. There's a big flaming sword in front of them and they can't get back in. And each night Adam and Eve would be shitting themselves when it got dark. They were praying to God to save them, not knowing if there was ever going to be light again. As they were now exposed to the elements, the weather, and the seasons, each night they would cower in the dark cave for 12 hours and pray. Then Satan saw this and saw how God was toying with them. Satan couldn't. Oh, I don't know this bit either.
Yeah,
Satan couldn't get into the cave because of their prayers to God, so he made a fire phantasm and he placed it at the mouth of the cave. The light from it shone into the cave and broke the darkness. Okay.
The light bringer, yeah.
That Satan did then Satan, is that then or that?
No, it's that Satan. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That Satan.
That Satan did this to make Adam come out of the cave and thank him for the light, thinking him to be an angel, and would rub it in God's face for fooling these humans once more. God sent down an angel to rough that Satan up a bit and get rid of him, and the next morning Adam and Eve came out again and went to look for food and water. Satan showed up again. These poor bastards. Satan showed up again and lured them to the top of a mountain to have them fall and die, and God himself showed up and roared at Satan and told Adam to cop on and not be following that angel that shows up. The fact that this is told with each iteration of this Satan or that Satan would lead you to believe that there is more than one Satan. Satan comes from the Hebrew adversary and is usually a literary term in religious writings like this to represent a person, thought, belief, or action that is in opposition to God's will or the moral good. The name Lucifer and Satan are not synonymous with the official King James Version or in these Gnostic books, and only appears in Isaiah 14. Yeah, it's funny
Two
how...
times. Lucifer
Yeah.
only appears 2 times in the book of
right,
Isaiah, chapter 14. So, that Satan, this Satan, that Satan. Oh, have you seen that Satan? Like, to specify... And this Satan came in, it wasn't like, and Satan came in, it was like a shaitan is, the Islamic... trickster gods. So a Satan itself is like a demon or an entity or whatever. So as soon as they went out of the Garden of Eden, they were not under God's protection anymore. And all of these entities that were out fucking riding the box off Lilith of an evening, when they were getting bored, they were coming around or fucking with Adam and Eve, like, because they were afraid and like, let's feed on your fear, motherfucker. Like,
And, yeah.
let's fuck with you to get a bit of juice, like.
And it's not even
I
that
said
clear
juice,
that
no,
the
not
snake
juice.
is either Lucifer or Satan.
It doesn't say
there are reaches being made that these are all the same guys
Yeah.
at the same time. But I guess he is being the tempter and stuff. And
In King James, man, it doesn't say that snake is Lucifer. Like, Lucifer appeared to Eve as like the snake appeared to Eve. It doesn't say that it's the devil. We infer that it's the devil, but it never says that
So
it is actually him.
once again, do you mind if I fucking jump on this for a second?
Yeah, let's do it.
It won't take long. I believe this is the same story again as the Tower of Babel. This is literally another allegory of mankind stepping away from the spirit to the material. You know, that kind of way that this idea of the serpent as well. Like, if you look at like the Chinese idea of the mythology behind the serpent, it can be lucky, it can be unlucky. It's this kind of dual natured thing where it's like it's the rise and the fall of things, you know, that kind of way. Also, like we go to Ireland with St. Patrick. What did he do? He got the snakes out of Ireland. He got rid of that pagan spirit. Now the pagan spirit is a bit more dualistic in nature, in that like it is the high point and the low point. It's the kind of the thing that, like, when we reach enlightenment in this age and we're really in touch and we're in that Garden of Eden and we're experiencing that, oh, we've got it fucking all. Well, then you can only hold on to that for so long before, well, fuck it, they need another lesson. They need a fall. They need to lose this. And so in the Garden of Eden, the snake comes up and goes, you know what? Why not eat the apple? Why not forget about this now and have a look at that material stuff? You might find more. And all he did was suggest it, and it could very easily be, and the Christians won't like this, but it could very easily could be God testing them, going, why not listen to that guy? And why not go out and find the truth for yourself? And they go out into the real world. They had this kind of symbiotic relationship in the Garden of Eden, where like everything was catered for. And they because it was such a spiritual existence, this is why it was only after they stepped into the material world that they were ashamed of each other's nakedness. Because before that, it was more like namaste in the Hindu mindset, where it was like, I see the divine being in you, you see the divine being in me, and I'm not really looking at your balls or your, you know, whatever. It's like, I'm not embarrassed by your body because I see the light in you. That's what they were living until they decided to step into the material world. And now it's like, oh, I'm ashamed of my body, and they've no sustenance, they've no everything is harder now to get food because they're not working with nature and God and seeing everything as a gift, and they're now grafting and fucking clawing away at fucking trying to survive, you know, that kind of way. So something like that, something like where we are now, like there's absolutely there's not many spiritual people, or we don't have much of an affection for that type of mindset, and we're all fucking a desperate bunch of fucks trying to figure shit out, you know, that kind of way. So to me, it's a similar fucking thing. And I think that serpent thing, like I seen I won't go into that stuff, but
there is the Ouroboros as well, that the snake eating its own tail, and
and it could be like the Kundalini energy. It's like when embraced, it's your highest. Yes, it's a sexual power, but it's a very beautiful tool to really bring out the most love you can be. Or a corrupted version of that energy, you could be a fucking dominant rapist if you want. If you don't know how to harness that sexual energy, you could be a fucking demon. And so it's that kind of thing. No, I don't know. That's me, complete guesswork.
There's something there because it all keeps repeating itself. It's like we have the atom bomb. We fucking lay waste to, well, I mean humans in general, Nagasaki, Hiroshima. But also, we can power immense amount of devices, electric, blah, 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 with nuclear energy. We can use all these things for things that benefit us or things that destroy us. The
best defense is a good offense.
Yeah. One thing that struck me a bit actually with this was just thinking about kind of that idea of cyclical lives and enlightenment. So if you think the Garden of Eden, in a sense, is kind of like an enlightenment, but also it doesn't actually contain any of the struggles that we need to grow as humans. So
it's like an incubation, if you think about it from the alien point of view, or the engineers, you know, from Prometheus or whatever. Like the Garden of Eden is basically like the lab. And they're just creating all the stuff, and everything's in it.
We're not actually living.
Yeah, there's no living. It's like as you said, like a limbic state, or maybe a different realm. It seemed that the weather was always temperate, the water was always warm. Everybody was
challenge.
fed. There's no challenges. You can't. If there's no adversary, there's no growth.
It's like being born as a rich kid.
Yeah,
and having no understanding of the gift you have, like everything. You actually just become a drug addict or something. You need that fall. You need that fall to realize how lucky you were. You know,
like it's an interesting thing. Like, but that's what struck me was just that idea of like we try to reach enlightenment, which is kind of a state of, I suppose, if you with the Tao and all the rest of it. When you follow that way of not doing anything, you're just in flow. And in flow, in a sense, is like enlightenment, I suppose. You're living, you're doing, but you're just not that you're not expending, you're not wasting any energy. Every foot is placed right,
and you're totally present. It's that thing of most of our stresses are yesterday's problems, or shit that hasn't happened, and you're imagining them. It's like now you're just like, oh fuck, I can actually breathe. I don't need to think about that.
The funny thing, because I'm sure the three of us at some point or another, whether intending to or not, have been in a flow state, not realizing you're in a flow state. And it's like as soon as you realize you're in the flow state, you try to maintain it and you lose it. You know? So whether it's like I know I've been in situations where, say, you're playing some music and you just get right into that moment where the person plays a thing and you do a thing and you're like, oh fuck, this sounds deadly. And it's a beautiful feeling. Or if you're even something silly, you're just in a mood where the whole day is working with you, you know? Whatever it is you're doing with flow. But again, you need, like, it's one of the things that annoys me about, say, working in an office. They always have these seminars on resilience, right? It's like, oh, you just need to fucking build resilience and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, Yeah, but the only way to build resilience is to be broken by your own mind and the things that are against you. Because to build resilience, you need to get past resilience. And so to build...
You need to have something to be resilient against.
Exactly, yeah. And to have to develop a skin like a dragon, you're going to need to get a lot of scratches.
Yeah.
You know? And so this, it's almost like they are, that the apple represents knowledge. But now it's not the apple itself, it's what the apple led to that is the knowledge. Like they found out not to drink that water. That ain't the apple. That's what the apple led to. Yeah. So it's almost like everything that we know about being a human, like from looking at loads of other humans. Well, this was telling us, but like, was there?
It's dharma. Like it's like samsara. It's like you can't improve without failure. Like,
but how like these
but that
metaphors.
That is a good point there, because what they did was that like they were replacing perceived wisdom, just like and everything was perfect.
Like you eat the apple and it's
science.
quick.
They were basically choosing science over wisdom, but it's like, okay, you can have your science, but now you got to start doing science, and they're out drinking shitty water, and they had to discover it all and fucking destroy themselves trying to get it right.
And it's at that the most fundamental level. Because whatever about food, but like you're gonna need to hydrate. Yeah. So at the most fundamental level, they're like, I'm not good at hydration. But
God said to them, like, you didn't need to be drinking all the time when you were inside in the garden. You were just hydrated the whole time. Yeah. Maybe they were on a drip or being, but look, like they didn't have to have water. It's like, well, now you're going to have to wash yourself.
But what's it saying? Because they gave it all up. Like, that's what gets me, is like the apple. Now, to be fair, if you knew what the consequence was, maybe that wouldn't have been the case. But elation and the perfect surrounding, the perfect environment. They got rid of fucking one of the wives because she wanted to go on top the whole time. Like, they had everything, right? He had everything. And he's like, fuck it, I'll take a bite. Like, so are we just as Agent Smith said, we're conditioned to want difficulty. And that's part of what we are. We need it.
That's the human condition, but they blame it on evil. They blame it on Satan. They blame it on Lucifer
for
leading us away from the path.
I think we have to. I think there's something about us that not everyone, but human beings, we are really shitty at owning up to our own fucking stupidity. We're really bad at it. Like, get into an argument with someone and know when they've proved you wrong and feel that feeling that comes up. Whether you follow it or not, the feeling of like, I need to save face, I need to like win this argument.
But that's the ego then, yeah.
Oh no, it's total ego, but it's like that. Look, again, I'm only talking for myself, but I don't necessarily always follow it, but I do know that when someone puts me in a corner where, and it's usually sort of work stuff or whatever, and I have to like just look at myself for a second and be like, okay, like what are you doing here? Like, are you...
You got to eat shit on this one.
No, well, not so much eat shit, because people generally respect you a lot when you I know, you're right. Like, but yeah, you have to be like, you're not... I don't know more than everybody. Yeah. Like, I have to shut the fuck up because I'm going around the place telling the lad who's done this job for 40 years what I think. I've done it for 4 years. Yeah, I should probably cop myself on. Yeah. You know? But you don't. You have a will to be right. So yeah, it's I don't know. It's I just think it's so interesting that they create these stories that you can relentlessly interrogate and keep getting more jewels out of.
Like 2,000 years later, we're still going.
Yeah.
What do you think that means? Like the fact that we're examining it even, or that I guarantee you when we're doing a live show that we'll have people on here who are absolute Bible thumpers, and you'll have people who are like, it's a load of bullshit, this is what it means. Like, so many people have their own opinions of it, even in the face of new information. Like that the Gnostic books that weren't included, Book of Adam and Eve, like you read that shit, there's another book, it's about like another version of the creation story that has way more in it, and I can't even remember the name of it now, I shouldn't even mention it, but there's certain versions of stories, when you get extra information, it completely changes the context. So like this, as it was told to us, was making Eve, the woman, the fault of this story, because she succumbed to the power of evil, aka Satan, who convinced her to eat the apple of knowledge. Like, that in itself is a really like condensed and I feel incorrect reading of that story. But that's what we were told as young Catholic boys in school, right?
they frame things in a certain way to suit whatever the agenda at the time is.
But imagine the story that's being told and how many different ways it's been interpreted and how many different... Like, we're after interpreting it 10 different ways there now. And to me, it doesn't feel like Lucifer or Satan is at the core of it at all. It feels like God probably tricked them to make them... that it's all the same thing.
And I think it has a good intention. I think he wants them to grow. You know, that kind of way. This is daddy leaving a big bar of chocolate on the table and leaving the room. And coming back to see if you... Like, it's just a growth exercise, you know. It's actually, that's probably a bad analogy. But like the whole thing is like... These kids need to toughen up. They've been sitting in this fucking garden. They've no appreciation for fucking anything.
They didn't get a job.
It's that prodigal son thing again.
They need
to
fucking job. I remember when I had moved back home for COVID, it was a really great time because my niece was quite young at the time, and I got to spend some time with her during that like formative 1 to 3 years or whatever.
4 years.
I remember there was a time I was out in the back garden. I was holding her hand, and she'd like to just walk around the back garden because I guess to her, it's like this massively majestic, full of adventure. Yeah, it's the mayfly, exactly. And I was holding her hand, and we were walking across. There's like some stone parts in the garden, and she was like, she's at that age of 2 where it's the first kind of bits of independence, or they want to do things themselves. And I could feel her kind of pulling at my hand a tiny bit, like she wanted to walk it herself. And I had this dilemma where I was like, all right, well, I know the likelihood is that if I leave her hand here, she's probably going to fall. But if I don't leave her hand here, I'm telling her that she can't be trusted to do something on her own.
Yep.
And a grazed knee is probably the lesser of two evils in this situation. You know, and like my sister wasn't there. She was inside. And so like, I was just like, fuck it. Like, I'm just going to let the kid go. And if she falls, she falls, but like she's not going to break herself up.
It's like fucking Vigo. If he dies,
he dies. But she did, like, I let her go and she kind of ran around a bit, and of course did trip over, fell down on her knee. I picked her back up, gave her, you're okay, come on, blah blah blah. But it's that kind of thing. If every time you think your child is going to hurt themselves in any way, it's
such a hard lesson to learn.
Yeah,
and
if you
my
intercede,
daughter swings punches at me for overprotecting. She's like, I can't, leave me alone. I'm like, all right, okay.
See, I can imagine because
So
like,
hard.
as an uncle, I have a certain amount of distance. Do you know? So I'm like, oh yeah, it'll be grand, blah blah. But if it was my own kid, I don't know what that would feel like. You know, I'd say it's a really difficult. Like as you two as fathers. You know, I'd say it's a really difficult line to walk.
Well, me and Claire decided from the very start that, like, careful now is not a phrase that we're going to use.
Right.
Because, like, of course she's going to be careful. Why would she be not careful?
She's going to be as careful as she can be.
Yeah, and, like, to inform her or try to preload her with all the possible pitfalls that could happen, you're basically going, like, don't be jumping on the bed. She loves jumping on the bed.
You're sending her into the future and out of the now. You're actually kicking the shit out of her dow path.
But like, but at the same time, we're forcing like a hypervigilance. We're implanting our fears of potentiality on her, where her options are infinite and also present, and our fears are definite and practically like impossible chance-wise. And also, like, finite in the amount of things that could happen, and only negatively focused, where it's like, careful that you don't fall and bump your head, fall and break your arm, fall on the corner of the thing, fall on the floor, jump off the end, slip on the thing, fall on your neck on the bed, like all of the things that could go
you
wrong.
start to think all of the variables.
And then we say careful, and then she goes, when you're bouncing, you have to be careful. Easiest fucking way to let that lesson happen. And it's happened a half dozen times. And then motherfuckers be careful. One of go boing, boing, thump.
Yeah. One of the best things I saw.
And the thump is the best lesson. Then a careful. It's the same as like, don't put your hand in the fire. You can tell him 1,000 times not to do it. But the one thing that will definitely teach him not to do it is a little bit of a burn.
Yeah, so you measure how, you know, dangerous the situation is. Yeah. But when I was when me and Paula went to Brazil, one of her nieces, like her kid is like 1 or whatever, tiny little thing crawling across the floor. But the way that they approached parenting was so different, or at least the way her niece did, was so different to the way we do it here, because I guess the country's like Ireland in the 70s, basically, you know, just with a nicer climate. And
way more blacks.
there was a good few more blacks there. Yeah. I was in the family of the blacks at the time.
That's
so
what I'm saying, yeah.
But to be fair, I had real big lips and this thick hair, so they were like, I think he's like one of those albino lads.
Black Irish.
Black Irish. But the kid was kind of crawling around, and her mum was like, listen, I know you're messing with that little cabinet door. She's like, you're going to hurt yourself. And she just said to her, you're going to hurt yourself. And the kid looked at her and she's like, oh. She's like, okay, grand, keep playing with it, but I warned you. And sure enough, the kid did hurt herself. And now and then she said, I told you, just remember the next time. And then picked her up, gave her a hug, comforted her, consoled her, put her back down. Didn't go near the door again. I'm sure she found the next thing to hurt her. But it was a very good way of like that kind of thing. I see a lot of it with people now where they don't want the kid to know discomfort. And that's a really good altruistic. We talked about love going the wrong way. Yeah. That's a really good example of like love with the right intention doing the wrong thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know?
You end up with someone that has no resilience.
Yeah. Did you ever see one of those kids in primary school that can't fucking run? Like they just can't run, their body moves all awkward like Goofy or whatever.
Dyspraxic or whatever.
It's just somebody that I think, well, I'm sure there's loads of reasons, but I would imagine if your parents are constantly not letting you do things because they think you're going to dirty your clothes or fuck yourself up, like your body can't learn to move efficiently or properly, or like how a child will just like not really think about things and just move, you know? So when you go to, what, that was you, was it? Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah. That's how it happened. You couldn't have dirty clothes. You couldn't have...
Ah, right, yeah.
You know, no mess.
So it was like pre-verbal kind of ways of getting thoughts into your head. Yeah. I gotcha.
For life, you know. But it comes to a point where I don't want to correct Rena Joy when she's doing something dangerous. And I watched all the baby videos, and I think even Jordan Peterson says that like when a child is doing something dangerous, that's the time to not interrupt them and tell them, hey, be careful. Because when they're doing their neuroplasticity, they're making neural pathways there. They're at that moment, and they're like, with the thing, you know, that I'm not even. So we go to the park, and she climbs things that I would look at her, and I judge her capabilities, and she just completely surpasses all of my expectations.
Of
climbs
course,
10-foot high, fucking it's like a climbing wall with little blocks on it, and there's no support. And all I'm doing, I'm not saying careful now or whatever, and she's stuck, and she's like, where do I put my next foot? And I could be like, oh, put your foot on the thing, oh, careful, and just be like fretting. Of course, I'm going to be putting her off. She's going to be like, whenever I'm feeling this, I'm also going to be dealing with fucking daddy's stress. So like, I'm not going to want to do this because I don't want to deal with that kind of stress behind me.
Yeah, she so hears Jordan Peterson. Okay, Bucko, looks like you got a decision to make. You got a green. You got a green.
Simple.
Yeah, it's not simple. You got a bloody tough decision to make here.
Eamon, love it. But like, I'm just standing behind her with the two hands out in case she goes, and I catch her and go, that was a nice try. Okay, let's go again. But I have to fucking shut the fuck up for my stuff. Of
course, yeah.
Because it's only my stuff.
That's your trauma.
I'm putting it on her. And then she does this thing that seems impossible. And then she's up on top of the slide. She's like, watch, daddy. Goes down this massive slide. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. Like, she comes off the side of it. But all they have to do is when she gets at the bottom and go, yay. You didn't fucking damage your body. Yay. Like, but that's just, you just have to do it, and it's not like I have to shoulder the burden of that stress and not like pass it on to her by telling her all the things that could go wrong
to make yourself feel better. And again,
all
not
doing.
Coming from a bad place.
That's all it's doing. To make me feel better.
You're following an emotion that's guiding you down a path, but it's emotion based out of trauma. That's,
it's like it's her going to get hurt whether I say something or not say something. And if I say something and she still gets hurt, she's still hurt, and then I get to annoy her while she's doing it, make her feel stressed about it, possibly cause the thing in the first place, and then afterwards go, see, I told you so, you should listen to me in the future. All that's creating is like an authoritarian mental barrier to success through a figure of authority, aka me. So now she's going to, can I do this, Daddy? Can I do that? Instead of going, I think I can do this, and then just doing it and being autonomous and being independent and being, you know. So like we from the very start were like, don't say careful now. Don't. If she's doing something dangerous, like don't interrupt. But if it starts getting a bit like kind of whoa now, like catch her and go, listen, that's not good. We can't do that.
And that makes
Yeah,
sense.
now
wait,
and
wait till
again-
they're struggling before you fucking intervene.
Yeah, and now and
yeah,
again,
yeah.
if it's gonna be, you're gonna fucking,
But to
you're gonna
be-
bite the dirt there, like, and I'm gonna watch you do it. I'm not gonna laugh
I'm not going to enjoy
out
it,
loud,
but-
but I'm gonna go. See, that's what happens. Are you
But
okay?
But it is like, you think of our parents, nobody ever talked to our parents about shit like this.
No.
Like, they had no idea. They just
No.
didn't have time to stop us from fucking falling out of a tree most of the time, or they were too exhausted. But that was the only, like, if you had an only kid, say, for example, I'm not obviously talking in generalities, but if you had an only kid, I'd say that thing was so precious that you'd imagine a lot of those kids maybe were in a situation
Overmanaged.
Yeah, overmanaged. Yeah. Whereas I know it was me and my sister, so I was probably overmanaged to a point till I was maybe 2. Then she came along and I was like, right, now we have 2 of the guns. And then they were like, he's grand now. So I was breaking myself up left and right. But as a consequence, physically, and maybe I could have used a little bit more management on this, I have a very kind of like, I think I can make it. I've been right so far because I'm still here, but I've always been like, yeah, I think I can do that. And I'll do something dumb, but I'll get away with it.
Yeah.
Maybe when I was
through.
younger more so, because I'm nearly 40 now, but I'll try clear a gap or climb a thing or do
But you've
something
had like
that.
invariable successes. I've seen you do 30-foot swanton bombs off of fucking
Yeah, I've
sand
done
dunes and
some
shit,
dumb shit like. But I also have a scar under my eye and a scar in the back of my ear, and I've broken my wrist and I've had a massive head trauma. Like I paid
Proudly,
the price,
though.
you know.
Yeah, you paid the price,
it was
but you
a good
learned your
time.
lesson.
Yeah,
You fucking took the head in, man.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But what I'm saying is like the resilience and stuff like that. When somebody makes a mistake, they'll put, oh, that was karma, or that was justice, or that was like, evil personified. When really it's just like the human condition.
This episode is brought to you by Redfin. You're listening to a podcast, which means you're probably multitasking. Maybe even scrolling home listings on Redfin, saving homes without expecting to get them. But Redfin isn't just built for endless browsing. It's built to help you find and own a home. With agents who close twice as many deals, when you find the one, you've got a real shot at getting it. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Instagram teen accounts have automatic protections for what teens see and who can contact them, plus time management tools. And Instagram will continue adding built-in safety features to help create age-appropriate experiences. Learn more about teen accounts and Instagram's ongoing work to protect teens online at instagram.com/teen accounts.
Shane, you had a piece we were talking about the rebirth of self and a bit of Meister Eckhart.
Yeah, so
Can
this
you-
is...
Can you give us the rundown?
Yeah, so this is kind of, I kind of touched on it with my kind of idea behind a couple of them things, and it's kind of a repeated theory I'll have for the episode, but it's based on experiences I've had on my psychedelic journeys, and like I never had any meaning for these biblical stories we grew up with until these, and then it was like, I kind of fucking see what this means now, especially around the idea of death and resurrection, things like that, because I did go through that death and rebirth experience on my first journey. So I'm about to say something that's probably controversial to Christians, but it's not supposed to be controversial. Like, I really have an affinity for Christian concepts now that I never had, so this is not supposed to sound insulting to anyone, but the first sentence might be. So whether you talk about Christ, Lucifer, or Satan himself, the mystery and the point of the major religions, in my opinion, that most people seem to have forgotten, is that these are symbolic stories about spiritual battles that are taking place in each and every one of us. The real spiritual war that we're supposed to be fighting is a battle for the control of our physical body. It's a battle between our physical body and our soul. So if you want to try and figure out who the adversary or the beast is, it's your body, and your kind of enlightenment is your mastery of that body, is your Tao balance, your balance between your soul and your body, and that Tao balance, finding that balance, that's where you kind of get that Eden-like kind of nourishment, that kind of feeling. You can kind of feel your path through life where you're not doing that thing where you're drinking the shitty water. You are kind of coast along in a different kind of way. That's a hard one to get across to anyone who hasn't experienced it. But I'll try and explain it this way. So this kind of sounds controversial because I'm essentially saying that, well, Lucifer's you. He's in you too. And, Jesus is in you too. And both of those are blasphemous, like, even to say that. Like, you're actually Jesus. That's very blasphemous, But I'm not the fucking only person that's ever saying this. The Christian mystics were making this point as well. So I've gotten big into Meister Eckhart recently, and everything I read of what he's written is amazing. So Meister Eckhart communicated a very similar thing. I've got a book of his sermons. The first sermon deals with Christmas. And he expressed this. He talked about the birth of Jesus without mentioning Mary, Jesus, a donkey. It was nothing like that. He's talking about the birth of your higher self for the whole fucking sermon. It's a sermon that he gave on Christmas. He's a Dominican friar in like the 1400s or the 1200s, something like that. And his whole thing is about giving birth to your more divine self. That's the whole purpose. He said he was a Christian till the day he died, even though there was a papal bull ordered on him. The Inquisition came in. He was declared a heathen. I think in recent times they think a bit more fondly of him, but his life was made hell.
They've rescinded that, yes.
His life was made hell, and now it's fucking hundreds of years later, so no one even. It's very, it doesn't matter if they rescind it now, But his life was made hell, and one of his friends, who was very of a similar mind, said she was a French nun, was burned as a witch.
Jeez, they don't like criticism, do they?
So Eckhart began this sermon with a quote by St. Augustine, who is very much, he is a big hitter for the Catholic Church. I think, he's one of the big ones. But St. Augustine was asking the same question. So it starts off with a quote from St. Augustine that said, "What good is it to me if Mary gave birth to the Son of God 1400 years ago, if I don't get to give birth to the Son of God in my own person, time, and culture? We are all meant to be mothers of God." So straight away, you've got this idea of giving birth. Now, funny thing about Meister Eckhart, he might have been a squirrely fucker here. There's no evidence of Augustine ever saying this, and this might have been Meister Eckhart's way of slipping this idea into a sermon without getting fucking called on it. He was probably hoping that people weren't up to speed on shit. I don't know, but there is no evidence that Augustine ever said that, which is kind of makes me like Meister Eckhart even more.
Fake news.
So this process of giving birth to your better and spiritually clean self appears to be precisely what Jesus was educating Nicodemus to understand when this is in John 3, when Jesus said that you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven unless you die and are reborn.
Nicodemus, of course, the patron saint of cigarettes.
So Nicodemus was like a high-ranking Jewish kind of spiritual teacher. And so Nicodemus said, "Well, how the fuck am I supposed to be born again? What am I supposed to do? Crawl back into my mother's womb?" And Jesus says, "No. You're born once by the water," which I assume is your mother's waters, "and once by the Spirit." And then he says, "Flesh gives birth to flesh, so your mother gives birth to you. But spirit gives birth to spirit." So it's like your soul, you give birth to your higher soul. That's what I think he's saying, because I kind of went through that, and that's what it fucking felt like. So that's what it feels to me. So, here Jesus appears to be describing exactly what people experience with plant medicines and shamanic rituals when they experience the ego death and the rebirth of their new revitalized self. And after you go through that, as a result, I start understanding shit like this in my own little way. And I'm also drawn to, I also feel like that's the right path, and I feel like I'm more likely to make more correct decisions now that I just feel drawn to this kind of thing. I'm not fucking perfect. I'm not balanced.
You trust your intuition
still
more,
a snappy little... Yeah, but it's like, what is intuition? And I think it's this higher... It's this thing, this more connected thing inside you. So... the point I'm trying to make here is this concept of giving birth to your higher enlightened self is clearly being expressed by Augustine, Eckhart, and Jesus himself. But for some reason, most Christians and people like us who were raised Catholics we're all raised to believe that dying and be reborn in this lifetime was something that only Jesus could do. This was externalized. This was not work for us to do, which is really fucking weird because in John 3, he appears to be saying, do this, you know, and he has also said a heap of shit like, everything I have done, you can do yourself and more. Like Jesus, like he seems to be repeatedly trying to tell people shit. And then you've got the Garden of Eden, you've got the fall of or Babylon. It all seems to be talking about this stuff about. So anyway.
So do you think that like part of it is, because we talked about reincarnation earlier, that like Jesus is actually, because he is reborn in the 3 days or whatever, that like that's possibly...
I definitely believe in reincarnation.
Yeah.
I think none of this would make sense if you. So just the one other thing. Remember when we were talking about stepping away from the material world?
Yeah.
The only way you can experience this death and rebirth is to get outside yourself, whether it's by plant medicines or meditation or whatever. And maybe Jesus, I don't think Jesus was doing plant medicines, but he may have been. There's all sorts of ideas that he was in India or he was in Essene, who were like deeply meditative kind of religion. Clearly wasn't a Christian because it didn't exist yet, but he was teaching something very ancient. And the thing about this is, he actually gives out to Nicodemus in that John 3, and he says, how are you not teaching people like this? He gets really pissed off with Nicodemus. He says, what are you teaching people if you're not teaching them this? So he's not even saying it's his idea or a new idea. He's saying, where the fuck have you been? You know, that kind of way. It's really funny when you read it. It's like, this is old news. And this is what I think the pagans believed and all the rest. So how do you have this death and rebirth experience? Well, what happens when you take a plant medicine? You leave the material realm and you step out into this other place, this spiritual realm. What happens when you deeply meditate and your kundalini energy shoots up your spine and you leave this earthly place and you get outside the material and you have this death and you have this rebirth thing?
Did you ever hear of the theory that we're all reincarnated and time doesn't exist for a spirit? So basically, like, every time somebody dies, they go back and they're born as every other person that's ever existed. So it's the same soul.
Also, we have a collective soul. That's just
there's one
experiencing-
soul
right,
for everybody,
gotcha.
and it's all experiencing itself at different points. And it, like Doctor Who, like when he meets,
I
he
wonder
meets a
that
version of
about-
himself from the past or something like that. You know,
I wondered that, and I asked my kind of guy, my meditation kind of teacher, who's like, he's really deep. He's got a real deep understanding of what they believe, and I've got a very cursory understanding. And I said, well, what's the crack? I said, I see people come out with shamanic journeys and they're talking about these past lives. But if we are all, if you go for the Hindu concept of Brahma, Brahman and Atman, everything is the same. There's God, then there's Brahman, which is physical reality, but it's bound together by this energy. So the thing that holds the atoms together, and that energy is also your soul. So I said to him, well, here's the fucking thing. You know, when people experience a past life, is it necessarily their past life? Or because we're all sharing the same energy and we all have the same soul, are we just watching something, the energy? And he said it's a bit of both. He says, like, there is a continuation. There is a thing for me to do in the next life and the next life. You're constantly trying to get up that ladder and improve. Get to that Eden state before you're probably smashed out
is
of
it linear in time? Like, you don't get born in the past. And
Oh,
stuff
do you
like
go
that?
back and forth? Who the fuck
No,
knows?
but
Yeah,
that's
see,
what I'm saying.
these big questions are great questions, but you're like, how could you? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I've no idea. If I had a go, I would say maybe linear, but what the fuck? I don't know.
Like, my soul could go through like 10 lifetimes after it leaves my body, and then go back in time and be born into you and then live you at this time, but I've forgotten what it's like to have been me by that time, and then you get to, so it's the same thing.
You could probably open up to
timelines,
different
yeah.
galaxies. You could probably fuck off to some other fucking. You could probably just a big eyeball with legs or something. Who the fuck knows? You know? I guess it's all relative at that point, you know.
Just one giant tit.
But here's the fucking thing, right? There's a thing called the Tabula Smaragdina, which is the emerald tablet, not of Thoth, which is a much longer, much more in-depth thing, but a similar type of ancient text. It's the emerald tablet of Hermes. So this would have been like a Hermetic text that inspired basically the entire Arab world, ancient Greece, fucking, I think it predates Egypt and inspired Egypt as well. It would have been called the Emerald Tablet of Thoth Oh, no. Sorry, it wouldn't know. So Hermes was an amalgamation of what? Thoth and Hermes Trismegistus. So the Greeks kind of borrowed the concept of Thoth, but it all came from this fucking thing. It's only about 13 lines long. And it's a thing that's trying to tell you how to grow. It's this mystical text. And just one of the lines in it, which again goes back to all of this stuff, is an order at about line 11 or something, where it says, transcend thine light from upon this earth and separate the sublime soul from the gross matter. So it's saying you gotta get out of your fucking body. You gotta get out here. Yeah, gross.
It's not gross, like.
Yeah.
It's not, I'm not fit, but it's not gross. It's fucking rude.
So yeah, it's just like, this is from the beginning of time. This is like, that's 5,000 odd years old. Like, so from way before Christianity, it's the same message that Jesus was saying right there. Get out of yourself. And
they all
Meister
said it.
Eckhart,
Fucking Siddhartha, what's your man's name? Zoroaster. Zarathustra.
I don't know fuck all about Zoroaster, and that's one I really want to look into,
Dude,
but probably same again, yeah?
It's Jesus, man. It's a fucking copy-paste job. Same as, what's your man's name? Same as the Hercules thing, fucking Dionysus, all of these guys. Same story, same mission.
Yeah, and fucking what's his face? Bill Maher had that religious documentary, and the whole point of the documentary is all these fucking Egypts are just copying and pasting the same story, and that means it's all bullshit. And it's like, no, maybe it means it's all fucking true, and we keep getting it, and we refuse to let this fucking story go. And even if a civilization is destroyed, or all civilizations are destroyed, we fucking find it again, and we tell it in a different way.
Here's
Bill Maher is a man that does seem like he could do with a few more trips. Around because he's like, have you ever seen his like the show he does now where he just
a trip to the Jacks, man.
But did you ever see where he just talks of like he's talking to the people and he's like, but I never understood why you just be with one woman. Why wouldn't you just have sex?
Because you're a sad fucking 70-year-old man with no kids, man. That's
and I'm kind of going like, but dude, surely like intimacy and connection and like that, it's not about being with one person. It's about sharing that, and maybe at some point you go different directions, and but it's about
this is what happens when your daddy is Hugh Hefner.
Well,
did you ever see them pictures?
He's
a fucking image of him.
He's highly overrated.
Yeah. Here's another one, right? I think we told this story ourselves. Look at Newgrange. Transcend thine light from upon this is separate the sublime soul. It's just like a sun leaving Newgrange, and it's the old sun goes in, the new sun is reborn. What was Newgrange? Well, that was actually where Cuchulainn was born. You got the birth of your hero happening underground in a mound, separating from the material world and transcending. You've got enlightened man. You've got the hero of your culture, and Kukulkan, the pyramid. So I've got like a 2-hour version of this in my fucking episode 2. Here comes Garda.
What about this? Put this in your pipe, Miss Morgan. You said that we have to get the essence of our soul or consciousness out of our body, outside of our body, to experience the all spark, the everything, to get away from the meat suit. And the instructions of this, the most ancient set of instructions of this is written on emerald tablets. So what if I said to you that there's a Messiah that lives among us these days, and his father owned emerald mines, and one of his main missions in life is to get the consciousness out of a human body and be able to put it somewhere else where it stays alive.
This is Musk.
He wants to get us off the planet to go to different worlds. He wants us to be able to communicate freely using satellite technology. That like he's following the 13
is Lucifer.
I mean, is Elon Musk not doing all this shit, like trying to separate the consciousness, the soul out of the body, or is it like this transhumanism?
We can already do it. We don't need technology. We already have that collective unconscious. If we actually were in touch with ourselves, we could communicate, I think, without any of that shit.
What I'm saying is, for the people that don't have the patience, the time, or the skill, not that they don't have the skill, it's innate in everybody, but they don't want to practice that skill, because it is a practice. You can't just take mushrooms.
Yeah, it's a discipline.
If you're a Mongo and you just take a big fistful of mushrooms, you're just going to go, oh, everything's a bit shiny, and that's funny, that's a bit interesting. Like, you're not going to get the fucking religious experience that someone gets from study and practice and talk and, considered effort with a shaman and the whole thing. Like, he's technologifying the process by saying everybody who has a head, I can take your consciousness out of your head and put it onto digital. Like, we can get you out of your body.
Yeah, but like, where would you go? What would be the point? I just don't think you can. I don't believe there's ever going to be a science that can take your consciousness out. I think they can brain map and make a chat GBT version of your fucking ideas, but I don't think there'll ever be a consciousness outside of your soul. Like, because I don't think it's in your brain. I think it's in your fucking soul.
I was going to say there's no way.
I think this is a satellite dish. This is an aerial, but that would be like thinking you could pull an aerial off a radio and sit it over there and get the programs, you know, that kind of way. I think the signal is outside. I think consciousness is not. This is just a fucking, you know.
Yeah, there's never going to be a technology that can tap into spirit because it doesn't work on the same algorithms or the same metrics or whatever you have as.
There's only one way out of this fucking prison planet.
Yeah.
That's mushrooms and meditation.
Did you ever see the 22 grams theory?
Oh, about the weight of your soul
thing, the weight of your soul.
Yeah.
It was the guy's game. Yeah,
Is it 21 grams or 22 grams?
21 grams.
21 grams.
So the idea was the guy, he did a lot of experiments on animals and people. It's not McGosker. It sounds something similar. I can't remember the name, but he was a doctor back in, I want to say the 50s, maybe it was before then. But he did, he weighed animals when they died at the point of death and afterwards, and he couldn't find any weight discrepancy. But when he did it with people, he found like I was 21 grams basically, and that was the weight of the soul, the weight of the human soul. It's heavily debunked at this point, heavily debunked. But it is a nice theory, I suppose.
It was in Breaking Bad, wasn't it? Didn't they do it in the first episode of Breaking Bad? He's doing it on the fucking.
He might have. There's the movie 21 grams, but I don't think goes into the actual history of like that scientific endeavor. But what is it, Benicio del Toro, and it's like a good man becoming a bad man and the weight of his soul and everything.
Oh wow!
But yeah, it's very, very interesting when you read the history of it. And they had like newspaper articles that was like fucking, I can't remember his name, man. It began with an M, I'm nearly sure, the doctor. But like, oh, so and so, here, it turns out the weight of the soul is 21 grams. What are the chances?
3/4 of an ounce.
Wow, I'll take one. How much? Smoke a soul. But so that was a thing that happened, and a lot of people really bought into it. And obviously, it's like UAPs now, right? You buy the paper, it's like fucking aliens, or like the soul, it's real. But yes, like I said, heavily debunked. Wouldn't withstand much scrutiny nowadays. But
yeah, it's fun to think about, though.
It's very, very fun to think about.
Just when you're saying like 21 grams going out into a computer, and I think the emerald mine, would that not? Am I grasping at straws here?
No, I think it's. I think that reality. And maybe not reality.
Most does have a bit of messianic about him, like he does.
Yeah, he's certain. No, well, he definitely has messianic qualities, especially even when he talks about everything being love and all the rest of it. Now, I'm not trying to say he's the same as Jesus. I think he's maybe got a little bit of internal work to do or whatever.
Small bit.
But it is interesting, those synchronicities and those things. And I do think the more you look into something, the more it looks back at you, and the more you start to see different things. And sometimes they're real and sometimes they're not. And I strongly believe that the life fucks with you. Like if you go in with an intention, and not an intention, if you go in with a belief and you're trying to prove your belief, I think that the world will lead you towards something to fuck with you.
If the belief is untrue, it will absolutely prove it to you to be untrue.
Well, even if it is true, it might still fuck with you because you're not going in with curiosity. You're here to experience the world with curiosity, with compassion, to see what is and to react to that and to do things. But you're not here to come and dogmatically put your will on the world.
Yeah.
And I think every time you try to do that, and every time you try to control like a trip or an experience that's not controllable, it'll get you every time.
Yeah.
But I love it, man, when you're walking back. I remember one part of it. I was walking home. My aunt had died a while ago, and I was in a very, very strange headspace. This is like maybe 15 years ago. And I was walking home. I used to work nights in a hotel. It was like 2 or 3 in the morning. And this dog was following me home. And I was like, oh, this fucking dog it's like my aunt, maybe, you know, because it's just following me for no one. It was like a nice thing. And I was kind of, there was a part of me, I think, if I'm recalling correctly, that was kind of going like, there was a part of me that was looking forward to telling people about the experience I had, because it would, like, you know, not that it would make me out to be like this fucking, oh, dude's cool or whatever, but like I was looking forward to the idea of telling people because it was something interesting, rather than what if this it actually is, you know, my dead relative who's like just having a moment with me. And I remember as I was thinking that, the dog started licking cream off the crotch of my pants that had obviously just fallen there during work. And I just started laughing. Yeah. And it was like, because it was like the earth just like said to me, like, stop fucking trying to control the shit that I'm showing you, that whether it's true or not is giving you this nice experience. And you're trying to create a narrative about it so that you can like have a story for people that doesn't matter. And so and not because of that, but I just strongly believe that the world fucks with you if you try to go in with your own sense of self-importance or your own sense of like what's right and what's wrong. Every time it'll just be like, fuck you, bitch. Like it'll just fuck with you, you know? And you deserve it.
This is a perfect way of closing off on Meister Eckhart, because he's making a very similar point, and it's why I fucking love him. And it basically, even though he's trying to express what it's like going into death with like the correct heart and mind about what life was, it's also an amazing reflection on what a bad trip would be like, or a good trip, depending on where your heart is at, right? So Meister Eckhart's quote is, and it's great for this episode as well, the only thing that burns in hell is the part of you that won't let go of your life, your memories and your attachments. They burn them all away, but they're not punishing you, they're freeing your soul. If you're frightened of dying and you're holding on, you'll see devils tearing your life away. But if you'd made your peace, then the devils are really angels freeing you from the earth. Yeah. And that's exactly what a bad trip is, when it's trying to get you out of yourself.
Yeah, because all you can do is lie back and be like, all right, take me. It's like being caught in like the current. The more you fight it, the faster you'll drown. Just
that's a common experience, yeah.
Oh, that's such a good quote.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? Yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely quote there.
Yeah, it's a fucking...
It's a great
I
one,
fell in love with it when I read
lovely.
that.
That's a lovely quote there. that's the fucking romantica of quotes right there.
The romantica of quotes.
That's a lovely quote there, Shane.
Yeah.
I have to say.
It's a very good one.
And the last thing I'll say...
Congratulations to you on that.
Isn't it cool?
That's a fucking...
Man, every fucking thing he ever wrote, every sentence he writes, you're like, he's fucking amazing. So, if you're a Christian and you don't like what I'm saying about mushrooms or anything else, fine, just read that fucker. He gets it. He's fucking awesome. And he said he was a Christian till the day he died. But the last thing I'll say on the separation of the material world, 666, the carbon atom.
I love that, man. Bit of cheese, bit of ham, bit of cream.
The carbon atom, which is the what would you say, the scaffolding of life. No life exists without the carbon atom, and it's the thing that like binds fucking DNA structures and everything. There's just it is life, right? It is the material world. The material world, reality is built, and the life in this material world is built on the carbon atom. It's 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons is the structure of it. So this idea that if Lucifer, or if the thing we need to detach from is the material world, is our biological selves, and this 666 thing. Now, I guess you could ask, well, when did we figure out this fucking 666 and how many thousand years old is the idea of Lucifer? But it is a nice little idea as well.
Plato knew about the atom. Like, they had the idea...
they knew...
Ideologically, like, they had the idea that it was built up that existence was built up of a lot of smaller parts. Like
Plato's cave and all the allegory of the cave and all that sort of stuff.
No, this is like an actual atom. Like atom is
he actually knew. They knew that there was tiny quarks that created. Really?
Yeah.
Well,
No, he didn't know about like leptons and quarks.
And all the rest.
All
of
that stuff, but he knew about the atom itself. There's a proton, neutron, electron, and a nucleus, and that there was space in between.
Like, how did he know
just
that without
philosophically?
any?
Like he understood
But
that's
it's
how it
such an
comes
amazing
together.
because I know like his allegory of the cave is knowing that reality isn't what it seems. You know, so it's a different thing. Or
he
obviously
just
there's
philosophized
a
real hard and got to it. Like,
no, but it's funny that like he was right. It's one thing that I find really funny about.
Sure, he named it like it's named in ancient Greek, like at and or.
That's where it comes.
Yeah,
like it's just funny that a lot of those old, let's call them the ancients or the mystics or whatever, they like a lot of the stuff that they said turned out to be entirely true. So like the eyes being a window to the soul, apparently like as your cortex develops, like it causes spikes in your iris. So basically based on what kind of a personality you have, that can be mirrored in your iris. So if you're quite neurotic, it's more spiky, so stuff like that. But again, the eyes being a window to the soul.
Your eyes are your brain on the outside of your body.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like it's
because there's no, if you poke yourself in the eye, you can't feel it. You don't have any. There's no nerves in your eye, in your eyeball. Like you can stick a needle in your eyeball and you won't feel it because it's the same stuff that your brain is made out of. But it's like the nerves are attached directly to the brain, so it's like your brain on the outside. It literally is like the window to the actual thing
itself.
Thing
so it's just a pane of glass rather than a load of mortar.
Yeah.
But it's funny. There's like the fact that we are all connected or we are all one, and then on a molecular level, there is that, like, there's no separation between my atoms and the atoms that touch the sky and the sky atoms that touch the microphone, that touch you, that touch this, that touch
everything. But then Plato
everything.
said that there's an electrical force that stops anything from actually touching anything else.
Which is also true.
Yeah. So we feel like it's touching, but
it's actually not
on a
really
molecular
touching.
level, nothing ever touches anything else.
Yeah.
Like.
So we're all connected, but it doesn't touch. But it is connected because there can't be anything between the tiny atoms. Like, it's really interesting that this was all the stuff that they were aware of, and any of those old sayings that you have are generally solid. Like, they've been proven later, you know, which I always find is.
Well, there's thousands of years of philosophical thought is built on the ideas.
But if you think about it as well, they always describe them. Okay, they're not describing them scientifically; they're describing them symbolically. So it is like they've been on a bit of a journey themselves, and they've seen it as these big fucking blah blah. And it sounds so silly because it's full of dragons and dumb shit, but it still gets the point across.
It's the same thing. It's an abstract version of what science proves, if you like.
Yeah, and we found it with like machines and measurement and tinier pieces of light and like lenses and all the stuff. And the boys got the same information, but from a completely different place.
Yeah,
but it's still correct.
It's almost like there's
like show your work, like
giant consciousness.
Yeah,
and it's describing
That's timeless.
Yeah.
So the stuff we discover now, we're informing people in the past of.
And it's describing it to someone he knows can't possibly get it in the way it knows it. So it describes it down to his level in, it might even use a UFO the second you would fucking discover modern science, or it might use a fairy.
We can see the silver bird flies high in the sky. Like all the Nostradamus shit that we fucking imprint our modern knowledge on as we retcon all of his predictions and go like, he predicted 9/11 and Hitler. He was one letter off. He said Hister instead of Hitler, like whatever.
Isn't it the Hopi thing where it's like the steel snakes and like the train tracks and stuff, and it's really like, what the fuck?
But it's Meister Eckhart just melted me a small bit there. Fair play.
Yeah, everything he says, he's fucking class.
Yeah, he's a good laddie. So yeah, let's move on. It's a great little fucking stoned little episode of the nature of evil and holiness and all that stuff. But we haven't had one of these for a long time, and I'm feeling the buzz, man. I want to talk about the nature of evil. And I thought about this for a long time. I'll be honest with you, the months and weeks that I've been preparing for this, reading books and books and books, and I've read an awful lot of books about biblical shit, and after going through some stuff personally and trying to figure like, you know, it's a pretty heavy fucking episode to be going into with all the stuff that's going on in the past like 2 months for me. And thinking about the nature of evil, or like you were saying, the intent, you know, love twisted the wrong way can very easily become hate, and it's still a very strong feeling, and it still comes from a place of lovingness, but just through a different reflection and stuff like that. So there's a lot of internal turmoil and a lot of reading that I did about the nature of evil, or what evil is, leading up to this. And when you say Lucifer or Satan is evil, is that the intent? Maybe not. And as we discussed already, maybe it's the intent to allow us to experience ourselves correctly, or in the way that will build our resilience. Maybe it's something that we need, and God is being a helicopter parent or whatever, and not letting us climb the monkey bars, you know? But I thought to myself, like, the nature of evil, like, what is evil? Is it evil for a mother rabbit to eat her young? To our human sensibilities and the moral structure with which we construct our society today, and the ability for us to anthropomorphize and imbue intent on animals of instinct, this is an evil act. Like fucking Watership Down, you're like, oh my God, those poor rabbits.
Yeah,
and it's
that episode where the mother rabbit cannibalized her youth.
Oh, you're thinking of the animals of Farthing Wood.
Yeah, they were nicer
that was
animals.
fucking traumatic as shit.
They were all traumatic.
All traumatic. Motherfuckers died. Like, it was like Game of Thrones, man. Farthing Wood, like, no one was safe.
Yeah,
fucking.
Everyone was riding their aunties. There was
a kestrel that was like sound for loads of it, and then she just turned on and was just like, I'm fucking hungry. Give me that mouse. And like, it was just.
Jesus Christ, I must have just
childhood trauma,
decompartmentalized. Like, because I watched those things and I don't remember any of that. I must have just Phoebe's auntie the fucking whole thing.
Watch him again with Sive, man. I tell you, you'd be like, oh my God. I was emotionally traumatized by Farthing Wood. But like, particularly Watership Down, when you're talking about rabbits, you're like, fuck. And the scream, like in the blood. Just traumatic.
Nature, red in tooth and claw.
It's fucked. But our human sensibilities, when we anthropomorphize these animals, eating a baby is terrible. But if you're Hillary Clinton, it's grand.
Lady Baltry, isn't that what she's going by these days?
Battery, yeah. Fucking batter and biller in the place. Fucking head on him, he looks like he's out there going rounds with fucking Tyson Fury. Yeah.
I'd say he does do a lot of sax playing around the house.
I'd say he does a lot of shitting in his pants. He does a lot of pissing sitting down. That's what he does.
Maybe he should go for the next presidency.
Yeah,
there's a through line there.
That's me and Joe, baby. But for the rabbit, it is just an act of nature. In fact, it's probably a sympathetic act. It's an act done out of a weird, twisted love to go like, right, well, I want the rest of them to survive, and if I have to keep this runt who's clearly unhealthy, like, sometimes the rabbits get psychosis or mixies or whatever and fucking eats the rabbits, but like, when you're eating one baby rabbit or two baby rabbits out of is it a litter? I don't know if it's a litter for rabbits.
Something similar.
Something similar, but there's a special word on it that you get in a quiz, and I can't think of it.
I think
it
starts with a K, doesn't it?
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
A kipping of rabbits. If you get a half dozen rabbits and the mother rabbit eats two, you're like, well, them two wouldn't have survived, and the mother rabbit knows, and she also probably needs the sustenance after giving birth and all that stuff. Like, so it's fucking natural, right?
And if you look at it in a purely logical and like numbered way of doing it, you're like, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Perfect sense. Yeah. But to human sensibilities with emotions, oh my God, it's so sad.
Well, we're not going around the place like Saturn devouring our young.
Yeah, what an evil bitch, right?
She probably has one giant deadly ditty though. I'd say bitches always have good
tit.
Just
yeah, omni boob. But there's different orders of magnitude for evil too. So when you're measuring it, like a lot of the causes being one thing or one person doing evil on another, and then the victim being predisposed to committing evil as it's normalized. In their view of the world. So say somebody who abuses somebody else and they go on to abuse because that's the only thing they've ever known. Or like, Nelson Muntz or whatever, being like his home life was terrible, so how else would he end up being, And as the years went on, he became more self-aware and then started to be kind. Or as soon as Marge showed him any kind of kindness, he blossomed, So it's you can only be what you can see. That's what people say, isn't it? So evil on a personal scale can be as slight as infidelity or deception. A little white lie. Someone would fucking freak out over lies, and some are like, it's fine. And evil can be as grand as murder or torture. But evil is done en masse by groups too. War and compartmentalized actions undertaken by military groups, countries and governments range from assassinations to genocide, and all for a purpose that's agreed upon by consensus of the many as the greater good. So, like, if it's evil to bomb Hiroshima,
why is it not evil to drone a load of weddings over in the Middle East?
Pretty sure when Bush was fucking touting the war in Iraq, he said he was bringing Christianity to the Middle East.
Yeah,
which is fucking insane.
Like, they didn't even ask for it.
Los conquistadores.
Yeah, who wants it? Do you know? So, if it's agreed upon by enough people, then it becomes unevil. Do you know what the Spanish settlers did to the South Americans, what the British and Dutch settlers did to the native peoples of North America, what the Belgians and the French and the Dutch and the Belgians and the Dutch get away with a lot, lads. What they did in Africa is fucking unspeakable.
Yeah.
And
Don't talk about
those
that.
fucking Belgians get away. That Prince Philip.
And they still have the black pizza at Christmas and really fucked up shit as part of their culture.
They got with it. Zwarte Piet is not so popular these days now in the Netherlands. But what's your man's name? Is it Philip of Belgium? The bad cunt who took over Africa. He was like, and you see him and he looks like fucking. What's your man's name? Ricky Gervais's mate. He sent around the world.
Carol Pilkington.
He looks like Carol Pilkington. This cunt is just like, hello, I'm King of Belgium. Yeah. Like, fucking doing the horrible shit.
The best thing I saw of Carol Pilkington was he went to an avant-garde art show and someone had just put like a load of cinder blocks on the floor and he's like, what's it trying to say? It's blocks. Do you know, like blocks, bollocks, bollocks. They know it's bollocks.
That's all an act. It has to
I
be.
know, yeah, it must be.
Like I've never seen him crack. That's the thing.
He's brilliant. I remember having an argument with a comedian. They were like, no, that's actually him. And I was like, it fucking can't be. It's too funny. He's too on point. There's too many punchlines. It can't be real. He's a fucking genius, but it's not real.
Is it like some sort of... Like
it's too clever for him to be an idiot.
But is it some sort of quantum physics thing where his IQ is both 75 and 150 at the same time, you know?
He's just very deeply in the spectrum. Like he just has that one skill of being hilarious. So like the greater good is decided upon by consensus, and we all decide together. Well, sure, we're all not evil, lads, are we?
It's good though what you're saying there, because it's that consent thing, it's that choice thing, it's that like it only happens when everybody just goes, yeah, fuck it, go on, you know. I'm not
and this
question.
is the thing, like it's the 5 men in a boat, you know.
Yeah.
The dad dies, and then they eat him, and then what happened to your man? Oh, I don't know. Like it's the fucking basis of a lot of these like philosophical debates, you know, the fucking the tram tracks. Who would you kill, like the 1 or the 5, and is it better to take a life?
It's
like,
what we were talking about when we were having a bit of food earlier, talking about things that.
Oh, don't break the magic, man!
I want to break. Sorry. Fourth wall. But like, do you know what I mean? Like,
we're slaving away
we were
here.
saying that there was a thing that 5 years ago no one really gave a shit about. Now everyone's like, fucking get him off the telly.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not saying that that's good
Russell
or wrong.
Brand, we're talking about Russell Brand.
No, we weren't talking about the
rapes.
actual rapes. We weren't talking about the things that are objectively bad, regardless of time. We're talking about like the fact that like people are just like,
I'm going to stick my willy up your bummy wham.
with my boogie wook.
Whether you like it or not.
Yeah, no, I think the second part of the sentence there made it bad.
Yeah, well, that was the rapey part.
I think the unhooking your woman's bra was one of the examples that, like, that woman who was probably clearly married, she was about 60, the Australian interviewer, and he's like shifting the face of her and fucking unhooking her bra, and it's like, this was all completely wrong. What the fuck? Like, whatever about the allegations. Did no one call that on the day? Because I never seen that until right now, and it's like, that's wrong.
I haven't seen that. What?
That's just fucking
he's
weird.
He's doing an interview and he's just giving her hugs and malls and kissing her.
Fucking undo your bra, and he does, and it's like, what the fuck are we watching?
Yeah. But it is funny when you talk about like what's right and what's wrong and objective sort of morality. But there's a good example where, like, oh yeah, yous knew he was dating a 16-year-old. No one gave a fuck.
Yeah.
And now everyone's like,
Until
you fucking piece
it was
of shit.
give a fuckable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that what he did was right by any stretch, but I'm just saying it's funny how the culture decides and retrospectively decides.
But
now
that-
lads are
look,
taking down statues being like, he had a slave. It was like,
Yeah.
it was fucking 1780.
That was the
Like,
time
what
of
the fuck?
slavery.
Yeah,
But
like
it's the same as the whole of Germany just going along with the shit in the 40s. Like they were like class. Like if we win, it's gonna be great for us.
yeah.
And then they were like, oh no, we're evil. But they didn't think they were evil at the time. They thought it was class. So you kind of sometimes
And I
don't
think
know
a
that
lot
you're
of
doing
things-
evil when you're doing it.
Do you think sometimes the culture just, the machine is turning and people, because it's not like one day, like if someone said to me, it's like, oh, we're just killing all the Jews in the country, I'd be like, we shouldn't do that. That's insane.
The machine is always telling people this is the heroic thing to do, just like the culture wars at the moment. It's it's like they're always being fed the idea that they're the heroes, even if they're
You're
like
on the right side of history.
fucking like ruining people. We've just this is a bad one to bring up, but like. Now that coming off the back of Russell Brand, it's going to sound like I'm defending him, but it's like
It wasn't
it's
his back, it was
like
come
the
down,
idea that
Shane.
you can just tear people's lives down because of a rumor, rather than just wait and let's see some evidence, you know, that kind of way. Like I would condemn Russell Brand alone for just being with a 16-year-old when he was 31. That's bad enough for me, you know, that kind of way. But it's like, there's so many other cases today where it's just like, right, fuck him, burn him, take everything he's got away.
Yeah.
It's like you still can't take anything away from him until it's been proved in a court of law. Unfortunately, it's really hard to prove, but it's like...
But you have to have some sort of checks and balances. Otherwise, everything goes bananas.
Okay, look, we had the stuff we've been talking about Russell Brand as delightfully, schadenfreude, as the epicaricacy of it is not lost on me. But look at, let's fucking move on. So, the acts of evil, as we said, people who have acts of evil done unto them perpetuated onto others, and it's a kind of it's a catching disease, you know. The civilizations of past committed atrocities that would be dealt in the fucking Hague these days. But back then, it was the done thing, and it was almost commonplace, you know. Torture of one's enemies, enslavement in the losers of battle, the rape and insemination of women of fallen opponents. I said we'd stop talking about Russell Brand. Ethnic and religious cleansing, as well as the class divide where the poor starved and the rich had much. It was a cruel world to live in up until fucking, you know, a couple of decades ago.
Still
really
is in a lot of places,
yeah, for sure.
Like even in with the child soldiers in Africa, like I wasn't aware until
Oh, Coney 2012, man.
Dude, I wasn't. Yeah, sleep well, my sweet prince. I wasn't.
Joseph Coney.
Yeah, give me that money. I wasn't aware until relatively recently, not Coney, but like that for child soldiers, they would break them by forcing them to rape their own mothers and shit. And I was like,
Oh, I forgot about
oh my
dude,
God. And you're probably right to
that's
have
where-
forgotten about that. It's
Yeah.
so fucking
From an interview I did
disgusting.
with Bishop Larry Gators long ago, he told me that's where they get the term motherfucker from, like,
Really?
because they used to
Wow.
get the slaves. It's called buck breaking, where you get like or one of the strong slaves, like, or one of the like the very, you know, masculine and defiant slaves, and you'd put a bag over his head and you put a bag over a woman's head, and it turned out to be his mother. And then you'd force him to have sex with this person, and then you take the bags off the head and you find out that he's after having sex with his man.
So it's like Old Boy. But
Yeah.
it's just like fucking
psychological
reverse
torture,
Old
yeah.
Boy. Jesus Christ.
or
To
fucking
break.
a Serbian film or something like that.
Yeah.
It's quite
yeah,
Luciferian
yeah,
as
yeah.
well. Like an assault on the family is an assault on God. You know, it's
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
It's an assault on the best thing we have. Like it's just a real slap in the face to life, something like that.
Yeah. Well, all these atrocities were seen as of the time, you know, like Bernard Manning jokes and stuff like that, and now forgiven in some ways, but still by today's definition now evil, like Jim Davidson or whatever. Like it's like, you know, Big Break was class, but he did say the N-word a lot. So like, you know, so in Jeffrey Burton Russell's book, The Prince of Darkness, Russell discusses, and this is Burton Russell now, not Russell Brand, discusses the nature of evil and the possibility of the existence of a Satan or Lucifer, but also admits that no scholar or real theologian agrees with the existence of an actual devil or Satan.
Is the
So this
Pope a
leads
real
back-
theologian, though? Because he says the Satan is 100% a dude.
Yeah, but he also like touches kids and hides pedophiles. So like,
Does he touch kids, though? He seems like a decent Pope.
nah,
Yeah.
In terms of popes. No, he's still...
he's a bad cunt.
The last one looked bad.
Pope Frank is a bad
Frankie.
cunt, and then the fella before him was a Nazi.
The fella before him looked like he was in Gremlins 2, the new batch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And never feed the Pope after midnight.
That's a bad idea.
And fucking, and never get him wet.
Yeah. Remember that time the Pope took a shower?
Definitely don't get him
Started
wet.
popping out other popes. Oh,
It's like, oh my God. It's a Ratzenberger. And John Paul too was cool.
John Paul II, the Polish Pope, he was a nice man.
I think he did a lot
Kurwa,
of squirreling
fucking
away
kurwa.
of
He
sex
did,
charges.
yeah, he did,
Oh, did he squirrel away a few boys as well?
But he was
The Irish
really
like to fondly remember.
But he was really
Yeah.
sound because he came to Ireland. That's what I mean, like the definition of evil.
Plain sight.
Fight the real enemy. R.I.P.
Oh.
So the devil doesn't exist outside of the human mind, say these experts. Unlike God, which can be seen in the math of nature and the creation of the universe, etc.
Okay.
Right? But that Satan or Lucifer can only exist when we humans are perceiving him or being molded by him to do his bidding. So the effects of Satan can only be seen by our actions. So therefore, he's ineffable.
So we're the only thing that has the choice to do something that doesn't coincide with nature.
It's like
By
quantum
that.
evil. It
Right,
only
okay.
exists if we observe it. And if we
Po-
don't
the
observe it,
possibilities of us doing wrong and right.
exactly.
Yeah.
So without us, there would be no discernible existence of Satan. Like the wind that blows the trees. If you can't measure it, is it really,
Yeah, without the golden guidance of Logos, if we aren't living on that Tao path or that Christ path,
yeah.
we fucking make all the things that we go, oh, that's the fucking devil over there.
Is that then the like the Tao Te Ching? Then it's like, because with an animal, the animal doesn't really consider or think; it just does.
Yeah, but it's on us because we have that
'Cause
higher
we have the-
consciousness. Don't mind the animals.
But
They're
can
all
we-
kind of living the fucking. Oh, sorry. They're all. The animals don't really count because they don't have higher consciousness. So they're just kind of.
octopuses and lobsters do. They're classed as sentient beings nowadays.
Dolphins and
Maybe that's why you
whales,
don't eat shellfish.
But like
Maybe that's why it
octopuses
makes
are.
you sick. Yeah.
Can an octopus be cancelled?
Uh,
That octopus was a bit handsy.
well, he had plenty of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was everywhere. Hooks. But I do wonder, like, yeah, can we? Because you would imagine that, like, when they talk about the way that we can think and we can perceive and we can kind of deconstruct and all the rest of it. But then when we're in flow or when we're at our most, what feels like our most natural, we're not thinking, we're not doing anything. Like, is that part of the, the Tao? But maybe it takes quite a bit to actually get to that place where it's.
But
Well,
that's
that's
why
the thing,
It's why
there's
they
a-
can't convict children of crimes, because they're considered to not be able to have the discernment for good and evil at the proper level that you should have.
But being
to
on the
exist in
Tao
society.
path doesn't even require discernment. I think that's why in the Christian thing it says you can't actually get to heaven by acts, which is like it's not good enough that you're going around
that you're doing good
shit.
things. Right.
And I was thinking, that might be why getting that meditative state and being on the Tao path actually works, is because it's literally no action. You're not even thinking, and then it's like, woo, and it's like, then you get that kind of idea of what you're supposed to be doing, that interconnectedness with everything, which is why know you can't kill and love your enemy, because you're like, oh, they're me, it's me. If I kill them, it's probably why you get like why people who go to war, they kill people and then they've got all this post-traumatic stress, and the only thing that can cure them is fucking spiritual medicines like mushrooms and stuff like that. It's 'cause that's
MDMA
the
was a
thing
big
that
thing
heals your
after
soul.
Vietnam. The lads went on medicinal MDMA to get over the
MDMA
PTSD.
therapy to kind of, yeah. Well, there was
That's what it was
definitely
invented for, sure.
But there's definitely people who say, I know, but we had a great time with it down in Cork there a while ago. But like, there is like all that stuff.
You only killed one French woman.
Yeah, but like Sophie de Plantier, I think I can't remember her name, but it was. Sorry, that was a bad joke. It is one of those things where like there's such a come down from that because you're not supposed to be there. Do you know what I mean? Like you're supposed to get there with different mechanisms. I think.
Yeah, you pay for it.
Yeah. It's tough work.
It's no more than paying for it with alcohol. Like you're robbing tomorrow to enjoy tonight. You're
borrowing happiness from tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it. Like,
but then like, how good is a Sunday really? You know, it's just like whatever.
We're going to be having one tomorrow, so we'll see.
Yeah.
The single entity of Lucifer is only found in some religions. So with many versions of evil given to many different entities depending on their speciality, as we discussed before, the lads, like greed and lust and fucking snagging a jumper on a door when you're walking into a room. Like there's a demon for that. But there are only 4 religions that had an actual being named the devil. So there's Zoroastrianism, Hebrew, Christian, and Islam. So they're the only ones that have like a singular leader of the evil forces.
So the Abrahamics and the one religion that gave birth to the Abrahamics, because the Zoroastrianism kind of gave birth to the Abrahamics, didn't it? Okay, yeah.
And then Islam has like Shaitan.
Yeah, Shaitan.
And Christianity has...
And is that where like, because I associate the adversary with Shaitan more than Satan. Yeah.
It is, yeah. But it's like...
and that would be the Hebrew definition as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
adversary, yeah.
So as we learned in our Jesus episode, all of these in the writings can almost be perfectly interchangeable in their construction, their teachings, and their stories for the most part, given the same allegorical lessons. And Shane has brought us through loads of those and the rest. Most of these are, as we said, found inside yourself. Jesus is the truth, the light, and the way. But then also, Satan is the light bringer, the bringer of knowledge, but also the father of lies. So you have to use discernment. Satan is the physical and God is the ethereal. And I think there is a battle in all of us to push back against the baser natures. Like, we know we should do good works and be good and blah, 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 but then you just be tired. You just be fucked off and you just have to have a wank and go sleep. And have a fucking bag of chips and a wank and a sleep.
You have to spoil yourself every
yeah,
now and then.
and a fucking and sometimes you like to get a bag of chips and a wank and get into the bed and eat a Magnum and then go straight to put the thing on the sideboard and go straight to sleep. Still with the chocolate on your lips.
And if that's the worst sin that you do all week,
do you know what I mean?
That's grand. That you're fine in my eyes.
Do you know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean?
And Magnum.
You do all that in a flow state. You're grand.
Oh,
yeah, bang, bang.
As long as you're in the flow state.
And back in the day, like you smoke a little bit of a joint, have a bag of chips, have a wank, go sleep, and eat a Magnum in the bed and go, like that's
nothing wrong with that.
Do you know what I mean? Like a bottle of Buckfast,
then,
a joint,
yeah,
a bag of chips, a wank, get into the bed, eat a Magnum and go sleep. Part like savage.
Yeah. You've
Surely
killed a
that's
man,
exactly what the Garden of Eden was like before they fell.
Yeah.
Before they got out there scrabbling for their shitty water. It was
just
like
loads of
Magnums, wanks.
Magnums and
spliffs.
wanks and fucking joints. It was like the joint tree, and they'd just be like...
If no time existed there, can you imagine just even going through the different lollipops available?
Yeah.
That's just lollipops.
Everything that you could ever...
Sherbet. Imagine the day that
Sherbet
God was like,
say.
and now I give to you sherbet. and they were just at a dib dab for the first time. And like they'd be like, fuck.
Yeah.
Be like, Lilith, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why aren't you content with this? Like, that'd be, imagine sherbet for the first time.
And I bestow upon ye Adam and Eve, the first of your name and the first of men. The wibbly wobbly wonder.
Yeah, and then while you're eating, he's like, how about this? This song is called Crawling by Linkin Park. Man, heaven is a half pipe.
Somebody once told me. So we talk about... Oh, Lord of mercy on him as well, Christ almighty.
Is he gone?
He gone, brown bread. Couple of weeks ago.
The fella from OPD.
No, from
Heaven is a Half Pipe Boys.
No, not Heaven is a Half Pipe. From fucking Smash Mouth.
Oh yeah.
Christ almighty. So we talk about often the fall of Satan. He had a row with God. They had a fucking strop, and he threw his toys out of the pram and got kicked out of heaven. And he was barred for 3 weeks before he's allowed back in. The bouncer's like, well, no shirt, no shoes, no Satan. And it's a story for all times, but not a lot of people know the intricacies of it. And right now, Eamon O'Neill of the Monster Fuzz podcast is going to tell us a small bit about the fall of Satan.
So,
Fail Army.
I'm a big fan. I've been getting into watch the moment they die, which is not the actual dying, but when people are ashamed to a point that they are very embarrassed about falling down with maybe a tray full of beer or something like that. I've been enjoying it.
Yeah.
That's Satan.
Vicarious
that's
cringe.
Satan, yeah. So Satan's fall. The Bible story of the fall of the artist formerly known as Lucifer is a tale of ego, pride, and divine justice, as well as an example of the severe and total retribution that old God was willing to give out back in the day. He is much more forgiving these days, thankfully. That's New Testament shit.
Yeah.
But back then, he was like, banish you to another realm of his own creation, made especially to torture your immortal and divine essence for all eternity, for giving some back talk. Kind of a chap. Yeah. Not great, like me da. So in the beginning, or so it's...
Satan, you shithead!
Get the fuck out of here, shaitan! So my dad's a lot like God also. In the beginning, or so it says...
He's ineffable.
In the beginning, or so it says in Isaiah and Ezekiel, Lucifer was a divine and sinless being, pure, sound, and good at his job as being an angel. He was the guardian of the throne of God and was the anointed cherub of Covereth, and whose deeds and conduct were above suspicion. So he was never checked.
Yeah.
He was never checked.
He was like the pilots in the Johnny Depp movie Blow.
Yeah,
and
no
just
bother.
Like hoofing bags
Crossing
of weed.
borders.
Yeah.
Grand. The guardianship of heaven was entrusted into his hands.
So he
no
was like a key
questions
holder.
asked.
Like
yeah,
he
was like the lads checking Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a cup of coffee. What are you doing? Probably tie me lace. You know? So basically...
Lucifer was given the keys and he used to open up on a Saturday and Sunday morning when the manager wasn't in.
But they didn't know that he wasn't starting until 9:15.
Yeah, he come in late.
9.
Yeah, he come in late.
He come in late, leave early.
Yeah,
he's like
out.
Fucking Irish lad.
Yeah.
Deep pockets, short arms. So basically, like you said, like an assistant manager, he would act as God in the absence of God. Now, being omnipresent, that was pretty difficult to find a time when that would happen. But still, that's a good point.
Plot holes all over that fucking narrative, isn't there? It's like,
I'm
how the
everywhere
fuck
all
did
at
this
once.
happen?
But I need Sunday off. But I'm everywhere all at once, all the time. And I know what you're doing.
And I hate you.
God is like, I've been working for 6 days straight and I'm having Sunday off. I had it in the fucking calendar. I booked it.
Will you stop, man? I created Light 7 days ago. I'm fucking bet.
I'm only after making all the fucking animals and the beasts of the land on Thursday.
No one couldn't see nothing till fucking Monday. Will you leave me be? What's Monday? Oh, fuck yeah. I have to send an email there. Give me a second.
I'm the way to shoot the light and I'm getting Sunday off.
So Satan gets the case put against him in the scriptures and is known as Satan the whole time. He's not called Lucifer, as this name is only mentioned a handful of times. So we can only presume that this is that Satan, and being known as Lucifer. But other Gnostic scriptures claim that Lucifer is a prince of hell and possibly not the main lad that Christians deem the devil. So we have a little bit of a back and forth here.
Yeah, I don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to put forward the case that like Lucifer is not the devil; he's just a devil.
Is Lucifer potentially like Prometheus is the light bringer, but he's not? Do you think there could be crossover in terms of the different myths from different?
There's definitely a huge crossover, Prometheus and Lucifer, isn't there?
Yeah, because and even Prometheus gets, I believe his thing, like when they found out, was it Zeus? When Zeus found out that he had brought light to the humans, his punishment was to have his stomach ripped out by like ravens every day. So just every day, more ravens. Stark raven mad. So they describe Satan's holdings and estate, power and position as only just less than God himself. So he's the COO.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty high position in the scheme of things and not to be overlooked.
His parking space was like second
He's
to the door.
right there. Like when he opened his door, he used to hit his bosses.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Get the boys.
It was like Gabriel, Michael, Lucifer, God.
Yeah. But Lucifer, Lucifer's hair was amazing.
Yeah.
Silk.
Fucking Chalamet.
Lucifer was kinder than God, Jehovah, and was charming and beautiful. So Lucifer was kinder than God?
Yeah, that's
Yeah?
really.
Crazy.
He was pure. God was the boss.
Right.
And Lucifer was pure, like finger guns.
Yeah,
fucking dazzling, winning smile. Do you know? Think of like a
He didn't have
like
the stress of running everything
Exactly.
on his
Yeah,
shoulders.
yeah.
Yeah, he's probably a bit nicer.
He was the guy beside the guy.
Yeah,
he was the
yeah.
Kamala Harris just laughing his way through it. That's probably a bad one. He was the Joe Biden under Obama.
I think I prefer fucking Lucifer.
Fluting along. He was, think of like Tom Holland being like the vice president of America. Just like, pew, pew, pew.
To be fair, Tom Holland better than the current vice president, I'd imagine.
Like Tom Holland just being like, pew, pew, hey guys, what's going on? Hey, nice wings. Did you get them done? Like, just like, pew, pew.
Making you feel good about yourself.
Coffees for everybody.
That makes sense that he was able to take 30% of the lads. Do you know what I mean?
He who's coming with me? Like he was, I nearly said Jerry Springer. Jerry Seinfeld.
Jerry.
What do I gotta do to get 30% of you guys?
So Lucifer became known as the lad for pride in hell. And this is the story of his fall because of this pride, where he developed an obsessive self-infatuation and tried to shift the focus of the universe to him and away from God, which is never a good thing. Lucifer possessed the rare knowledge and secrets of the creation of the universe, and its nature was known very well to him. So do you think this might be like a little bit of a fucking tale of caution to people who are in areas of power who are trying to do the best they can to be like, watch the lad nipping at your heels because they acted like a shark to get here and don't expect them to stop when they're second from the top?
It's the Zuckerberg story, man. It's the social network. It's the Vanderpump. What are the twins? Vanderbilt, Vanderburp.
I don't know.
I don't think they're actually Vanderbilts, are they? But
They're
I
not
know who
Vanderbilts.
you're talking about, yeah.
Vanderskink.
Lincoln Voss, is it? Or something like that?
The Lincoln Voss twins. Winklevoss.
Winklevoss, yeah.
There we go. We got there.
Yeah,
We got there. So it's the Winklevoss twins, like, is Lucifer. Charming, well connected, like, has all the stuff, but, like, God is this, like, emotionless
fucking reptile.
skin lizard robot who's, like, fucking, nice and water.
Like, God's like,
I'm going to wrestle God. Like, I'm going to wrestle Elon Musk and fucking Mahatma Gandhi. Like, he wants to UFC everybody.
When I was
now.
a human, I mean, I am a human.
Yeah.
Do you ever hear that?
Do you want to see the code on the inside of my jacket? Yeah, so like God is this emotionless businessman who's like rootless and just does what has to be done. And then fucking Lucifer is like the other charming lad who got all the funding and is played by Andrew Garfield and was like pure sound and got fucked in the end. Like when he said, "Come here, you're doing everything right," and then Zuckerberg is like, "You must obey me. I know exactly what I'm," you know. That's kind of the relationship there.
So God is like in court with 1,000 cameras in front of him. He's like, yeah, okay.
Well, he has a lot to answer for since.
Well, to be fair,
So,
yeah,
I mean-
he's been dragged over the coals once or twice.
Yeah, a lot going on.
So God had exalted him to vice regent over the creation of the universe.
This is all like Gnostic biblical scripture now. This is not like
But to be fair,
a
this
LinkedIn
is,
profile. Like
but
this is
yeah. A
this is
LinkedIn
a real
profile.
fucking.
This is his grinder.
We'd love to make a LinkedIn profile for Lucifer and have that like vice regent of the universe, of the creation of the universe from 0 to 2023 or whatever. Yeah.
Essentially, he's assistant king of everything. So he's granted the wisdom and knowledge of everything. He has a deep knowledge of the mysteries of the universe. There was one file cabinet that he didn't have access to, though. God had a special realm that he alone could only access. And in Acts 15:18, God alone understands the end from the beginning. So only he knew how the whole thing was going to finish.
Yeah, it's like J.J. Abrams for the last series, The Lost or whatever.
It'd be a shame that some other people weren't aware of that and could have maybe directed him to do something a little bit differently. Because
it's like D&D for season 8 of Game of Thrones. It's like, what? You did what? Like,
things fall apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. There isn't explicit text that says this, but Lucifer then questions the wisdom of the divine, which is never a good idea. I presume or imply that this was when Lucifer was getting shitty, saying,
You've done everything else. And if you want me to work for you and do a good job, you have to let me know how this ends.
And God refused.
It's very Mark Hamill as the Joker.
Yeah.
Nice.
Batman.
I also like to have teenage sidekicks. Anyway, enough about Russell
Young
Brand.
boys in tights. There we go.
Green leggings. Wake up, time to die. So Lucifer thought that with his wisdom and knowledge, he could make an ending then. But one can only presume. Lucifer sought the throne of heaven from God. But God in his eternal plan had reserved this exhalation not for Lucifer, but for Christ. It was given to Christ alone to sit with his Father on the throne. Now these being the same guy, so God is Christ, that's just giving the throne to yourself. Like, what was it the blind boy said?
Bullshit, probably.
To sit on your own father, to sit on your own lap, your grandfather to sit on your lap, or there was some sort of... How could Jesus sit on God's lap because you'd be sitting on your own lap?
Yeah, it's probably something robbed off Flann O'Brien or whatever. But
yeah, it probably is two birds of play.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, he was given the throne to himself. So it's like in June when the three lads, like the old lad and the middle lad and the real young lad, they're clones of themselves so they can keep the royalty.
It's kind of because we did touch on Mark Hamill's Joker and the Batman there. Batman's plan as he goes like further and further, he knows he's getting too old, he can't keep going, and he's not going to give it to some interloper. So Batman makes clones of himself. So as he goes on, then he will always have Bruce Wayne clones. So that like he can program them with the exact same sensibility. So effectively upload his consciousness. So as he dies, it goes straight into the young Bruce, and he's like, "All right, let's go. Time to wake up."
I did not know he did that.
Yeah,
I thought it was like Nightwing and Dick Grayson.
There is, and there's Terry McGinnis, who's like Batman Beyond. But in certain parts of the comic book,
fucking Batman, Terry McGinnis.
Terry McGinnis,
Jesus Christ.
Fear me. But your name's Terry McGinnis.
What, Terry?
But so that's one of the ways. But it does, to have, because imagine there is a book I was reading recently about like structures in businesses and how to make tasks and processes and all this sort of stuff work, and they were talking about. Any task for a company is easy if you can get everyone rowing in the same direction. So as everyone has the same objective, you'll get there no problem. If
you have to have a meeting, threaten them with internal damnation unless they obey. And then if anyone speaks up against you, you banish them from the realm.
It turns out that doesn't work because eternal damnation from a company is like super easy to achieve. It's like to actually get people to really want to go in the same direction as you is really difficult. Like to make it worth their while, because generally speaking, you're going to have 1 to 5 people who all have the same vision. And even at that, if you're ever in a meeting with like a board in a meeting, like it's fucking ridiculous. Like everyone's at each other and they want to be the big dick, and I'm the big dick, but you're the big dick. But now you said a thing that's smarter than what I said, so now I'm going to say something smarter, and it just turns into this really strange argument, this really well presented argument. It's like the House of Commons.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And so like how do you actually get that to go? So like, could he have gotten Lucifer on side? Could he have done that? Probably not.
It was personnel mismanagement on God's part here.
Personnel mismanagement, but then he decides,
didn't listen to the suggestion box. Didn't listen to his second in command.
But then he's kind of like, what if I just make my own son and he's me, but younger? Because he's like, oh, I forgot for a second there I was the fucking creator of everything and I can do whatever I want.
But there's no like potential for upward promotion in Lucifer's case. Like he's like, well, when God goes, I will probably be the one to make some decisions then, and then he gets kind of
but surely see God can never go though, right?
With the boss's son,
because that's probably the main difference of this corporate structure. Like God can never go because God is God. Like God can't die. God can't go, because that was a good thing about the idea of Preacher, where God was like, I'm fucking fed up with this, and so God stopped being God. But like,
Great show as well.
yeah, the comic book is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I love it. But yeah, it's a funny thing. So like, you can never get to run the business.
Yeah, and maybe he realised that then after Jesus got made, he's like, fuck this.
Yeah. And then Jesus is one thing, but then making us, that's the last straw altogether, you know?
Kick in the face. Yeah.
So yeah, as we said, last straw for Lucifer. He knows that he's never going to get to run the business. That's going to be the end of it. It all gets given to Jesus. He gets frustrated. We get made. And then he says, do you know what?
Fuck you.
I'm gonna start my own company.
The Michael Scott Paper Company.
There you go.
There we go.
There you
I'm
go.
taking Pam and Ryan and I'm going to the basement. Shane, can you tell us about Heaven's Rebellion? And this is Satan's SAG strike. He refuses to write any more sitcoms for God. Holds up the whole summer.
Yeah, so up to this point, Lucifer was a model citizen of heaven, a fine employee. But when he found out he wasn't going to inherit the business, he decided to overthrow God's throne and take it for himself. Presumably, there were some ethical issues Lucifer had with God, keeping secrets and not fully trusting Lucifer with the keys of the kingdom. But there is an argument on both sides for this decision, to be fair. Lucifer succumbed to the spirit of self-exaltation and the sin of pride. The story of this fall is told in Isaiah 14:12. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit upon the mount of congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High.
So basically, he was bigging up his CV for the next position, saying like, "I'm going to be this and I'm going to be that," and you don't know how high I can fly. Like it was basically a big fuck you, a Jerry Sadowitz. Show me the money. What's your man's name? Jerry Sandler. Jeremy Maguire was like, who's coming with me? Like it was very.
He gets one guy and he's like,
yeah. I'm fucking annoyed. Like here are you thinking that I'm going to be fucking promoted, and God is like, listen, son of the morning.
Is this something about keeping your emotions in check as well? I've felt like this multiple times at work. Yeah, pride.
I feel like God was just as prideful as Lucifer in this situation. The two boys were at it, and God was like, well, I made myself. But
to be able to control your emotions is such a, like, that's a huge thing, to be able to control your emotions, or not even to be able to control them. Feeling the emotion is normal, but to be able to see the emotion
and not act irrationally.
Act irrationally around, or not act in not the best interests of you or anyone else around you.
I think it's so funny that to do that, which is a natural instinct and happens sometimes because of this allegorical story, be it real or not, it was allegorical really. It's just like, it's seen as evil to react like this. It's seen as very uncomfortable, very unwanted, very unnecessary. Why are you acting like this? Like it's such a bad thing to react in this way, but it's a very natural thing.
Yeah, and I think
to call it evil or call it Luciferian in its nature to do that.
There is something slightly psychotic about it, though. Like in the sense that, like, we're looking at it as a corporation, and it's one way of looking at it, and it's still the same thing. But like, you're talking about a guy. We'll say God literally made life, made everything, and this guy got a job in this factory, and he's like, wait a fucking minute, I want to take over this whole thing. And it's like, he hasn't made a single fucking thing.
He's not
But the thing is,
But
again, like you say,
hold on now. In defense of Louis, right? He was made by God.
Exactly, though.
Specifically for this purpose, and was given all the skills and all the knowledge of the secrets of the creation of the universe, right? He was given everything that would put him in line for the position that was the function and the reason for his existence, and then it was never given to him. So, like, that's the function of his existence.
Right, but
it was what he was made to do.
He still hasn't created anything. You know, that kind of way. Like, he thinks he can run the car. He hasn't actually made that. And so it is pretty. It's like when you work for dad's business, or even you want to be you want to be the father of the family, but you've no idea what your dad did to build the whole family up and the whole dynasty up, and you want to take over the whole fucking thing. And then dad goes, I'll tell you what, the fuck out there and see what you can build. You know, that kind of way. And it's like, yeah.
But you're not like, yeah, because he actually knows everything that God knows except for how the universe ends. Because maybe, and I'm just saying this, maybe God didn't know how it was going to end, and that was the whole reason for creating man. Because, like, if you create a thing out of time and space, all you have to do is wait for it to what? Decay. So, like, the creation of man is but like a second on the 24-hour clock of the universe thus far. And, like, we're after going through nearly a whole day, and we're just at the last second. So, like, they're waiting around this whole time in this other realm, and Lucifer's like, and now? And now? And what about now? Can I drive? Can I drive now?
Do you think,
like,
though,
he knows as much as God knows? Like, that's in the fucking scripture, like.
Yeah, but do you think knowing about how something is done, or thinking you know about how something is done, is the same as, like, having the wisdom to come up with it in the first place? It's like, say, a Darwinist goes, oh, well, sure, we know how evolution works. You go monkey, slightly taller monkey, man, and you're like, right, now what's the go down right down to a cellular level and explain to me how this entire process works. And they're kind of like, well, no. You know, that kind of way. They can't explain it on a cellular level at all, but they can go, but a beak got a harder beak once by banging his head off a wall for a few years. And you're like, okay. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just playing devil's advocate here now.
No, I literally.
Yeah.
You're literally advocating for the devil.
God's advocate?
No, I fully get what you're saying. I understand it. And it even makes a bit more sense that instead of going off and making his own universe, he decided to petulantly fuck with
the thing that had already been created.
Yeah,
but even then, it's like, was anything... is this creation, like, was... I'm trying to figure out, like, was the earth even here? Did this all happen in the same second? He falls, everything gets created for his domain to make this whole material world. You know, that kind of way. Is this all the same?
Earth was made, yeah.
Oh, it was already made, okay. Yeah. But it must be very early on then.
Yeah, very early on, but he was still, like, they were still after going through the whole creation of the universe thus far.
Okay, yeah.
And then Earth was made, and then it was like, huh?
So at this point, Adam and Eve are still obviously in paradise. They
haven't even been made yet.
So it's just the universe. So what this is?
Oh yeah, of course, because he's already down there when they're fucking making the balls of things. Yeah,
so it's last straw then. When, right? Yeah, gotcha. When he's like, "Oh, here's my new prototype," he's like, "Fucking get to fuck." You're gonna what, mate?
You're gonna make them over me? Let's keep going.
Oh shit! Sorry, yeah. Oh yeah, so there's just you had one last sentence there on comparing it to this is like the biblical version of Fredo and the Godfather. He couldn't accept that he wasn't going to be next in line, and the deserving son, who was the same as his father, really became the heir. And that's definitely where they were going with the Godfather. Like, that's absolutely a biblical tale that they squeezed 100%. Into the Godfather. Yeah, 100%.
And I was trying to look for the perfect analogy, like the perfect movie analogy, and you literally can't get better than that.
No.
And how embittered Fredo became, and then he had to be fucking in the fucking boat, like he had to go, because he was a loose cannon. He couldn't be, once he knew that he wasn't going to be next, he couldn't be allowed to continue because he was then untrustworthy as soon as he showed his ill intent. And then Michael became what he didn't want to be, which was the seemingly cruel man that his father was.
And you know what? It goes back to that prodigal son idea as well. Fredo was the guy who sat in line, fucking waited, but he was told.
And Michael did the army, did the
Michael
war.
fucked off. He went into the real world. He got lost and found himself, came back, and he was the guy that had found. He had found the right qualities to be the leader all by himself because he stepped out into the world, whereas Fredo sat in his hole waiting for the job.
And then Michael still made the mistake of ending up at the place where he didn't want to be. That's the reason he left in the first place. And he came back thinking he'd be different. And he ended up the very same. In fact, he ended up worse.
Yeah.
because after he had Fredo killed, his wife and his child and the family started to turn on him. And in 3, he comes back and he's like, I'm not getting any respect here at all for all of this. Like he fucked up in trying to do the right thing. He ended up doing the wrong thing in everyone's eyes. Like, it is definitely a biblical tale. And
and that's why it's so good. And it's why all the fucking good movies are biblical tales. Like,
yeah,
it's
but
just,
it hits the heart of you, like, because it's a core human experience.
There's
or whatever.
something about you in that fucking story.
Yeah.
There's something you're resonating with. Yeah,
for sure.
So,
I love the story about not Coppola, because he directed. Who's your man that wrote it? And he'd written a load of scripts or whatever. He'd written like 10 or 12 scripts at that stage, but he'd written like Godfather 1, 2, and 3. And he actually decided to go to
Sicily or something.
No, he decided to go to film school. He decided to finally go to film school to try to learn how to do proper script writing, because he'd written these just off his arse, like, for the crack. And like on the first page of the first day, on the first book that they opened, it was like, the best way to learn how to write a script is read Godfather 1. And he's like, oh, I wrote that one. Like, that's like the funny little story.
Can I get my money back?
Yeah. Can I have my cert now, please? But yeah, I think you're right. Like, I'm liking the pushback, Shane, because I am biased, like, against this. Oh, you fucking. Yeah.
And I would have been of the exact same opinion, but then I did the mushrooms, and I'm kind of like, oh, I kind of see this a different way now.
Yeah.
Like, this, me 2 years ago, I wouldn't be saying any of this. You know?
I fully get you, though. I hear what you're saying. Like,
Lucifer plotted and planned this rebellion with all the knowledge and expertise of the second in command, but he couldn't get over the Lord's ability for omniscience and the knowledge of the introduction of evil into the universe. It was almost as if God had planned it this way, so that's why he couldn't show Lucifer the end of the plan, because the end of the plan was the creation of evil by enraging his most loyal and powerful ally to forcefully turn him into the most diabolical adversary, maybe, possibly to make God a more just and loving-looking entity, as opposed to the evil and anger and pride shown by the honestly much more relatable Lucifer.
Now, that is a
but
sentence.
He is very relatable.
That's a sentence that I wrote at 1 o'clock. That's the last sentence I wrote before going to sleep last night.
Yeah.
And I think that's a pretty astute
100%
examination of that whole scenario.
I think he
According
is
to the
very
scripture.
relatable, because he is us.
Very relatable.
Well,
But
he's the emotional side. God is like
Yeah.
the boss that
Yeah.
is just manages everything, does the thing.
the helicopter parent.
Yeah.
We're
Well,
the guy that wants it before we deserve it and shit like that.
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
The
Absolutely.
doing comedy, are you fucking kidding me? An open micer thinks they're a fucking headliner
Yeah.
within a week.
Yeah,
You know?
I know.
I've seen a Bill Hicks special.
Yeah.
I know
I
what's
am
up.
guilty of that
Oh,
shit.
me too.
But what I'm saying is that God's like had written the end and didn't want Lucifer to know it. The reason being
He was a big part
that
of
that
it.
was the fucking Fredo moment. Like the end that he didn't want him to know was like, I'm gonna have to enrage. Like, you not. It's a paradox. You not knowing is going to enrage you to fucking rebel against me, and then go down into the realm of Earth to create evil for the first time. Like, I'm creating evil, and you can't know it. Because if you knew it, you wouldn't rebel against me, and that'd be,
Because
like, I haven't read that anywhere. I haven't heard that anywhere. That's a Gordo original, and I think
100% true.
I think
what
it
you're
definitely
saying,
could be right.
because by creating this dualistic world, by creating the material world, because everything is light before the material world is created. Then you've got light and darkness, which creates shadows, and you wouldn't be able to see anything unless there was a contrast of light and darkness, so you can't see the fucking wood for the trees unless you've got this contrast of good and evil. This is all necessary. This dualistic world is necessary for the soul that God sends down to inhabit the people, which, is the Logos or the Christ energy. It has nothing to learn unless this dual reality is set up,
Unless
where
there's
there's
an
good and
adversary.
evil, there's choices, there's an adversary. It can't grow and it can't learn without this. Humanity has nowhere to go without this taking place. So this is stuff I read years ago, and I was like, oh, this is fucking,
yeah.
and you're like, that's a fucking really good point to all this shit, you know?
There's a term, the necessary evil, and I think this is the epitome of it. Do you know? They had to have
And
him.
again, like you said, like what'd you say? He's relatable because this is our fault too. This is how we need to go get lost, like fucking Michael Corleone and well, he's a bad example because we don't want to become that. But like we need to get lost to find ourselves to grow, you know, and we need to fucking just leave the family and go out and fucking. You don't get proper meaning for your life if you just sit down doing what you're told, be a good boy, do everything teacher said. And it's like, yeah, you might get a fucking reasonably stable job, but are you happy? And are you doing what the fuck you're supposed to be doing? More than likely not. You're doing what you were told to do, you know?
Yeah, what do they say about a life half lived is not lived at all? Like, so
you got to push back on your boundaries
and
find out where you're happy,
Push back on your boundaries and on them hard dicks.
Push back on those hard dicks. Yeah, that's what you need to do sometimes. Well, to be fair, if that's your game, you probably need to push back on the hard dicks.
Yeah.
Like, if I was a power bottom, I'd be pushing back on the hard dicks.
Me too, man.
Like, that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do.
I'd be reaching under and tickling them balls.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Fucking dudes be busting all kinds of nuts up with me.
Like fucking milking a goat. Huh? Shaft shining. That's the thing I found. It's excellent.
Shaft shining?
Shaft shining. Look it up.
Right.
Top recommends.
Yeah. Top recommends.
Yeah.
So God pushed Lucifer to the edge of what is known as reactive abuse to fulfill a prophecy that God himself created and kept secret from Lucifer.
In my opinion, Gordo said. That's still my assertion of that whole paragraph, that method of God, keeping it a secret, pushing back. It's like, I'm going to push you until you break, and then you will fulfill the prophecy of creating evil. Like,
yeah, like at the end of the day,
he sacrificed his second most powerful fucking guy, the guy that knew everything. If he was going to create an enemy, boys, that'd be the worst enemy that you could ever create. But he's like, I'm God and I'm fucking bored and I'm sitting around here for 4.7 or fucking 145 billion years since the universe has started. I'm just about to make Earth and I'm looking for a fucking challenge.
Yeah.
Who would be the optimum challenge for me? The fella that knows everything that I know except this one thing that's going to push him over the edge to fucking hate me, even though he's my most loyal and my most beloved second in command who knows all my secrets. I'm going to make him my enemy. And God, I'm going to sacrifice my friendship and my loyalty in order to create this duality where I can grow the experience of my most precious creations.
Yeah.
Man
and
like,
woman. Yeah, and the thing is, who else? What's his other most precious creation? Lucifer. And the thing is like, if we knew the end result of all our actions, then we wouldn't make any mistakes. And again, you can't fucking learn. You're not that kind of way. If you had been able to look at that and go, oh, well, I'm not going to do that. Well, then that doesn't mean he's good. It means he saw the end result before he did it. It doesn't mean he had a choice. You're not that kind of way. So you're just like, you can't see the result of your actions. You have to go and you have to, bet everything on red or black and fucking see how that turns out for you,
Do you know what you always bet on?
Black.
Always bet on black.
Who wouldn't go mental when you're dedicated to the cause and working together and these details are kept from you? The Bible says God foresaw all this consternation in Lucifer and the attempt at rebellion and prepared for it. Yeah. Which is what an omniscient being would do.
Did you ever watch or did you ever see the
Passenger 57? Yeah, always bet on black.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. Another 42 hours, also great. But the images of like the biblically accurate angels and how they look,
crazy man.
Man, they are so like just a million eyeballs.
And the seraphims and that shit.
Yeah,
what was that in? What did you see that?
I can't remember.
It's like CGI renderings.
But don't they look like something you'd see on a psychedelic journey?
Yes, that's very true. That's very, very true.
Fractal fucking.
They're DMTS. What's it called? Those fucking things.
The fractal is where you kind of go in and in and.
Yeah, but what's it called? Like when you have it like geometrically symmetrical shaped fucking eye monsters and shit like that. Like.
Not the machine elves.
No. The angels with 40 million eyes and all that shit. Like, they look like something that you'd see like when you're fucking flying through the universe, tripping your balls. Like, So look I think God set him up. I think he set him up for a fall in order to create a worthy adversary. Because what's a bored God going to do? Like, this is old God of the old times. Like, he was a bit of a cunt. Like, let's be honest. He's a bit of a fucking cruel bastard. He was a bit of a fucking little trickster. Do you know what I'm saying? Pushing lads.
Gordo said
around.
that, God, not me.
I'm just saying. Look, God knows that I was going to say that in the first place anyway. He put me in the position.
On the 1st of October at 2 a.m.
yeah.
That's ahead of you, son. That's ahead of you.
Alright, look, I've paid my dues.
It's like, I was just helping a maid out. I don't know.
Warn me, God. Warn me. I didn't say it. So, I have this chapter called The Battle of God. And Aim and I want you to let us know.
Yes.
Like, what exactly happened?
So, during the actual rebellion itself, God didn't come down from his throne to battle Lucifer and his followers. This is what Lucifer had planned and God saw around it. Instead, our Lord put the Archangel Michael in charge of the loyal angels of heaven to battle against the dragon.
And that's a quote from the Bible.
That's Revelations 12:7. This shows the decision of God to remain in a different realm permanently. Maybe the inability or unwillingness ever to show himself in the realm of his creation.
Yeah, I think he's stuck out there. I think he's stuck in his own realm that he can't actually...
God can't get back.
He can't get here. Like in Dogma or whatever, he goes into an old man and goes down to the beach and gets a bop on the head. Like, I don't think...
and he's out for a while.
Yeah.
Well, the Hermeticists believe that absolutely everything we experience, all of creation and any spirits, anything you want to think of, the angels, everything is just a thought from the mind of God.
Yeah.
So if God's just a thinker, he's separate to everything he thinks about, So that in that way, it's kind of like that as well. It's just like, your thought can't meet you.
Because isn't it the deists back in like this the time of Candide and Montesquieu and all those boys, and they were just like, yeah, we think God made it, and then he was just like, oh, fuck this, and just was like, oh, I can't be arsed.
Like it's like a
it's
like a sea monkey's tank that he made and he just forgot about and left it in the
yeah,
wardrobe.
pretty much. I'm just letting it go. So that's why like you have simple rules that govern the universe.
Yeah, it's
and
an
they
algorithm.
create such
Just
complexity.
Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, he's like, fuck it, be grand. He'll come back to it like he's like, oh Jesus, he was only eating a grilled cheese sandwich these last couple of millennia,
We're just like a SimCity world that he has running
Pretty
on the
much,
computer
yeah.
that he went for a long shite.
Yeah, like, because you would
And
kind of
left it on
think
fast forward.
the idea of cuckolding, God was like, what if I have this lad here, but then I make him
Shaft
stay
join him.
there and he watches that because that's a weird inversion of what you think he would like. Yeah. So who's to know the twisted machinations of our Lord? God, these are all Gordo's notes.
Like this, this is the time now when he's like, oh fucking, I'm getting bored now, and he just starts pressing like the hurricane button, and he
Do you
starts
ever
pressing
like you're in a swimming pool and then all of a sudden the ladder is gone and you're like, what the fuck? Then you look back again, the ladder's just back. You're like, oh, thank Christ. Legit, So this shows the decision of God to remain in a different realm permanently. As we were saying, maybe an unwillingness to come back. It will always work. Will always work in the created realm through an agent, but never in his native form. So God's sending out his minions. Is that the noise they make?
I don't know. I thought it was.
That's
not the minions.
The little yellow lads. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's God made them. Lucifer was very much working in the created realm and also had the knowledge and power second only to God himself. So there were advantages and disadvantages on both sides. The physical advantage in battle went to Lucifer, but the moral superiority was to the loyal angels of heaven. In Daniel chapter 10, there is a battle described which shows the nature of how this reel is supposed to work and how God's power is wielded through instrumentalization.
Yeah, that's like, like when he goes down to the old man in Dogma, or when fucking Alanis Morissette shows up at the church.
Yeah.
Is Alanis Morissette actually God, or is it like...
Did God inhabit Alanis Morissette? Yeah. God was like, do you know what irony means? Or is it like just when things don't go your way, or how does it work exactly? So Lucifer had the numbers, and he had a load of buddies as well who came with him and had mad power too. During the skirmish, a prince of Satan withstood the angel of God for 21 days, stopping it from completing a mission given by God himself. After the 21 days, Michael came down with more reinforcements and drove the forces of evil back. This was a physical defeat in the eyes of the faithful, but there was also a moral war going on at the same time. Time being a relative structure and all happening at the same time for a timeless fifth-dimensional deity.
Yeah,
this is like happening immediately and like all in different places and like it's all
Yeah, it's like
over
when
the
they
place.
talk about like the Time War and Doctor Who, where it's like a million Daleks and a million Time Lords are all fighting, and everybody
when all the
dies
Avengers went back in time to change, and that was only one line though. There was loads more
this
lines.
is like
I
infinity
get you.
lines, but also in a physical realm, in our realm on Earth.
Yeah, yeah.
So are they fighting in the skies over like Wisconsin?
Well, yeah, this is it.
A prehistoric Wisconsin.
They'd have to be fighting in a different
Possibly
dimension
not.
altogether.
Yeah. But in our dimension, in the real dimension, but not in the same one that God lives in, because he lives there on his own.
Because he's in a different dimension again. Yeah.
A higher dimension again.
Jesus. It's very confusing.
Well, I mean, this is Christianity. This is the shit. You just get you go in and get a couple of crips and a bit of wine. You don't get into the fucking weeds, man. You know what I'm saying?
You know?
Sit down, stand up, kneel down, stand up, bless yourself, go home.
Yeah. And
I'm talking about fifth dimensional deities and all. The fucking priest was get that fuck out. Take my cock out of your mouth and go home, you. So ask me about fifth dimensional deities and
so Jesus Christ dying on the cross accomplished a moral defeat of Satan by taking on the sins of the world on behalf of all people and removing the power of Satan over them forever. Only if they sided with him and worshipped him, of course.
Yeah, there's always a catch.
And again, God, this is Gordo. Sounds kind of like the pride that Satan was banished for. But anyway,
yeah, I mean,
that's quite blasphemous.
The hypocrisy of an omniscient being is the irony is not lost on me, Alanis. Do you know what I'm saying? Thank you, India.
And I'm here to remind you not to jeer your Lord up in the sky.
Stuff like that.
I can. God's forgiving God. Like he'd forgive me. Like that's the whole point.
Until he doesn't. Like
look, he
writes the rules. He'd be like, remember that book? I'm about. Oh, looks like my pen is ready. My pen is ready.
I'm gonna write. But that's the thing. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that rule change, and I don't like that authoritarianism. I don't like the catering to the whims of a flighty and fickle omniscient being. Yeah. Like, it's very like, get a fucking howl yourself.
I do think that, to your point, Shane, it's all like it is allegorical, because if you take it at face value, it's just so easy to tear apart. It's so easy to just look at it and be like, he's a dickhead, he's grand, Satan's fucking sound, he was just trying to fucking take over the company. Yeah. He's like fucking Vince McMahon went, Triple H took over, then Vince McMahon come back, fucking Stephanie's gone, Shane's gone. What's going on? When's he gonna die? I'm sick of watching these stories. I want to see, why does The Rock come back? Actually, everyone's coming back now with the writer's strike.
I thought you were going to go for
Turns out you don't need a lot of writing for wrestling. Who knew?
Lord of Mercy, Patrice O'Neill. I thought you were going to go with Succession there or something.
No, the fruit is hanging far lower where I'm at.
We're going with WWE. So yeah, look, I think that there's a lesson in that tale in itself. You know, that's coming from KJV and from a couple of different scriptures as well. But
I think as well the
Leviticus, Book of Acts, a couple of other ones we mentioned there, Book of Revelations. Like, there's a lot of little bits there that kind of show God to be petty as fuck, to be honest.
Yeah, but again, we're like the Jesus Christ thing. The whole Jesus dying for my sins, that was another thing I could never get an explanation for when I was a kid. I was like, how does this work? What is the contract here? Because I don't understand how I play a part in this whole narrative, you know, that kind of way.
Like,
but if you even read it the way...
He did that and I didn't ask him to do that. So
yeah,
why should I thank him?
Asked him to do that.
And if the Hebrews were able to do it with 2 goats, like, why did Jesus have to do it?
But the way, even the way
you've
just written it there...
goat, like, you don't have to... Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but even the way you've written it there, it tells the kind of the correct version of what it's supposed to be. Because if Lucifer is just the material realm, this idea of separating yourself from the material realm is the Christ leaving the material realm. That idea that Jesus Christ dying, leaving his body for a period of time, not actually dying, he accomplishes this defeat of Satan, or the material, the attraction and the temptations of the material world, by doing that and then coming back, and then that's what you're supposed to do.
By being willing to die, like when you're
by having no fear.
When you're trupping or ready to get trupping, like the fear of going, I'm going to die, and if you fight that, you're going to get badness, and if you just let it go and accept it, it's most likely probably going to be grand. Like, yeah, I just think God was petty as fuck in those stories, and I just don't like. It just feels yucky to me, you know.
No, I like him.
I get what you would.
No, I think if you take
I just think it's God has really bad PR these days, and these stories are being fed to us completely wrong. Yeah. And I think it's why the ancients, the Hermeticists, the old pagan cultures never wrote this shit down, because it never got taken out of context. It was always fed to you by someone who knew what they were talking about, instead of a legion of lost people who fucked the story up endlessly for hundreds of fucking years till we get to the point where we're scrambling trying to understand it now. You know that kind of way?
Or a bunch of wanky podcasters trying to go through biblical
yeah, exactly, yeah.
But like, I'm just saying that this is my interpretation of it, and I'm very ready to be wrong, and I'm sure there's lots of people who are going to tell me, saying that God is a bit of a toolbox doing that. Like, they're going to have reasons why that's not true, and I understand. But like, explain it to me then. Do you know what I mean? Let me know. I am coming at this with a bias. I'm not in favour. It's the same as people are saying, oh my God, Gordon loves Trump. It's like, no. I just think he's the best of a bad bunch, because all the other ones are cunts.
And he was also consistently funny for 4 years.
Yeah, I mean,
right up until
funny,
Operation Warp Speed, he was fucking hilarious.
Undoubtedly entertaining. But the whole thing is like, you know, who makes all the best music? Lucifer. Who makes all the, the inspires like the greatest art?
I know, man. I was listening to Creed earlier, and like,
did it take you higher?
Hello, my friend, to meet again. Unbelievable. It's just Eddie Vedder, but like, it's and Pearl Jam were objectively better also.
POD, remember them?
Yeah, I remember. Every day is a new day.
Or Jars of Clay, remember them boys?
Jars of Clay, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Who were Jars of Clay?
Big Christian grunge.
Really?
Yeah, it was great.
Right.
Great in the way that they were shite compared to like actual music, but still good.
Creed's actually kind of like.
Oh, Creed is
pretty
like
catchy.
legit.
Those songs are actually good.
Your man's voice very like.
Oh, it's just Eddie Vedder.
It's an Eddie Vedder copy.
Yeah, it's just Pearl Jam. But like, apparently
with
the lads,
touch of Hootie and the Blowfish.
just a little slight, just a garnish. But apparently, none of the lads in the band, like, because what do you need lyrics for? And I'd agree with that. Like, you just, as long as the melody's good, it'll always get you. Like, it, so like, not that the lyrics can just be whatever the fuck, but like, if the melody's good, you're not really going to care as much.
Kiedis.
Oh, yeah. California. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
16. Buckle my shoe. Like, it's fucking, that's not me talking shit. That's an actual Anthony Kiedis lyric.
What was
that's
that?
one big mob, yeah.
What was that classic? Nang 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 ding
dong
ding dang. Yeah, that's
ching chong mong ming nang bang ding dong ding dong.
Yeah.
Life is beautiful, I know for sure. Like, but like, to be fair, the catchiest shit. Like, his shit is so catchy. Like, so catchy.
Lyrical war crimes, but you just fucking you get over it because it's catchy.
He's the general butt naked of lyrics. But yeah, no, Creed, man, I was listening to it. I was like, these songs are just they're objectively good.
I give you Creed.
But yeah, I was saying the guys, they didn't know that he was writing songs about Jesus or whatever. Because they were just like, we just like being in a rock band.
Surprise!
And then, apparently, they were like, all these journalists started writing about the band. They're like, the fucking chalice and blah, blah, blah. And the lads were like, what the fuck are you writing about, Scott? What the fuck is this?
Have a misrepresentation. Like.
Yeah. And like, at the same time, when he's writing all these things about Jesus, he's like, he's in fucking being caught in trysts left and right. So he's like, well, I mightn't have been practicing what I preach, but something was driving me to write these lyrics.
The devil made me do it.
Making that Christian cash, man. It's where the fucking it's where the dollars
I do, man. I'd write every song I write for the rest of my life. I'd write it about God. It'd be so easy. Like
those Christian guys, just to fucking pivot the podcast.
Clouds are blue and the sky is white. Something weird happened last night, but that's just Jesus Christ. Messing with your life. Don't question it. Lilith had only one tit. You know, you can just take it, go with it, enjoy it.
Yeah, there's a country
Amazing
song in there
callback.
somewhere. We could write a Christian album.
I'll write a Christian
in
album
a day.
tomorrow. Yeah, yeah.
We could do it in a day. I feel.
One big day. We'll get Anthony Kiedis.
We totally do that.
We really should do that.
It would be good. It would be good.
Like, I have all the instruments here. Let's do it. We'll
Yeah.
do it tomorrow.
Maybe it's like near. It's going on for half 2 now.
We
We'll do
should
it tomorrow.
finish our
We'll do it
drinks
tomorrow.
after this and try to write one Christian
Oh,
song.
I think the guitar here on the wall. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. So the fallen angels. This is the kind of the army of Lucifer, and he basically got these lads to turn against the company, by his skill of persuasion and also being second in command to the whole shebang. They kind of trusted him, and they knew, look, this is the lad that knows the crack, and they took a chance. They rolled the dice. I was bet on black, and they were like, yeah, Lucifer knows all the secrets that God knows, and they didn't know that he didn't know the end. Do you know that Hurley was going to be the one that was going to rule over the island and become the new man in black? Yeah. Do you know?
I've had food this whole time.
yeah.
Because people are like, why isn't this cunt losing weight? What the fuck is going on here?
It wasn't Jack. It wasn't Sawyer. Do you know?
No.
It wasn't fucking.
Stikey.
What's your man's name? Jihad. Habib. What's his name?
Fuck, what was his name?
Nahir. No.
No, it was with an S, wasn't it?
Shabab.
Bob Sponge.
Bob's vagine. hey, fucking, what's her name? Kate. Hey, Kate. Show Bob's and vagine. So yeah, Lucifer persuaded a bunch of other disgruntled angels to join him in this rebellion. He picked one of those, those pieces of paper that you have on a notice board and it has all the bits cut at the bottom. It's like disgruntled
Guitar lessons.
Yeah, disgruntled with the Lord. Take one. And they joined him in this rebellion. But the father of lies wrote checks that his big red shiny ass couldn't cash. Lucifer thought that he had it all figured out from start to finish and trusted in his own powers and made promises to these angels that it was the right thing to do, and he promised them that they couldn't fail. And even today, to this very day that you're listening to this, dear listener, they refuse to concede defeat.
So this is like those Japanese lads coming out of the forest.
Yeah,
like
it's
still
still
thinking
World
the
War
war
II
was going.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure. He promised them that they couldn't fail, and they're still going. Did him out? It was a matter of faith, trusting God, that he knows the plan, and he has it all figured out. And Lucifer didn't trust God to know the future, or maybe thought that he had a better idea. Little did he know that fucking God was playing a trick on him and creating evil out of him, according to me anyway. I think that's what, you know what I mean? You look at patterns. I'm a pattern recognizer, boys.
yeah.
And I'm just seeing, like,
Scapegoating
what would be
them.
the thing? Yeah, he's a scapegoating him. What was the thing that Lucifer didn't know? That he was the fucking the goat that was going to be put out to the pasture.
Baphomet.
So Lucifer didn't have all the answers, but he had the charisma to fool folks with white lies and false promises, like Eve in the garden with the apple and the one big tit. And it was manipulation for
Eve had
that
two.
was Lilith as a
Yeah, Eve had two moderate.
Eve had
mono.
two perfect tits.
Perfect.
Lovely.
Lilith had one monster and a little leg up.
a monomammogram.
Do you think, like, to keep Adam happy, because you know yourself, like, tits are grand, whatever, but like,
Excuse me?
it's nice. Tits are lovely, but it's nice to see them. Like, some days you're like, oh, I like a bit of park, and then you're like, oh, a little bit of sag. You like the shape to change a little bit. Just always the same shape.
Same.
Always the same tits.
Lovely.
Now, don't get me wrong. When you commit to the tits, that's you. You're done.
I'm a tit committer.
Snared. I'm a tit committer too, but I have the World Wide Web.
Ah, yeah.
Do you know, you'd like to see an owl, you'd be curious, like.
Curiosity only, I'd say.
Of course,
Yeah,
curiosity
yeah.
only. But if your wife had the ability to change tits,
Nope.
it's like your man from He-Man, the middle part.
Oh,
would
the
move.
face would move around.
Yeah, many faces.
No.
You would never change just to check? No. Neither would I. I was just testing y'all. I was just testing y'all.
I don't know what kind of monster would even feel the need to look at another tit. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why would you
Oh, no,
even
I look
ever...
at him all day.
Why?
But I'm saying, like, my favourites just so happen to be attached to the person that I love, which is really handy. Like, it's really very, like, coincidental and also very convenient.
Never like a bit of strange, no?
I'm good, man.
Neither do I.
I
didn't see this going this way.
No.
I feel
but I'm
feel
good.
like I'm being persecuted. Much
Not
like
at all, man. It's the fucking
Lucifer.
cinnamon. It's
This
the
is
cinnamon
what
getting
happens
to-
when you choose that path, man.
Yeah,
Me and
but that's
Gordon were
true.
just sitting somewhere
The left-hand
divine.
I have to say,
I am happily married. I was just
Claire would be really annoyed to know that I'm even talking about her ditties, but like, I'm not
she
going to
surely won't listen to like the 6 or 7 hours of this.
definitely
will she?
not,
No,
but-
there's
but-
no chance.
We'll have to see them before we go. They sound great.
I'll pop the t-shirt off and I'll give you a look. Claire, sorry. No. Yeah, no, winner. Like,
Yeah.
every day is like seeing her for the first time.
That I also have that in my relationship. I do actually. I was just saying it would be a good power to have if you were, for example, the first 2 humans or 3 humans that God ever made.
Yeah, if
you know,
if
like I'm
God
sure,
himself
all right, let's take
molded
it
your
from
breast-
Eve's. Let's take it from Eve's point of view.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd like to see the hammer change every now and then.
I
Do you know? She'd like to see what was up. She'd like to be like, "Give me a try it. I want to take. I want to change how this thing is put together. Just check it out. Like, just to check it out.
I don't even know. Do girls even?
Girls are dirty, man.
I'm saying, is there that much of a preference on the fucking gearbox?
I think they'd just be curious. We'd all be curious every now and then.
Buying on Amazon, like,
Be curious, like. No, but like she'd be like, yeah, just what's going on there? Maybe try this. Maybe let's maybe one ball hangs a bit lower than the other. Let's just
like put a twist in it, like, or
yeah, you could
like
if
a
you
pan of
wanted to.
chocolat or something.
Well, I think when you're in the Garden of
Like, make it
Eden,
super extra
all bets are
wide.
off. I don't think God's fully committed to what he's doing now, so you can kind of be like, here, what about stretch mark down the front? Something
Hold
like
on,
that.
what are we talking about? Are we talking about like you put like a fucking a one-arm bandit type of a pull down Las
What I'm
Vegas
saying
slot
is, what I'm
machine
saying is,
thing?
anything that your mind can invent, God surely can create.
So we could have like miniature fucking ornamental Eiffel Towers for dicks walking around, and she's like, yeah, lash that into
Now,
me.
to be fair, she may not be aware what the Eiffel Tower is at this point, but if she was like, I've been thinking about this structure, right? Bear with me.
She's like, I
She's
was walking around through the vegetable garden, and I saw. Have you ever heard? I don't think there's a name on it, but
Eiffel Tower.
courgette. Have you ever seen? Can you make one of these? Like,
Yeah. She's like,
instead of a kind of
I was in the
a
nightshade
like a
garden.
bald, dark-skinned, wrinkled mouse. Can you change it into something else, please? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Does yours not look like a dark-skinned, bald mouse?
I have reverse vitiligo, so mine's like all wrong.
Have you got like a Frisian cock?
I don't think it's.
Don't take it out
Frisian.
now.
No, not now. After, but like it's a very normal.
Is it
very
Patch
normal cock.
Adams, like?
I have a tiny little bit that doesn't seem to have a color pigment. It's a very small little splotch that doesn't have a color pigment, and the rest of it is just
That's
like
the that's the fucking patch that's
It's
going to
very
get you.
it's very
done, man.
hard to. Oh no, I'd be caught like.
If you describe that,
That's why I keep it in a chastity belt at all times. Yeah.
If
I
any
don't wanna- I'm
child
not
gets a
fucking
description of that, man, you're fucked.
around. If any child gets.
No, if any child is
It
able,
looked like his dick was camouflaged in white.
no, but just like if any child is able to exactly describe the shape, like it looks like the shape of Spain, and the boys take it, it's like it fucking does. You're going to the slammer.
The boys take it out. Like I'm
That's
just
how they
sitting
got
there
my-
getting my dick taken out. So
Bro,
loud.
that's how they got Michael Jackson, man. They made him stand up in the chair and they pulled down his
Under the
pants.
balls.
And they fucking looked at his dick and balls, and your man described it exactly. He said it was like you washed like a black sock in too much bleach in the washing machine.
Did he get the surgery on his?
No, man. Michael Jackson had vitiligo, and his dick looked like a Frisian calf.
He surely didn't actually have vitiligo. Did
He actually did. What do you think he was wearing all the plasters on his fingers and all for? There's big white patches.
But
the
he
whole
must
time,
have
shit.
bleached the panda bits to make it. There's no way he just looked white. Like he must have like
the patches. Yeah,
yeah, he must have bleached the bits. I don't know, because he was fully black at one point. Where
Yeah, he was
the fuck
like
was the
super
vitiligo?
black. And it never came true. Like you see that model who's
never
got
see
like
him with a
she has
blotch.
the like she looks like the Simpsons.
he took care of himself all the way through and made sure when it started showing up that it was covered over with black makeup until he was able to change it into like
I
white
always
makeup.
thought that was just shit he said to fucking...
No, man. He had proper vitiligo, like.
I only ever got my nose done so I could hit them high notes real good.
I never got surgery.
I never got everything that child said is bullshit.
The goddamn lying bastard. But yeah, he described his dick perfectly, and the boys pulled down his pants. Made him stand in a chair in his own house, pulled his pants down, and then they did.
Yeah,
They did.
that was one of the cases that got paid away, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah.
The little Hispanic kid. But yeah, and he fucking described it as like it's got like a shape of.
You might have just seen him coming out of the shower, man. You never know. Was just deserved. No, look, I think
don't let anyone know.
I think anybody here. Look, I could be lying. I could be lying.
You could be.
I mightn't even have a dick.
You could be.
Who knows? I don't even know anymore. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is, it's not that impressive. It's very average, very normal.
Yeah.
It's like.
But it's what you think about it yourself. It's like. It's called self-esteem, man. You gotta have the esteem of your goddamn self. Cat Williams. So Lucifer came to the angels of heaven with the same type of shtick, and that he brought to Eve, being all like, "How'd them apples?" and them perfectly molded tits. And he seduced the angels to follow him into those selfish ways. He promised them independence if they followed him and broke their allegiance with God, and he would grant them the knowledge he had, thus making them gods themselves and makers of their own destiny. Essentially giving them the freedom from God's power and the duty that they had been created for. Timeless, infinitely powerful beings who now were given the choice of the selfless nature of doing the Lord's bidding and staying loyal to that, or denying God and choosing the allegiance to Lucifer and therefore to the self. The moral battle of temptation and a gamble on their very existence. And 1/3 of the angels of heaven chose to follow Lucifer. So that's a pretty big mutiny, man. That's not like a couple of dudes.
That's a divided company.
Yeah, for sure. Like, so the void in God's ranks forced him to make moves that he claimed he had foreseen and planned for. Yeah, right. But the defection of his angels left God without the required number of devoted followers to enact this plan. So the story that the Bible tells of God is that his plan is immovable and absolute and totally set up and exactly planned for. And no matter what went wrong, he absolutely foresaw that, and it's all part of the plan, which is what somebody says when they're trying to maintain control when everything is going to shit. It's like, I knew this would happen.
The way the world is currently going does seem
Don't
like a
cash
man
in your
who's-
pensions.
Yeah.
Enron is still fucking doing great.
Yeah. Bitcoin is on the way up again. Just hold
tight. Hold the line.
So when King Saul wouldn't execute the will of God, he was replaced with the famous King David. This, to me, is a subconscious threat to enforce God's will or else be removed or punished. Same with Lucifer and the lads. So it's like claiming that your will is the way of the universe and then handpicking events to show your divinity like the televangelists do with hurricanes and stuff like that, you know? It's kind of cruel and underhanded, and it's definitely, bigging up yourself, bigging up your ego, stuff that's like a sin and that Lucifer has a bad rep for, pride and all that. Like God's going, see, I knew that was going to happen. I told you that was going to happen. It's like, yeah, but you didn't tell us before it happened. And it's like, well, I knew. And it's like, come on, man. So with 1/3 of the staff gone, God decided to create the human race to replenish the earth at this point. Lucifer saw this and thought, great. I will prove that God is full of shite when I also take these creatures and make them follow me instead of God. So Louis was embittered and mouthed off to God about what he was going to do. And to be fair, God had something to prove here too. Like this wasn't a given. He was creating a race of people that could definitely be tempted. So they made a sort of a wager for moral victory, and this was the story of the Garden of Eden, which we've covered. And there was also other temptable people like Job, Enoch, Noah, and of course his only begotten son even, Jesus Christus, who were all fairly famously tempted by the devil and chose to remain faithful to the Lord by the end of it.
Is there anyone offhand that anyone knows that the devil tempted and they did turn to him, aside obviously of 30% of heaven? Was there any more
I'd say rakes of people, but
Yeah,
they
but they
wouldn't
they
be,
didn't put them in for the propaganda.
they wouldn't be putting the Bible
They're like
for
a Sinn
propaganda.
Féin pamphlet where they're like,
That's
they have.
That's a good question. Yeah,
Yeah.
where's the guy that like?
Where's the guy that was like,
pig
yeah, I'm
got
into
done
it.
in at one stage? Remember the pig full of demons?
Oh, well, that's right. He threw him off the cliff, right? Yeah,
Oh
he
yeah,
cast
no,
the
that guy.
demons
Yeah, because
out.
they took the demons out of the guy, fucked him into the pig, and sent
Yeah.
the pig off the cliff.
And that's why
The
we
poor
can't
fucking
eat
pig.
pork on a Friday or whatever. That's like,
Well,
yeah,
that makes sense.
something like that. Yeah.
That's why human flesh tastes
Because
like pork.
demon was going, or sorry, not demon. Jesus was going around for a long time casting demons out of people.
Yeah.
Like he was the exorcist, basically. He was Father Amoth. Like he was just Amorth. Yeah, he was going around like.
What a movie. The Pope's Exorcist.
I haven't seen it yet. I just know of the actual.
Oh,
Father
Good.
Amorth.
It better be
Yeah, I
fucking
wanna see
good
it.
because I
Fucking
love
great,
The
man.
Exorcist, and there's never been a good Exorcist film since. Exorcism of Emily Rose was pretty good, if
It
I
was
remember
good.
correctly.
It was good.
Sometimes you go back and you watch that shit, and you're like, "Oh, it was actually shit too."
Yeah,
but The
yeah.
Exorcist
It was
is
very
phenomenal.
slow. There's a new Exorcist coming too.
That's right. That looks.
With two.
The Believer, isn't that the name
with
of it?
two girlies.
Exorcist, The Believer.
Really good.
Will it be good?
But yeah, the Pope's Exorcist is whopper, and
Russell Crowe, is it?
Russell Crowe is a fucking ledge bag.
Are you not entertained?
But this is like same energy as Gladiator.
Yeah, nice.
But he's kind of chunky, and he gives no fucks.
Yeah,
And
he
goes
put on
all-
loads of weight for that role.
He put on a few roles as well.
Yeah.
He, without spoiling it, like he goes to this church, and apparently it's built over. Like they were doing some renovations on it, and they popped open this wall, and inside the wall was like a prison for, turns out, one of the kings or dukes of hell. And they popped it open, and all this evil energy started coming out, and shit started happening. And the lads were like, "Oh my god, we need an exorcist." And he came down and he found out that it was like, "Oh my god, this church was built over like a gate of hell, and it had been sealed, and he has to go." And it was like a true story that he had to go through.
Is it? Yeah, because I know like Father Amorth thing is like incredible,
crazy.
like
And they'd say
those-
there's loads of those fucking movies coming, man, because it has so many mad
there's
stories.
There's a podcast, like I was saying, there was the Exorcist Confessions or something like that, or Exorcist. I think it's the Exorcist case files. And some of the stuff, and they swear to God they're all true. They dramatize them, and they make kind of an audio drama out of them. But there's one at the end about a succubus that won't stop riding this lad, and his poor old yoke is in bits, and like he's having a hard time, man, a soft time at this point. But like it's said in all honesty, and it's terrible. Like I was getting, not that I was getting religious, but I was kind of thinking to myself, I probably need to like get rebaptized or something, because I was so
just to
taken
protect
in
you
by
against that. Like
This is the thing.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Malachi Martin is this. Do you know Malachi Martin? He was like a priest who defected, and he said, "Look, the Catholic Church has been taken over to Satan by Satan ever since whatever date, I don't know." He's all these books, and he's got a whole book on exorcism. And my God, it's so well written. Like it is like
terrifying,
The Exorcist. It's so fucking good. There's a bunch of short stories, and there's one called The Smiler, and there's just something so fucking creepy about these stories. But you're like, is this just church propaganda to get me to fucking come back around? It's so scary. It really gets under your skin.
It really
and
is,
just like that Michael Knowles interview, which was nowhere near as well done or creepy. That looked way more obvious, like church propaganda. This book is fucking brilliant, and you should just read it because it's really entertaining,
There's
even if
that
you don't
book-
believe it.
do you
But
remember
like,
that
you're like, is
movie-
this just a way of scaring me back to the church? 'Cause
Yeah.
that's what I feel like a lot of the truth movement stuff that ends with, like, they add up about 10 conspiracy theories, and then they go, and because of the devil, and if you don't fucking call on Jesus, you're fucked. You know, there's loads of rabbit holes you go down when you try and you go into the kind of the truth or end of the internet, and it all just comes back to Jesus, and you're like, you know, it's like
it's a mad. Like I read the book The Right years ago.
yeah,
like
it's when we
15
did
years
that.
ago.
Matt Paglia. It's when we did the episode on Emily or what's it, the Warrens.
The Warrens, yeah, that was part of it. But I read that years before then.
Yeah.
But I remember even reading it then, and I was like 22 maybe, and I just remember being like, "Oh fuck," and like it goes into
like
stuff that
fuck, like this.
oh, like
this shit
there's
is
a
real.
demon in me, like,
Yeah.
and again, that was like a big like OCD years, and it was all like, oh, some people have thoughts about something. I was like, fuck me, but it was like just stuff that was like relevant to. Now I was reading it through that sort of that perspective. So maybe for someone else, they'd be looking at it and going, fuck, I have that shit as well. Maybe it was written, I can't remember, but it was written in a way that, like, no matter, because everyone has insecurities about something. So no matter what was going on with you, you'd be like, yeah, I've got a demon in me or something's. And then they'd be like, oh, you can have like thousands of demons in you. So you can have like a legion of demons in you.
Yeah.
Also. And an exorcism is like therapy. Like, you don't just stop going. Like, it's not like you just go once and he's like, the power of Christ compels you. Someone goes out through a window and then the credits roll. Like, it's an ongoing maintenance type thing. You know,
because you're a susceptible vessel or whatever.
It's not someone, no, because they can't get him out at once. They have to keep going.
Right.
Keep going. And I don't know if you ever heard about the guy who got the exorcism in the UK, and they said they left a few demons in him that night and then sent him home, and he fucking killed his wife and tore his dog apart. Like,
What?
Like, yeah, dude.
This is a true story.
This
They
is a true
started the
story.
process and they left it for the night. And
he's part of a religious, I wouldn't say like a cult exactly, but they were like let's say a specialist religious group. They had their own thing going on. He developed feelings for the kind of girl who was in charge, and there was all this stuff going on, and then they said, oh, you're a little bit possessed, blah, blah, blah. Probably a guy that maybe had some, I'm not going to say underlying issues, but maybe was you know,
I'd say he had some underlying
yeah, I'd
issues.
say, yeah. Probably. But so he wound up, basically, they tried to exorcise him. They said there were 7 demons left in him, and they had exorcised like 30 or something like that. Sent him home for the night, and basically just killed his wife and tore his dog apart.
Insane.
And they found him naked, covered in blood, walking around the housing estate. And I think he's due for release. Like,
there's a
this
video
year,
of
next
him
year.
walking around the housing estate.
Yeah, he's due for release like super soon.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it's fucking wild, man. But like,
It's mad, yeah. But
I don't know
you
about
can
exorcism being real, but the Pope's Exorcist is whopper.
I'll check it out.
Did you ever watch Talk to Me?
Brilliant.
Did you watch it?
Yeah.
No. It's fucking whopper, man.
It's because it's not terribly scary until, spoilers, if you haven't seen it, stop listening.
Fast forward, quick.
Yeah. The part where the kid starts fucking bouncing his head off the
Yeah.
table. And from that point on, you're like, oof.
He smashes his head
It's
up in
fucking
bits.
serious.
Yeah.
Like,
But it's pure A24, like.
oh, yeah.
I love it.
Total A24. Yeah.
Sidebar. Bo is Afraid.
Haven't seen it yet.
Won't even talk about it.
Yeah? Is it good?
Oh, Eamon. Oh, Eamon.
Oh, Eamon.
I'm telling you. It's one of the movies that you watch and you're like, there's a point in your life before you watch it and a point after.
Right, I gotcha.
It's one of those, like.
Okay.
So yeah, the temptable lads, the temptable crew, like Job, Enoch, Noah, and Jesus, fairly temptable. And I think that the ones who were tempted just like went off on the beer and didn't really do anything spectacular. I think the reason that those lads are particularly noteworthy is because they must have gone and done great things. Like Job, fair play. You know, Enoch wrote a bunch of books.
Yeah.
Noah, boat, and Jesus, caterer extraordinaire. But history books are written by the winners after they win. Propaganda is written by the winners before they win and becomes history. Isn't that a good quote? I made that up myself. I'll read it again. History books are written by the winners after they win. Propaganda is written by the winners before they win and then becomes history. I like it. I like
That's
that one.
very good.
So how many people did Lucifer, the devil, or Satan, a.k.a. successfully turn away from God with his temptations? Well, from the history books and the fairly abhorrent behaviour of humans until about the late 1970s and early 80s, it was probably a lot. Do you know what I mean? Think about humanity and how many people he successfully tempted on earth and how many bad things have happened in the last, 2,000 years? A lot. Like, we only started copping on really like 30 years ago, maybe. Do you know, most of the rest of the time, slavery, racism, murder, rape, drug addiction, you know, fucking genocide, fucking...
Let's be cool to each other.
It's a fairly fucking modern concept, let's be honest, you know. So one of these stories of Satan trying to tempt, we've heard of, Jesus in the desert, which is a great yarn. I always thought that that was just him hallucinating and talking to himself. But one of the, I guess, like, would it be lesser known? It'd be like famous, but the details of it would be lesser known. The tragedy of Job. Shane, would you be able to tell us the story of the tragedy of Job?
I'll give it a go.
Give it a lash.
The many trials of man given to him by Satan in defiance of God are littered throughout the Bible, but the earliest story is of Job from the book of Job.
It was so bad, they wrote a whole book about it.
Which is considered the earliest written document, and they are believed to be God's first written words to man. Funny how the story is a cautionary tale and not a "hi, how are you" kind of miss.
It's like, so listen, do as you're fucking told. Like, it's the first message he sends us as a god. Bit bad, isn't it?
I like this one again.
You what?
I like this one again. But Job was a wealthy and righteous man living in the land of Uz. He had 7 sons and 3 daughters, and he owned vast amounts of livestock. Job was known for his piety. He would offer sacrifices to God regularly, fearing that his children might have sinned. In the book of Job, it tells of a certain day when the sons of God presented themselves to the Lord. Satan was among their number. As the men worshipped Satan, mocked God, and said that sin and evil had triumphed on earth, and claimed that temptation was enough for man to turn his back on God, God disagreed and took Job for an example, saying, "There's none like him on earth, a perfect man, one that feareth God and escheweth evil." Yeah, the God-fearing thing, that never rubbed right with me
fucking
either.
hate it, man.
And I still don't
all.
like having, my thing is like, no, I don't, that doesn't ring true at all. But anyway, the devil contested that Job was only faithful because of his wealth and prosperity, and that if he had nothing, he would turn his back on God and curse his name for his misfortune. To test Job's faith, God allowed Satan to take away everything Job had, sending robbers to take his cattle and camels. A storm came and collapsed his house with his children inside, killing them all. Jesus Christ. Despite losing everything, Job did not curse God, but instead said, "Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked I will depart. The Lord God gave, and the Lord God has taken away. May the name of the Lord be praised." Fair play, Job. Job 1:21. Now, one rule was that God nor the devil could reveal what was happening to him was the labours of this little wager. Like a biblical big brother or a pre-diluvian punkt with a satanic Ashton Kutcher pulling the strings. Despite his misfortune, Job was still on God's team, so Satan tried a different prank. Skin for skin, yeah. What's this reference that I'm not getting here?
No, this is fucking for the Bible, man. Skin for skin, yea, all that man hath will he give for his life. But put forth thy hand now, and touch his bone and his flesh, and he will curse thee to thy face. Imagine that. What a cunt. Like,
Job was then afflicted with painful sores and boils all over his body. His wife, seeing the suffering Job was going through, urged him to curse God and die. But Job refused, maintaining his faith and thwarting the devil. "Though he slay me, yet I will trust him." 3 of Job's friends, Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar, came to comfort him, but they ended up accusing Job of sinning, which they believed was the cause of his suffering. Job that's kind of like the witch trials, isn't it?
Man.
Like, oh, you got sores, you fucking eat it. Job defended himself, insisting on his innocence. He questioned why God allows the righteous to suffer while the wicked prosper. He longed for a chance to plead his case before God. Finally, God spoke to Job out of a storm. He didn't directly answer Job's questions, typical, but instead he reminded Job of his divine wisdom and power. God described the wonders of creation, demonstrating his knowledge and control over the universe. After Job acknowledged God's power and admitted his lack of understanding, God restored his fortunes. He gave Job twice as much as he had before. Did he give him back his kids? Oh, yeah. Job had 7 more sons and 3 daughters and lived for 140 more years, seeing his children and their descendants to the 4th generation, which was nice. Is that a...
Yeah. Fast show. It's, like, think about that. Like, God allowed Satan to punish this man to the brink of insanity. Took 10 of his children, all of his riches, and ruined his body. And still, he's like, yeah, this is this is God's will. So obviously Satan lost that one, but like,
But it would, like,
how
to
would
be
God,
fair,
how would a kind God allow that to happen to his
Well, you
believer
see,
just to
if
prove?
you-
Like, if that's not ego, I don't know what is.
No,
like,
I get you. If you know about God, like, and you believe and you know and he's there, and you're like, all right, cop yourself on now. This is a bit too much. To me, this reads more like an exercise in stoicism, where, like, no matter what happens, just one foot in front of the other, accept what is, and wade through the molasses until, you know, you're on land again and you can walk more freely. There's a weird kind of a thing at the end of it where it's like, yeah, but now he has twice as much money as before and he has 7 more sons and 3 daughters. So maybe if you're reading it that way, it's more of a thing about resilience and building. My boss says a good thing that I've always really liked. He always says, never let a good crisis go to waste. And I think it's a great...
Does he work for the American government?
He doesn't. He works for an Irish housing company, so it's pretty much the same. But I think it's a great thing is like, yeah, when the chips are down, like just keep walking, keep doing what you're doing, and the next time then you come to a problem like this, you'll be better equipped to deal with it.
Yeah.
Which I always thought was good. But I mean, to be fair, for Job, if you knew there was a God and God does be talking to you and stuff, because it seems like his wife knows. She's like, just fucking say God's a piece of shit. And
the woman again, huh? Fuck's sake.
Yeah. Courting fucking...
So
talking shit about God.
As the only way I can get behind it is like as an allegory in stoicism, I'd be like, yeah, I can, like, that makes sense to me, to just persevere and do your best. But when it seems like she knows that, like, if you just, like, they seem to know that this is God's doing, and if you just curse God and die, then it'll be over.
Yeah,
she didn't want to see him suffer, is what it was.
Yeah, no, but like they know that God is doing it.
Yeah.
I'm definitely of the same vein in that, like, you know, you when you go really deep in these shamanic journeys and you see this mad metaphysical, you see all them fractals you talk about and those shapes and the sacred geometry, it just looks like a kind of a blueprint for reality. And you see all these things where you're like, there's something so much more than my little life. And it does seem like life is a kind of a learning mission. And no matter how fucking much war I see in the news and all the fucking shit that goes on, I'm like, right, but yeah, you have to stay the course. There's something more to this. And like, it really annoys me when you hear like Dawkins or Stephen Fry, they always bring up the point that, like, what about the flies in the African baby's eyes? And you're like, hold on a minute, you fuckers are friends with royalty. You don't think they had anything to do with that? You want to, you atheists want to challenge God over that injustice when colonialism might be a better explanation for the fucking thing. And you're saying nothing about that. So it's like, how much of this can we fix by staying that Tao path, staying that stoic, fucking keeping that mentality of, I know there's loads of bullshit going on here and it's a world of lies, but if I can just hold on to some fucking meaning, maybe I'll get through that's what I kind of see with the Job thing.
Right. And like when they're giving out about God about this, but it's like, well, actually, if the G8 got together, we could undo that in an afternoon.
Tomorrow we could move them all out of there, put them somewhere.
There's a few resources,
green pastures.
There's this, we'd be able to manage the whole thing. But we choose. Well, I think it's one of those.
They'd rather curse God than sit with a circle of very influential friends and actually come up with a pretty fucking pragmatic solution to that very problem they're cursing God for. You know,
it's like
shut the fuck up.
God gives us the opportunity. Now we would have to work cohesively, and maybe that is the challenge. That the whole world would have to look at itself and go, it's not really cool that a fucking third of this place. And that's funny that about 1/3 of the world is fucked. And about 30% of the angels are fallen. Like, that's just a little bit of a synchronicity. But
there is something there that I don't know anything about, but there's 21 of these and 3 of that. Apparently all them numbers have deep esoteric meanings that I know nothing about, and that's for someone else to fucking,
it's all in the gematria.
Yeah, that's an absolute bastard to
I think it's a part of my life. I'm not willing to open myself to that because I think numerically I'll never look at numbers the same again, which is a problem when you deal with a lot of spreadsheets.
And even the words, like even the names of places like Bethlehem's apparently have really what do you call the fucking, what's the word for the source of the meaning of the word?
No.
Etymology. A lot of the names of the cities and the place and all, apparently they have a lot of there's etymological meaning in them that actually reflects growth and spirit. Lots of stuff like that as well that has nothing to do with this.
And if you look at the Torah, it's like the Bible in Hebrew or whatever. Like each letter has a numerical value, and then when you put all the numbers together, it has a whole other meaning. So when you add each number on each page and each page to each chapter and all that, it comes up with a secret code of numbers that gives you other letters that has a whole other way to interpret the Torah. Like, it's like some weird fucking secret. Remember in that the Somerton Man, and he had like a cipher book, and they were able to, like, the spies during the war were able to send each other like secret codes using his books, so they both had, like, the catcher in their eye. So you're like 2, 5, 11, so it's page 2, line 5, letter 11. So you go like 2, 5, 11, 719, 841, like, and you'd have those letters, and you're able to put that together, but only he knew the book to you, like, so the Torah works like that with all of that.
Jesus even says it in the Bible. He's like, only the people with eyes to see and ears to hear are going to understand a fucking word of what I'm saying. So the idea that the Bible is like literal is nonsense, because this is how Jesus taught the disciples in Matthew. He was like, the reason I'm talking to them in parables is because they haven't a fucking hope of understanding this. You get the real stuff because you've got eyes to see and ears to hear. Even if I gave them the good stuff, they wouldn't fucking know what I was talking about. So they get the parables. So obviously if the disciples wrote the Bible, they did the very fucking same thing, because this is the master that they learned from, So it's like, why would you think this is literal,
Yeah. Well, all these fallen angels had to go somewhere, and they were cast down into chains of darkness. So maybe, Eamon, you could bring us through.
I will, of course.
The chains of darkness.
The fallen angels who accompanied Lucifer in the rebellion of heaven are usually categorized in two groups. One who are actively assisting Lucifer in his ongoing war against the hosts of God, and the others who are bound in chains of darkness to await the day of judgment, from the book of Jude. The Apostle Peter names these as the ones who wait, and they've been cast down to hell to await judgment, a place outside of the universe in a place of outer darkness, poetically because God said if they chose darkness, then they shall get it. The hell that is mentioned here is not the usual hell that we talked about earlier, with many names, not from Hades, the place of the dead, or Gehenna, the lake of fire, but from the Greek Tartarus, which is a prison for fallen angels. So why are some angels still out while others are in this angel H block? Well,
smearing shit in the walls with their wings and
cell block H, a load of women.
Yeah.
A load of women, yeah. According to Peter, the ones that left heaven first and went to the earth realm and then procreated with the women there to produce the Nephilim, or the giants, or possibly the Bigfoot and Sasquatch, but that's a different thing, who left their first estate, as punishments, they were taken and put in chains. Genesis 6:4. Now, these Nephilim have been showing up in videos on TikTok and such, with the story of them being put in chains and ready to be loosed on the world. This looseness will happen in the end times, or in the last day before the great tribulation, or judgment day.
Yeah.
When the trumpets sound, the sixth angel will loose the four angels which are bound in the great river Euphrates, and they will wait for a year, a month, a day, and an hour, and then destroy 1/3 of all living mankind. There are videos of mad monster sounds and chain noises coming from caves and holes in the dry riverbeds of the Euphrates, and people are beginning to shit themselves.
Did you ever see those videos?
I haven't, but I would like to see those
I've seen Russian
videos.
ones from ages ago, yeah. Like the hole that they drill down for something.
Oh, yeah, that's the
gates of hell.
Gates of hell, yeah.
And you can hear like that.
Yeah. But there's one in the bed of the Euphrates River, and it's like these big chains. Sounds like Game of Thrones, like the dragons pulling chains, like big, heavy. And then there's this like something huge from the bowels, like, and in a dry riverbed, and they're like, "Oh my god, this is the prophecy coming true." Like, it's pretty scary. I won't
to be
lie.
fair, if it was ever about to happen, now's the time.
I mean,
the world is fucked. Like, now's the time.
Do you know what the gas thing about it is? Because you've got like the alleged Great Awakening and the intended Great Reset, and they're both happening at exactly the same time, and you're like, it kind of looks like the Great Reset will win, but at times you're like, but I think like it's going right
it's
to
a
the
race.
fucking
It's a
line.
race,
You're like,
yeah.
oh my god, this is fascinating. Like I don't know which one's gonna win.
It's
Still,
like,
But we're all battling each other while in a place outside the time, this war of angels and God is
It's
still kind of
already
going
done.
on. Like, well, is it done or is it still going on? In a place outside the time?
well,
there's
like the way
probably-
God knew the ending, like it's whatever's happening is, you know. But as well, this is exactly like fucking Walter White taking over the chicken shack, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the same fucking thing.
I was thinking it's like the cartoon Yu-Gi-Oh, where like the devil at the end of it will be like, "Ha! I've played my eyes wide dragon. Now you'll see what you could do, God." And God's like, "All the time I put down this trap card." You know, like just some bullshit.
He hasn't
like
even
that.
turned it over. Yeah.
No, blue eyes, white dragon. I choose you, or something. No,
I always remember that scene from Maverick with Mel Gibson when he pulls that like royal flush at the end, and he has this hand over the card, and it turns out to be the ace of spades, and he throws it, and he wins the whole thing. So I was always like, "Oh my god, I fucking love to do that, man."
It's so cool. Yeah,
I'd love to do that. I sat over cards like as a kid, like on bollocks.
it's 1 in 52.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's more than 1 in 50. It's like 1 in a million to pull out.
Right. Oh,
'Cause
because
you,
you need to line it up with those other ones. Yeah.
Every
yeah.
shuffle of every deck of cards that you'll ever do, you could shuffle them like every 10 seconds for 10,000 years, and you never get the same combination of cards. Like that's how many is in it.
It's amazing that with only 52 cards you can get
amazing.
that. Yeah.
And then I love that Roald Dahl kind of novella, The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar, about the guy that learned how to see.
Count cards?
He learned to see without seeing, like with his mind's eye, from this lad in India. And Wes Anderson made it into like a little mini movie, and it has
No way.
it's only got, I have it downloaded. It only got it released there a couple of weeks ago.
I
yeah.
had that book years ago.
I
It's a bunch of short
fucking-
stories. Henry Sugar, wasn't
bunch
it?
of
Yeah.
them. And Henry Sugar is one of them, and I fucking loved it. And he's at the end, like looking at the clot that's going to kill him. Like he's looking like through his skin into his heart, and he's watching like
Oh, okay.
as it's getting closer and closer to having a heart attack. And you're like, oh my god! He went and like counted cards in Las Vegas and won millions and gave it all to charity and all this kind of stuff. And such a fucking good story. But like, I don't know why I started telling that, but that's.
I enjoyed it. Then, the difference between the fallen angels and the demons that serve Lucifer are the angels are entities of themselves and demons are evil spirits. They are like different orders of angels, seraphim, cherubim, archangels, and then regular angels, etc. These demons are spirits that have to embody a living being in order to have form or effect, whereas the fallen angels have a spiritual body of their own and do not need an embodiment. Demons eagerly seek human inhabitation to do the bidding of the fallen angels and Lucifer, who exist both in the heavenliness or outer realm but still have influence on earth.
By that definition, then, God is a spirit or like a demon, because he can't manifest himself in this realm, whereas the angels can. He can only
I think
inhabit.
the demons can only be those that are of the fallen, though. Like,
Yeah.
so God, like he probably made up of the same, not God himself, but like made up of the same composure.
the
Holy,
essence that comes to our realm.
yeah, I think the Holy Spirit would be, again, I could be wrong.
That's what that
But,
is. Yeah.
Yeah, the Holy Spirit is the most, not like it's a demon, but the Holy Spirit can influence acts of good.
in this realm.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
By
I could be totally wrong.
inhabiting humans.
I don't think it can inhabit them. It can only, like, offer. So let's say, for example, you have a
Well,
choice.
when you're confirmed, you're anointed with the power of the Holy Spirit, so you have it in you from then on.
You have it in you, but I don't think that it can possess. Like a demon can possess you, inhabit you. Like there's, I think there's 5 stages of a till you get to possession. There's like infestation. all these sort of things. Upset. Yeah, there's like, I can't remember how many offhand, but basically that'll like target you and try to get into you. And the end goal is to control you, to have sensation, if you like. Whereas the Holy Spirit, I think, can maybe try to not influence anything, but to put something there that will like put a thought in your head to do something good. Now, demons can do that as well, but like their ultimate goal is to possess you. Whereas the Holy Ghost just wants to, I think, offer you an opportunity to do the right thing.
Right.
You know, I think.
It's a really fucking tricky one because, like, based on my whole thing, and like I would have thought, like, you think, well, the Holy Spirit, not that much just be soul, like, so it would make sense if God is Father, Son is. But then you're like, oh, which one's the fucking body? It can't be Son, because if Jesus is the Son, body is the beast. It's really fucking hard to know because Jesus is the Logos, so that's really your moral compass. So if that's not the fucking Holy Spirit, what the fuck is the Holy Spirit? And then you try and compare it to like Brahman, and Atman, where it's like Brahma, God. Brahman is the energy that binds the universe, but that's technically Logos. Well, then Atman is the soul, but it's made from the same stuff of the Logos. So is the Holy Spirit your soul, and Jesus is the stuff that your soul is made from? Oh, it's fucking hard, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and again, to your point, it's like there's the way it's written, and to take it out at face value or to put your own,
How the fuck do we not know the answer to that? How long did we spend as Catholics? Like, and that is in no way clear to any of us, and we're trying.
I was just going to say that, like, this is all shit that they study in theology school, like when you're divinity school. Like,
why the fuck is that not?
These are the hard ones. Like, these
are. But that shouldn't even be a hard one. That's like the basic Trinity,
that's
and we actually don't know what the fuck you're talking about and how long we were in Catholic schools.
3 into the 1. 3 into the 1.
Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Is that you do?
Yeah, chips,
and
rice, curry
you hear
sauce.
Catholics repeat shit like that to you the whole time. Like they're telling you something, and you're like, but what does it mean? And they're like, Father, Son, Holy Ghost.
But that's what we're here for today, is to go like, we've heard this 1,000 times. Do we actually know even?
Yeah, we still don't know the fuck.
Could we reason it out? I don't know.
But anyway, back to demons. They apparently existed on Earth when it was without form and before the like of the Garden of Eden was even there. So some biblical scholars believe that Eden was there long before Adam and Eve. And in fact, the fall of Lucifer caused a cataclysm that would make upheaval on earth and destroy all living things so as to create a kingdom over which he had full dominion. He was the reason for the wiping of the earth, maybe like a solar flare, a nuclear holocaust of all living things. Some say that some of these demons were the children of Lilith when she was procreating with the demons here in the pre-Eden, and there are leagues of old and new demons. So there is stuff about Cain as well.
Yeah.
Cain being a father of demons. So potentially a mating between Lilith and Cain, right?
Well, he killed Abel and then he was cast out and then he was racked with guilt and was out riding the pigs and goats. And
then one day when he was mucking out the pigs, he looked over and he saw a big cycloptic ditty there. And he was like, this looks a lot better than what I've been fucking with.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, one thing leads to another. He's like, do you be coming here often? Or like, what's the crack? I bet me brother to death.
She's
like, you think that's bad? Lad wouldn't let me on top, so I just fucking freaked myself till I disappeared.
Freaked myself into a small bomb.
Yeah, you know? And he's like, I'd let you on top for the rest of my life.
He's like, when I was a baby, I used to suck the milk out of a wolf's titties.
Romulus?
Huh?
No, just Romulus and Remus were at that, weren't they?
Yeah, is that not Cain and Abel? Is that not the same story?
I don't know. Cain and Abel were the sons of Adam and Eve, but then Cain was, so Abel was getting everything. Abel was doing really well in his life, and Cain was jealous of Abel. Yeah, he's well able. Cain was really jealous of him, and then he, out of spite, killed Abel, and then God said to him, and again, it went back to this kind of stoic thing, where God was like, look, things aren't always going to work out for you the way that you hope, no matter what foot you put forward. Now, I think Cain, to be fair, he expected things rather than tried to attain things and move towards them.
The problem was, and I think this goes back to having that connection with God or the Spirit and actually understanding things from a heart level as opposed to a mind level.
Yeah.
So the reason he got fucking jealous was that Who's the bad guy? Cain, isn't it?
Cain's the bad guy.
So Abel kept making sacrifices, and God was like, "Class, I love your sacrifices." And Cain was like, "What about mine?" And God's like, "It's all right." And I think the thing is, so he killed Abel because like, fuck you keep getting all the praise.
Yeah,
and I think it was Abel actually had a genuine connection with God. He wasn't making these, he wasn't just praying because he was told to pray. You know, he wasn't doing these things out of ritual or formality. He actually had this genuine connection.
Yeah.
And Cain got jealous of that, so he fucking bumped him off, and that was the whole fucking, that was his fault again. It was that he's probably going, but mine's worth more than his. He's putting a material value to his sacrifice. He's going, this is a way better sacrifice. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. What am I
Whereas
supposed to
Abel's
do?
was just heartfelt. It's the thought that counts.
Because it's relative to what.
Yeah.
He
So
was
something
putting
like
forward.
that was the shit behind that one. Yeah.
So in the book of Luke, there is a passage about how demons yearn to enter the body of man. He says, "When the unclean spirit is gone out of man, he walketh through dry places, seeketh rest, and findeth none. He saith, I will return unto my house whence I come out. And when he cometh, he findeth it swept and garnished. Then he goeth and taketh to him 7 other spirits more wicked than himself. And they enter in, and dwell there, and the last state of that man is worse than the first." So there you go now.
Yeah, boy.
That's what happens. He's like fucking load of lads in there. This means for the demon that he
It's like
only
a Brazilian apartment. It's like one had to get in there, the next thing there's fucking 9 beds
all
in
of
the
a
place.
sudden.
Yeah.
I
I pay 60 euros for a ranch.
Yeah, well, you get like all those Brazilian songs. Dance, come here, no say, I'm gonna say when a bang God say, bum 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 bum. I did a load of these with Paula when we were dating, like, and I was trying to sing, and I didn't
That
know.
sounded like Pearl Jam as well.
Yeah, everything I do, I'm actually Scott Stan. So yeah, apparently, according to this, the demon only has rest when he is inhabiting the body of a man, and will stay there until forcefully ejected. So when you talk about possession and exorcism, the demon really doesn't want to leave.
Yeah.
And that's why then, like we were saying earlier, it's not the case of like you just go there for 3 hours, you stick on fucking Lord of the Rings uncut, and you just do the thing, and that's fine. It can take years apparently. So it's like it's like therapy. Like it's like you're exercising your traumas, you know?
Like auditing.
Yeah, like auditing. Ooh. I'm gonna go clear.
Yikes. I think that the older demons that were procreating with Lilith and making new demons, those new ones were the ones that were hungry for flesh, hungry for man flesh. And the older ones kind of had they were OG, like they knew they knew the crack, and they were like pushing men from the outside and so when you hear like exorcists going like, I need to know your name. What's your name so I can cast you out? And they have to they have to trick him like, I am the one who never sleeps. And you're like, huh? Do you want,
what was it?
Do you want some melatonin?
Is it yourself, Richie? Jesus.
Pascal, how are you doing?
Pascal. You're always the last man. Come on out now.
Fucking sleep standing up, that fella. But yeah, it seems like these fallen in the chains of darkness are hard fought. Some of them don't even, like, they exist outside of time and space. They're banished to a realm that is only darkness. And then the rest of them are kind of just like floating around looking for lads outside the pubs who are fucking
to jump in,
eating chips and pissing their pants.
It does reek of that Jerry Merzinski stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's
it really does.
Yump.
Yeah.
But it does, I mean,
just waiting for their opportunity.
It must, like, what would that existence be like? To only experience rest when you're inhabiting the body of a person who doesn't want you there, and then you have to get
Ask
forcefully
Russell
ejected.
Brand.
Oh, Jesus.
Good going.
But you know what it also sounds like is the whole, like, naming the demon.
Yeah.
And, like, going to an AA meeting and going, I'm an alcoholic.
That's true.
But also it's awful hard to say, like, Palalakapop or fucking
That's why they have some squirrely fucking names.
Exactly. It's
nah, you didn't get it.
What's this demon's name? It's just like 11 Fs. It's like, well, what's your name? It's like, you sound like a balloon being let down. Yeah, it's a. Some of the names are fucking preposterous. I was trying to tell you some of them, and the thing kept on correct. The autocorrect kept on correcting. I was like,
nightmare.
ugh, I had to type fucking Amanattan or fucking something like that like 11 times. I was like, stop correcting it to fucking Amaretto. Like, it was very annoying. None of the lads who wrote the Book of Kells had to deal with that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So then we come to the infamous Book of Enoch, and this is the one that has 3 versions. There's the director's cut, there's the behind the scenes, and then there's the
final cut.
The final cut, yeah.
Bloopers.
Yeah, the Schneider.
I'd love to see the bloopers in the Book of
the
Enoch.
Snyder cut. And these books, or well, it's the same book, but in different variations, introduces to the character of the Watchers. So these are the lads that came down with Lucifer. I always thought they were like really friendly, big-headed purple aliens.
Like Marvel?
No, like Widget. Have you
Oh,
ever
yeah.
Widget the World Watcher?
Yeah. I was thinking of the Watcher in the Marvel comics, but he has a big head as well.
Yes.
He's like, Reed Richards, you better not do that, because that's bad.
Widget the World Watcher was one of my favorites because I was like, yeah, there's a whole race of aliens and their only job is to look after Earth and make sure all the animals are fine. And Widget would go around with a bunch of kids and be like, there's a whale stuck in a pipe. And they'd be like, you know, I just fucking love that shit, man.
They're like, Widget, how come you never get adults to help you have much more autonomy and ability to do these things?
Why does your head look like a scrotum, Widget? It's fucking weird, man.
It's fucking Thriller! Yeah.
So, Shane, maybe you could tell us about the Watchers and then we'll sail on home to the end of this episode soon enough.
Alrighty. We talked about Azazel earlier in the scapegoat story, but he appears...
No!
Was that a wait? Was that
Am I coming up?
What?
What was the verb? Was that a...
You just went, whoa!
I thought I fucked up or something there.
Did you say that?
No.
Well, then I think the Lord is saying, enough is enough, lads.
Are you
Go to bed.
serious?
I heard what you
I
heard.
heard
I heard what you heard.
Start again.
We talked about Azazel earlier, and it's scapegoat, and he said a goat.
Oh,
that
he did
was a
that.
goat too. I didn't get that.
I get it
I
now.
apologize. That was retarded of me.
But both of us are retards.
Hey, 3 of us.
We are also both drunk, so that might have
There
something to
is
do with
that,
it.
yeah.
I have no excuse.
We talked about Azazel earlier in the scapegoat story. But
But
he only appears, or is mentioned once in the Bible. But he is a fairly prominent figure in the books of Enoch. Azazel was one of the Watchers, and the Watchers are the guys that we know as the Anunnaki. They had a penchant for human ladies and bred with them, and ended up having half-god babies called Nephilim, who were giants. That's a whole other episode now.
Yeah, it's going to be like a 3rd Anunnaki episode. And
Yeah, I was going to say you definitely must have dealt with the Nephilim at some stage.
Yeah.
The leader of the Watchers was named Samyaza or Samjaza, and tried to stop them, but the lads were on a jollier and couldn't be stopped.
Yeah.
They went Amsterdam windows, and on these good-looking young ones, filled their bellies full of godly angel babies.
There you go.
Wasn't it? What's the thing is like they saw the daughters of men and came unto them. That's the thing is they saw the daughters of men and came unto them. It's like, yeah, nice, nice.
And yea, the Watchers.
And yea, the Watchers cream pied the daughters of man.
Gazed upon the daughters of man, and they went, whoa, about that.
It's a weird one because it's still like, okay, they were beautiful, but it's still another species. Who the fuck does that? You know, that kind of way. It's
That's
like,
close enough, man. The boys are just like men with wings, hey.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably fornicate.
But did the
with a lady
Nephilim
with
not
wings.
look like fucking reptilians, or with the Nephilim? Are they just big, giant, handsome fuckers?
The Nephilim are big giants because
So
they're,
is
it's like
Goliath
Hercules.
a Nephilim?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But the
like-
Nephilim are like they're totally different. Like they don't look like either the mother or the father. The
Yeah,
Nephilim is like an abomination.
Yeah.
Like is the Fomorians in Irish and Celtic law?
Yeah,
Are
the
they
Fomorians, the
same?
guys
Big
who
one-eyed fucking.
the Fomorians are the lads who come from the soil, right? So they come out of the soil and they're like big giants as well.
Like
again, material made of the fucking material world, maybe, you know.
And then you have,
like, what are those things?
like
What's
the golem and stuff like
Golem,
that as
yeah, I
well,
was
the
gonna say.
Jewish one.
Golem,
yeah. Golem. Yeah, so there's loads of like that's really across cultures you'll find loads of shit like that.
But like,
and even in
the
Lord of the
Nephilim
Rings,
were-
the fucking bad cunts came out of the mud.
Yeah.
Remember, they just
like elemental giants. That's almost in everything. Rock giants and water giants and fucking
come here.
popcorn giants.
I'm getting back into like flat earth and Nephilim and giants and all that shit, right? But did you see these fucking videos? These cunts are so convincing, right? Where they're talking about, like, you know, the rocks that they pull out, the pink Himalayan salt and all that stuff.
yeah.
So they're pulling this shit out and it looks like sides of bacon. Looks like bacon. Like it has the white things and it has the red stuff, and then they're grinding that up into salt. And they're saying, why do you think it's salty and it's so delicious? It's because it's petrified giants that like fall in these mountains, and they show all the pictures of the mountains, and all the mountains look like big men and they have arms and legs. And
I've seen a big elephant mountain. It looked fucking amazing.
And there's like petrified elephants, petrified alligators, all these huge, like petrified snakes.
Yeah.
And it still has the scales. And it's like, it's not like carved into the rock. Like it's fucking, it is the mountain. Like, and these giant skin cells, and they talk about like the epidermis and how it comes together, and then all the parts of the rock. It just looks like the skin cells on the back of your hand, but like 500 times bigger, and it's a mountain. And then when you zoom out, it looks like a big lad lying down on the ground. And then they cut into it, and it looks like pink with white bits, like fat and like bacon. And then you grind it up, you taste it, you're like, oh, it's delicious and salty, and you're like, fuck, are we eating like a giant stone giant? Like it's pretty convincing. I mean, I know it's not real or whatever, but like, who's carving these fucking mountains to look like sleeping giant fellas?
With a great, all good conspiracies have that sweet, sweet little hook.
Oh,
and I
it's
just
so
like,
good, man. But like,
that's why I hate people who don't like conspiracies. Even if you're reading bullshit,
don't
they're
believe in it.
brilliant
Yeah,
to
they're
read.
really-
Like,
they're
what's
really
wrong?
good fun.
Who
Creative,
was it
man.
that said, was it Mark Twain or someone? Oh no.
was it Mark Twain said, "Stop it, Nikola Tesla! I'm shitting my pants."
No, there was someone said. No, there was someone. Fuck! It's good when you know who said it. But he basically said the only good writers left are conspiracy theorists. No one else is coming up with the goods. You know,
Ben Shapiro.
No. It was someone better than Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Anyway, fuck it. It's gone.
That's not a hard task.
Yeah, I think the crazy ones, like where the fucking mountains or trees cut down and all this kind of shit, like in the fucking rocks or giants, like when you think about something like
It couldn't have been Mark Twain because conspiracy theory was only came up after the fucking JFK assassination.
Yeah, I didn't want to correct
As a
you, man.
phrase,
I
that's
wasn't
impossible.
It would be funny though if Mark Twain was like, "There's giants in the soil."
But it was so, I don't know, but whoever said it is a person where you go, oh, that's a cool thing for him to say.
Mark Twain was like, "Oh, if these blackies start turning against us, we're finished." Well, that's the worst thing God ever invented was a black man with a good memory.
With a good memory.
Yeah. No, it's just like the Nephilim coming out of female vaginas after being, as you said.
Oh yeah, those hips will never be aligned correctly.
Yeah,
again,
but that's what I
like,
mean. They're coming out as normal babies, and then like Paul Bunyaning up to like massive size, you know, or like Benjamin Buttoning, reverse Benjamin Buttoning, which is I think normal aging. Just like going from like of like 7 pounds to like giant fucking. Anybody want a peanut? Like that kind of fucking.
I wonder if they start doing all that like Bigfoot, like if they are, which is a cool fucking story if they're big feet, and they start doing all like the samurai chatter and stuff. Did you ever hear Bigfoot doing that?
No.
It's fucking cool. They call it samurai chatter, and like they just go. It's like they're trying to mimic humans. And they just go. There's loads of recordings of it, and they do
Where?
like the whooping, huh?
Where?
In all the major cryptid places that I follow. They're super common.
All the reliable places.
It's super common.
I mean, where in the world? Like in the woods? Like or some
in
shit?
like British Columbia and like
right,
yeah.
right.
So
Dark
like,
places
Dark-
with very few witnesses.
Yeah.
Bad recording
Places,
devices.
yeah. They have like 3310s. The cameras are pretty bad.
All I've seen is videos of fat cunts with beards banging sticks and then going yow, and then somebody else going yoo.
That's the woo, woo, the whoosh, and then they go woo.
Sounds like
then
a
the
dog.
samurai chatter is. The samurai chatter is pretty good.
Is it sighting or shiting? Is it shiting?
Bigfoot is out there.
Okay. I don't doubt that.
No, I don't know, man. I like
David Attenborough is on paper as believing in Bigfoot at one point. I don't know if he'll stand by that one, but
But
there is a.
I would
there is
believe
a-
that there's an animal out there that we haven't discovered yet.
I'd
for
say
sure.
that there are a couple of monkeys and gorillas that have escaped from zoos and found their way into the wilderness, and there's not many of them, and they are.
That was the plot of Madagascar.
Was it? Oh fuck!
Caesar says no. Human bad.
Yeah,
Apes stay in woods.
they were good lads. Those
They're fucking
few
great
wrangers.
movies, man.
Yeah, they're very good. They're very good.
So, back to the Watchers for our listeners.
All right, so the Book of Enoch was once cherished by Jews and Christians alike, but in time lost favour to the devout because of its controversial opinion on the fallen angels and their nature and their deeds. Enoch was the great-grandfather of Noah, and the book, which was Jewish in origin, a part of the Old Testament literature, was all but destroyed, banned, and cursed. It was officially cursed by a rabbi in the 2nd century, and all who believed it. What did they not want us to know? In the 18th century, its surviving manuscript found its way back into circulation after an explorer, James Bruce, went to look for a surviving copy in Ethiopia, Eritrea, and found 3 surviving copies and brought them back to Europe. It was fully translated in 1821 by Dr. Richard Lawrence, who was a henbane professor at Oxford, and unravelled the secret mystery of its contents.
So yeah, it comes in 5 parts in separate chapters, up to 108 different chapters. So the Book of Watchers, which describes the fall of Watchers, angelic beings who fathered the Nephilim, who were a race of giants, and that's chapters 1 to 36. The Book of Parables then is the book that contains the parables that prophesies the judgment of the wicked and the vindication of the righteous, and it's notable for its messianic emphasis, talking about the Son of Man being Jesus, I suppose. And that's chapters 37 to 71. The astronomical book, which provides detailed descriptions of the heavenly bodies and their movements, reflecting ancient beliefs about cosmology and astronomy, and it's strikingly correct. But this Book of Enoch was stricken from the Bible, wasn't allowed in, even though its cosmology and astronomy was very accurate.
And how old is this book?
They think it's like written in the 1st century AD.
Wow.
Yeah. The Book of Dream Visions, where Enoch recounts 2 visions he had in dreams. One was of a woman with 1 giant tit. And he woke up in a state of wetness, and the demon...
Yeah, somebody came in my pants.
The demon Efficacious was the one who was over wetness. Remember wetness and dryness?
Oh,
and hot
yeah,
and cold?
wetness, dryness, hotness, coldness.
Yeah, he had all the... started off wet and hot, and it ended up cold and dry. And then what was your one's name? She was over all of them.
Yeah, she turned it to crust.
Yeah, the Lord of Crust. Here, Enoch recounts the visions he had in dreams. One recounts the history of the world from creation to final judgment. And that's chapters 83 to 90. And then the last one is the Epistle of Enoch, where, because you have to have an epistle after you come in your pants.
You can't just fall asleep.
Yeah, you wouldn't go to sleep.
Yeah.
So this final section includes various moral exhortations and warnings about the future judgment of the wicked. So it's basically, that's 91 to 108. It's basically a big indictment of what's going on at the time, which is probably why it was left out of the Bible. But it was telling some secrets and pointing some fingers. And Enoch was like, come here, lads. This fucking Old Testament shit that you have going on, like, I can see that it's not going well. It's not going to go well into the future. And when we're putting this together after the birth of Jesus, like, this is all Old Testament documents. I mean, people couldn't have that bopping around because it was going to, I guess, unravel the control that the leaders of the church were looking to get over the people. And also showing ancient knowledge that they didn't want them to know they had. So
it's an interesting thing because then it looks like the prophets basically, like, was there a prophet called Enoch that just wasn't mentioned? Do you know, who just didn't? Yeah, so like he's just not there. Like the lads are just like, Enoch's a fucking idiot, isn't he?
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
left him
I don't
standing
want
outside at the
He's
gates.
like a Sid Barrett,
And they wouldn't
effectively.
have-
Like he's just like, one day they didn't pick him up, and that was the end of him in Pink Floyd. Like,
Yeah. He went a bit mental and that was it.
Yeah.
It does, like, it keeps coming up and I've never read it, but it does sound like the best crack of all these, like, ancient texts. The Book of Enoch just keeps coming up and you keep reading little bits of it and you're like, this sounds great. I would love to read this.
They made
and
a
the first
video
book of Adam
game.
and Eve is...
Yeah.
They made a video game of the Book of Enoch called something Al Shayad or something. It was a Japanese game and like you had to fight the Nephilim in it and stuff. Like it was fucking crazy. I bought it, but I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would. And I wound up buying Deadly Premonition, which was another Japanese game and probably my favourite of the Xbox 360 generation. So
Nice.
what does it all mean?
Couldn't see that coming.
No.
Deadly Premonition. Shane, can you bring us through the rest of the Book of Enoch, please?
So the leader of the angels, Samyaza, got the glad eye for the daughters of men and wanted to travel down and have a go. So he convinced 200 other angels. Jesus Christ, lads! What the
Lads,
fuck?
come on, just give it a go.
Get on the bus. Here we go.
That's not a fucking trumpet of angels. It's a fucking train. Choo choo.
He convinced 200
Angels
other
on
angels,
blondes.
Yeah.
which were called the Watchers.
Watchers
They were
bukkake.
doing more than fucking watching. To come down to earth.
A few of them were watching him beating off.
A few of them were waiting.
Hanging around.
Jesus. Well, they did only come onto the daughters of men, so I guess they were watchers. To come down to earth realm with him on a mission of pleasure.
Jesus.
So these women all got pregnant with the Nephilim, who were evil giants.
Did they have 100% hit rate?
They must
They
have.
all went down, did it once, and they were like, no bother. Like just powerful
Isn't there a
sperms.
I think they were
story?
just blasting young ones out with like.
Just left and right. Okay.
Isn't there a mad, insane fucking story about the time that Pope John Paul came to Croke Park or fucking Phoenix Park and he gave that talk and all the women got pregnant? Do you remember that?
With 200 priests and they all just started fucking.
Well, the story was all the women that went got pregnant and everybody has like a Pope John Paul there and it's kind of like, is this called the Nephilim?
Oh, is that,
Do you remember that mad
why,
story?
Is that why everybody's called John Paul from that age?
Yeah. Everybody that had a kid in that era was John Paul then. Or in that year.
They just went home and all the lads got the fucking ride from having the
They were
Holy
forgetting the fact
Father.
that they had about 8 kids per family and they were knocking them out every year anyway. Oh shit, sorry.
all the dads were fucking with like battered sausage grease on their fingers going, yeah, you can call me the Holy Father. Mo better.
We already have 2 John Pauls. Call them Jurassic Park. I don't give a fuck.
Call me John Paul, fucking call me George the Ringo, don't care. Let me leave it in you. Go on, leave it in you. Too late.
So these women all get pregnant with the Nephilim, who were evil giants, and these giants, Paul Bunyan and his blue... Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know Paul
Bunyan and his blue ox.
You know that story?
No.
Paul Bunyan is like Paul Bunyan, like he's a big fucking like an American hero, and he had a giant blue ox called Baby or Lady or Daisy, something like that. Anyway, the ox was giant, and Paul Bunyan was a giant, and he went around and he fucking cut down all the trees across America, and he was like eating everything all around him, and everyone was like, "Oh, Paul Bunyan, you big silly." You ever hear that story?
I've heard the name Paul Bunyan.
It's very
but I
famous.
don't-
Yeah, I've definitely heard
I don't
the
know
name,
much
but
It's
I've
about
very
no
famous
idea what you're
among
talking
American school kids because they all know the story of Paul Bunyan. But he was like an American Nephilim who would just like, yeah, and he had a giant ox. I have an ox there because it's a Saturnalian Taurian symbol. So like these Nephilim were like Saturnalians,
right.
yeah, in the before times.
And so these giants would consume all the food and resources that man could produce. They ran out of food, and then they began to eat the men.
Eventually, they were too good looking.
Eventually, the women were too good looking, and the watchers. Does that mean they ate the ugly women, and eventually the women were too good looking to eat? Fucking hell! And the watchers taught them how to dicky themselves up with jewelry and make up adornments to make them irresistible. And one of the angels, Azazel, became obsessed. He then taught man all types and measures of iniquity, including the art of war, making weapons and armor, and the means to defeat their enemies.
Which included the Nephilim. So basically, the giants ate all the men and all the ugly women, and all the young ones were left, and the lads were like, oh, you know the fucking...
So there was only giants and hot women.
There was only giants, angels, and hot women.
And then they just bred more men by the angels banging the women.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And the angels, well, not that there was no men left, but there was like
a lot of them were like missing parts or half ate or fully ate.
They kept a few bottoms.
So the angels were like, Jesus, all these fucking women are lovely looking. Do you know what will suit you now? Bit of a smoky eye. And they taught them how to make dyes and how to make like lovely clothes and jewelry. Like the angels taught them how to do that.
So they're all going around the place looking like Xerxes.
Fucking savage crack. And the angels were all like fucking lashing them out of it. Doing a bit of grabbing, you know? The fucking...
Oh, yeah, like the...
Murder me.
Murder me. I'm not doing it. You have to propose. Yeah.
It's that idea that obsession with your looks in the mirror,
form,
like the top man, all types of iniquity that leads to war because it's just like they don't look like me, fuck them, you know, that kind of way. We're the good ones and they're the bad ones, and just pure division. So with all these atrocities, war and famine being wrought upon man, humanity calls out to the heavens to help against the Watchers who were wreaking havoc on the earth. Heaven sent an A-team of archangels. Michael, where the fuck have these guys been?
Yeah.
Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Suriel, and Uriel, and they bound Azazel. Gabriel was sent to destroy the children of fornication by Gabriel was sent to destroy the children of fornication by encouraging them to kill each other.
If I ever have children, that's what I'm going to call children of fornication.
Come to me, your father.
Dinner is served.
Yes.
Gabriel was sent to destroy the children of fornication by encouraging them to kill each other in mutual slaughter, and Michael, the most powerful, took Samyaza, Lucifer. Oh, so he's Lucifer.
Yeah.
And bound him for 70 generations beneath the earth, even to the day of
that
judgment.
maybe is what's 70 generations. Does that about add up to these change moving around this?
I don't know, man.
Good Lord.
Again, a lot of these things are fucking lunar cycle. All these fucking numbers are just, you know.
They don't mean anything.
Yeah.
Then when the deed was done, God sent a great flood to wipe the earth clean of the Watchers and their children. By the way, that was a dreadful reveal about Lucifer, and that's exactly the way Bible just, oh, by the way, that was Lucifer. You know, that kind of way.
Yeah, I think at the start of the show I said Samyaza is another name for Lucifer.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
okay.
you did. That was
a long
that was
time
about
ago.
But I mean,
9
it's
hours
like
ago,
that's how hard the fucking Bible is to decipher.
Yeah, no, it is. You have to remember a lot of
it's
it.
like, well, this is Lucifer too. Okay, well, why the fuck are we naming him a million
Can we
different
not just keep calling him Lucifer for fuck's sake?
But
It's
I
like
wonder-
watching 4 versions of the same movie and trying to remember which character played who and what relation they had and stuff like that.
I wonder again, etymologically though, if you fucking translate all these Samyaza words down, are they again
come to
just
one
different,
word.
like greed, blah, and they're all
Yeah.
just corruptive words? You know, that kind of-
Lucifer is the Hebrew for adversary.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from. But I watched a movie called The Devil Conspiracy. And it's a fantastic little shit film about, starts off with this battle where the Archangel Michael, Lucifer defies God, and Michael hits him a puck and a slap, and they send him like rocketing down to earth and send him like right down into the bowels of the earth, and then Archangel Michael flies down, ties him up in chains, and fung, and uses his sword and sticks him into this rock. And eventually then, like, it's a good movie. Like, later on they find that there's this DNA company, the scientific kind of advanced science company that make clones of very, very famous people from their DNA. So they got, like, the DNA of Beethoven and the DNA of Michelangelo, and they put it into these women, and they birthed, like, a clone of, and they sell it for hundreds of thousands to these people, you know. And there's, like, auctions and shit like that. And they eventually get the Shroud of Turin, and they get the DNA of Jesus, this satanic cult, and they fucking find a woman to birth the baby of Jesus. And when the baby is born, they release the spirit of Lucifer from his chains, and he's able to go up. And the only human body that's able to hold that spirit is Jesus Christ. And this whole, I won't tell you the end of it, but that's like in the first like 10 minutes or whatever. Fucking class crack, and it has all this imagery that we're talking about, all of these like angels and seraphim and the swords of light and all this kind of stuff. So it's like a lot of the accurate-ish biblical imagery and stuff like that, and these angel wars and stuff. It's really good for if you want to kind of have a visual of what this kind of thing we're talking about, these Watchers and Nephilim that were buried under the ground. And
there's a whole connection with the Watchers and the Greys, isn't there, as well? There's a whole
as
UFO
well, yeah.
lore. It's a whole fucking thing, isn't
But
it?
are they like the Watchers are like soulless entities with one purpose. Like they're not.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? And they're taking women, kidnapping women, and impregnating them, and doing like a
probes and shit.
Dana Scully job on them. You know.
Mm. There are scholars and even writings of Christ himself talking about the tales of the Book of Enoch, which is not included in the official Bible story for reasons. But scholars like Tatiana and Lactantius, and more recently Emil, for fuck's sake, Schneeweiss.
Emil Schneeweiss, he's a biblical scholar, pretty big in the game. Shane, just in case you didn't.
I didn't come across this guy.
Yeah, good old Emil. He knows his Bible.
Most of my knowledge comes from mushrooms. Believe that there are physical evidences for giants to be real, and the demons that inhabit the earth are the souls of slain giants and their progenitors and the Watchers.
So imagine they're the ghosts like that the Scientologists talk about that got stuck in the mountain.
Oh.
So like the flood killed them all, but their spirits were so powerful because we're all demigods that they're fucking possessing and haunting people. Like,
even though it's not included in the King James version, the reason that women are to dress modestly comes from the assertion that Azazel taught women to be alluring, and it would again tempt demons to inhabit them. Jesus, women are not faring out well in this fucking book.
But this is the same for scapegoat. This is why women from like all of these, it's this story of Azazel and the Watchers who taught women how to dress provocatively in order to be more attractive to the raping angels.
Yeah. That's fucking wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the revision of sexuality and the austere dress code and coverings of hair, skin we see in more fundamental religions
so
still
that's
being
the
adhered
reason
to.
for that, is it?
Yep.
Okay. Right.
Still
Interesting.
being adhered to from the part of scripture, though not included in official text anymore. And I mean, like, I think in Islam you're not even allowed to dance, aren't you? And
there's all sorts of fucking rules, man.
And it comes because they're not
Pop
afraid.
your clit off when you're 11 and shit like that. Like,
But they're not afraid so much because obviously the what I'd always heard is that is like the lads can't control themselves, but it's actually to stop demons from knocking up these women and
well, it's to stop the
more
demons from
giants.
inhabiting the men who will not be able to control themselves.
Yeah, it might be a bit of
Right,
both though,
okay.
because I remember seeing a tribe of tree-dwelling fucking native of fucking aborigines of some country. And so they all lived up in tree houses basically, and they would always, if they were going up the tree, the women would always go last because they had grass skirts, but they obviously didn't have knickers. So it was kind of like, let's not say that and drive ourselves mental on the way up the tree.
Class.
And you know, they had this kind of protocol of making the women go up laughing.
I want to see that TikTok channel.
Oh yeah,
Thought a lot about ditties in this episode, I feel.
Not enough about vagina.
No,
we didn't have enough upskirts.
It's just we started with Bob's and Vagine, and it went downhill from there. Well,
You have to enjoy yourself.
oh, sure, stop, man.
You know.
Bob's are the favourite.
Now, look, never sort of unclip your top and let a ditty out unless you're comfortable at the end of the day.
Yeah.
We're not saying that we're like these terrible giants, you know?
Yeah,
You gotta look after yourself.
Hashtag consent.
Hashtag always.
Somehow you made that sound rapey.
Yeah, that's really creepy, man.
I just said always consent. Always consent. Show me your tits.
Hashtag always.
Hashtag always.
Hashtag wow, body for home. Hashtag Lillettes. So yeah, the next one is called The Prince of This World, and this is my kind of a manifesto, not for Lucifer, but against the hypocrisy of Christianity.
Okay.
That if Lucifer is the prince of this world, he's surely shown himself in the cruelty man shows to fellow man. But most of this cruelty is done on your fellow man in the name of God. So Jesus refers to Lucifer as the prince of this world, and the Apostle Paul calls him the God of this world. And as discussed, the olden times were fairly rough for all concerned. Pestilence, famine, torture, war, rape, death, earthquake, flood, all down to the evil deeds of Satan, and not any design or programming flaws in the free-willed elements of the planet like humans or some engineering flaws in the tectonic structure of the planet or anything at all. By the Creator. It's all Satan's fault. But Louis is known as the one who controls nations. and his evil is felt even today. The father of lies, the great deceiver, the one who promotes selfishness and greed and pride over all. These are the deeds of man, and no more than Jesus is lumbered with the forgiveness of the sins of man, so Lucifer is tasked with the burden of their initiation and inspiration. I think it's a yin-yang thing there. One maketh and one taketh. If Jesus takes them away, Lucifer makes them, or at least this is the way the system is supposed to operate. Now, Lucifer being the adversary, to be blamed for the animalistic, unpredictable and wholly natural occurrences of the earth, especially when it comes to beings with free will and morality like humans, it makes it easy to put the opposing force up on a pedestal and privatize the wins while democratizing the losses. It's propaganda. So it's easy to be holy and pious to a God that forgives, but we forget he also punishes harshly, or at least he used to in the olden days. It's the classic cancel culture function that has been employed so often recently, where someone's past behaviour, even from a long time ago, has come back to indict them of crimes with the modern moral edicts.
Oh, Lord. Behaviour
that at the time was done by more people than just them, but the success of the most successful earned scrutiny at a certain point. So at that point, their good works, in the meantime, determine whether their sins are forgiven or acceptable, or if they have to be cast down into the fire or banned off YouTube or whatever. For example, the Mayans and Incas had gods that they would sacrifice children to, and we call them savages and primitive cultures, but we also make movies about them and wonder at their engineering and mysterious creations and even more mysterious disappearance. But we still don't see them as the modern marvels that they had at the time. We see them as, pagan sacrificing savages. But we forget that the current most popular religion, who has the most followers of any religion on earth, which is Christianity with 31%, with Islam as a close second with 24%, used to commit the worst atrocities in recorded human history for the same God that now has mega churches and generates billions of dollars for duplicitous and paedophilic pastors and preachers.
And they're also the ones whose accounts we need to trust about the fact that the pagans were making the sacrifices in the first place. They're the ones that told us that fucking story. Yeah.
They're the ones that have the history books. They're the ones that invaded the countries and fucking killed off all the native populations in the first place again.
Yeah.
So it's just, the devil you know. The Christians use method of torture, not to mention the wars and the genocides in God's name, but these methods of torture just straighten your pubes to listen to. And here's a few of them. Strap in. They would torture, maim, and eventually kill people who didn't convert to their religion. Imagine forcefully converting Jews and Muslims while also sending a message to the already faithful not to stray from the path. Methods like, you ready for these now? The famous rack, where wrists and ankles would be tied to a rolling bed, and you would be slowly stretched until sinews popped and bones dislocated, ligaments slowly tore and skin split and was rent from the flesh. Survivors of this torture were permanently disabled and unable to control their bodily functions like their bowels and shit like that. And in later iterations of their device, there was nails, blades and hot pins introduced to the process. A similar process was done on a large wagon wheel, but without the stretching, just plain bludgeoning with sticks and bats instead. The subject to be left to die from the broken bones and internal bleeding. This also progressed to being milled to death in a stone wheel, like St. Victor Maurus of Milan, who was dragged through the streets, stretched on a rack, beaten on a wheel, and he wouldn't relent. He wouldn't give up God. So they put him in a millstone, feet first, and slowly crushed him into flesh flour.
Jesus.
This is Christians now.
Yeah, well, the medieval torture chambers did not exist until this new world was created. Like, the pagans didn't have these fucking things. No. And these are the ones that are the demons and the fucking, the ones that basically lived in the Garden of Eden and were just totally connected with nature. Yeah. They're the bad guys.
Just buzzing. I remember being in torture museums, and one of the ones that I thought was probably the most cruel was a giant kind of a hobby horse that was like an upturned triangular blade. So basically like an axe on its side, but giant. And you get up on it and you'd sit your gooch on the blade part. And then they'd tie 2 weights to your feet.
Oh,
and then add weights to the string that was tied to your feet and keep adding it and adding it. And slowly,
it would just cut you.
You'd be pulled downwards and the blade would go up through your gooch and cut your whole body in half. But they'd put the right amount of weights on, so they'd just go millimeter by millimeter, slowly and slowly, like slicing porcini or some fucking
Man, like
just
Mortal Kombat
slicing ham on.
fatalities, aren't they?
Yeah,
But even the
sadistic.
fucking chastity belts, because you see them in the medieval museums as well, and it's like, can you imagine the rotting and the infections going on behind them? Because you're this
No air
weak
getting through to the
bitch
skin,
of a man couldn't you know, make a woman love him, so I had to fucking lock her box up, like to fucking like you'd be falling apart inside that thing. It's just a brass fucking thing right around you know.
Right for infection and imagine like menstruation and all that stuff.
You'd
that
have to
kind
have
of thing.
permission to go to the jacks and
But no, they
fucking,
wouldn't
like,
take
just
it off.
total
Like you'd just
control.
be like, they'd just be like piss and bleed through it, whatever the fuck.
Horrible.
Trying to shit around an iron bar, like it's going up through your arse like a fucking aluminium tongue. Like, it's not right. So one of the most evil and annoying was known as the sackcloth or the hair shirt. And this was put on to a victim of torture if they survived the torture from whipping or lashes, burning or stretching, beating or dragging behind a cart on gravel. The shirt was designed to be put on a converted faithful. So these had already said, like, I relent and worship God. Please stop. So they put this hair shirt on top of weeping and bleeding wounds. And it was specifically designed to continually irritate the wounds and keep them open as they heal and make scars and more pain as the subject reflected on their faith after their punishment. So this was like a horsehair shirt designed to scratch and irritate open wounds from lashes. It would usually be worn again for a number of years during the season of Lent to re-irritate the scar tissue, and it was extremely heavy and would be waterlogged for the 40 days of Lent. And during this time, the subject wouldn't be allowed to drink or eat properly for a full 7 days during Lent, and for this time they were to sit in a public square in the hot sun. The starving of people was a favourite of the Christian torturers, where they would put people in a cage, like your goat, and usually in a public place, and let them scream and beg for food while they slowly starved to death while shitting themselves and vomiting through the cage floor. Because that happens after you start starving. You start having uncontrollable diarrhea and vomiting. This too was innovated, where they would smear the starving unbeliever with honey and release bees and wasps and ants to sting and devour the body in the cage. And then the ultimate version of this was perfected, and it was to let the person almost starve to death, be at the brink of death, and then allow them to eat their fill of corn, thinking that they were going to survive the torture. But instead, with their bellies full with corn, they'd take them and tie their hands and feet and make a small slit in their bellies and put them in a trough and release pigs into the pen to eat their stomachs and their guts filled with delicious corn. So not only was that like really shit to starve them, but then to give them all the hope of having the food that they'd survive and then have like one of the most excruciating deaths. Because pigs go through bone like butter. Beware a man who has pigs, Shane. Know what I mean?
You what?
Beware the man who has a pig farm.
It's fucking like,
it's horrible.
This is the establishment of the world we live in. Like this is immediately, once they fucking rolled out the pagans, this is the dynasties that they put in place. This
is just a small
pompous arseholes.
This is just a small amuse-bouche of very mild end of show titillation.
But isn't it funny? And they're like, video games are making people violent. It's like, I ain't never seen no video game where you feed people corn, slit their belly, and have the fucking pigs eat them out.
I'd say there's a few listeners here that have been ate out by a few pigs, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, I mean,
somebody be glad of it on cold Wednesday evening. But I'm saying, like, it's a fairly particularly cruel,
it's disgusting, yeah,
torture to fill them full of hope of survival and then immediately have them die by excruciating fucking live evisceration by animals, like, you know.
No mass.
Well, the story of the patron saint of chefs is a particularly scary one, where Saint Lawrence of Rome, who defied the Catholic Church and asked that their tithes be handed over to the poor of Rome for food, he was tortured by the Catholic Church by being laid on red-hot metal plates like a flat griddle and cooked to death. They put out a bed of coals, hot coals, and then these hot metal plates over them, and heated them up, obviously, and then stripped and lashed Lawrence, and then using strings tied to his hands and feet, lowered him arse first down onto the hot plates. And as he sizzled at the baying Roman crowd, he remained silent. And after a little while, at one point, he called out to the crowd and his torturers, "I'm done on this side. Turn me over and eat."
What a fucking
That's pretty fucking cool, yeah.
So they flipped him over and cooked him dick side, and then he obviously died from shock and exposure. But like, that's a pretty ballsy. With your arse and your back is fucking being cooked.
Yeah, no mass.
A similar method of torture was to get a brass bull and heat a fire underneath it until it was boiling inside.
This
but the trick
one's
was
horrible, yeah.
to put a non-believer inside the bull, and as they cook, as they're basically steamed inside the boiling bull, their screams and howls would make it seem like the bull was bellowing, and it made for a very interesting party piece.
Party piece, lovely.
Yeah, that's not a joke. Like, they would have these bulls at parties and be like, "Oh my god, a hot bull on a fire," and it's going because the person inside is being cooked to death. They're like, "Oh, that's funny. How are you making it do that?" The Christians were also partial to a good skinning. They would skin people alive and show their flesh and then feed their flesh to dogs in front of their eyes as they slowly died. They also liked to take people who were skinned alive and then sew them into the empty skins and hides of large dead animals like horses, and then let ravenous dogs at the horse corpses like Luke Skywalker inside in the Bantha, and they would eat the horse flesh and the person inside alive because they were skinned. They had no skin on and they were put inside a horse, and hungry dogs ate them.
Jesus Christ.
And later they updated that torture by filling the skins before they put in the skinned person, filling the dead horse and cow carcasses with poisonous snakes, ants, and scorpions while they were being eaten by hungry dogs. These are the Christians who created the modern society, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's fucking... what's evil, like? What's evil there?
Not much more evil than that, to be fair.
That was all done in the name of God.
This is what I'm saying in episode 2 of my podcast is like, at what point did the church give a fuck about the good message in the Bible? You know, that kind of, it's like when you see this stuff, because this was happening fucking early.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, because I can see
Spanish
a lot of good
Inquisition,
shit in the Bible,
fucking-
like I've been trying to say all along in this. It's like, there's loads of good stuff here, and I can really see it. But they clearly just gathered up. Now, maybe there was a guy called Jesus, and maybe his message was unstoppable. It was getting a bit too big, and it was just like, let's just consume this and say this is our idea, you know. But it's like they took all these kind of eternal truths, like the getting out of your body, find yourself, and all that, and they just kind of said, yeah, this is us, this is our shit, and by the way, get into the fucking brass cow there, you cunt. And it was like, while they were doing all this absolutely fucking monstrous shit, they're preaching a message that really resonates with
Turn the
everybody's
other
hearts
cheek.
to kind of calm them down and go.
And this is not even to mention, because I think I mention it all the time, like the fucking, like, habitual and prolific pederasty, the stealing of money and tithes, the acquisition of land and buildings and,
Like,
and
there's
real estate.
definitely nothing in the New Testament about fucking children and putting lads in brass bulls and cooking them alive.
But
Jesus
even
wasn't like...
that tithes thing, that material wealth thing that is endlessly you're hearing in the Bible.
Yeah.
You did the point is detached from the material world and material wealth. And don't be looking at all them temptations. Jesus getting tempted.
The church is a real
Turn your back
estate
on all
game.
that. Church was just money from the fucking start,
from the
and
get-go,
torture
yeah.
to anyone who's not profitable.
Dude, their head office is a fucking ginormous palace made out of gold.
Yeah. But it's just
Like, what does that tell
amazing
you?
more people don't go, I'm my Newton bit. Isn't that what fucking Martin Luther said? But like, it's just astounding that.
I just think when you look at it from the evil works that we talked about that Lucifer is supposed to do, what's more evil there? What's more, like, we're talking about, like, Lucifer's the prince of this realm, he's the prince of the flesh, but like, Do you know what I mean?
Well, I think
they're pretty evil fucking deeds.
I think you
And
end
that was
up
just
as
a-
this animal when you
a handful.
completely forget about divinity and the value of a human.
Yeah.
And then you become this thing. So they are the fucking thing they're preaching against. You know that kind of way?
It really feels like
Yeah.
it. That's why I can't get over that hypocrisy. Now, to finish, little kiss in the bum. A wonderful little funny book that's written as told to Yehuda Berg is called Satan, an Autobiography, where we get the personal letters of Satan revealing himself to the public through this published autobiography for the first time in millennia. It's given us the scoop on how he was able to infiltrate modern media and plant the seeds of doubt of the Almighty in our minds from the very earliest days. It's a tell-all book, and the author claims it's been misrepresented, that Lucifer has been misrepresented by all these through the ego-smeared filter of humans out for fame and fortune or control or pleasure, and that he's not a demon or a devil, as there's no such thing. He is what he has always been, the adversary. The author says that the 60s nearly had Lucifer licked, because after centuries of torture and famine and war, all things that like Satan's mad for, people started on this love and peace vibes, but Lucifer got his hands back on it on the 70s, and he had his foothold again by the 90s. Greed was back in business. By the millennium, short-term relief, celebrity, drugs, and gurus spouting pleasantries to fix your life quick were at an all-time high. Fake spirituality, financial ruin, infidelity, sexual depravity, and baseless, egotistical wittering, all a breeding ground for Satan's success. Lucifer is straight and honest with the reader when he's trying to describe his mission. For you to actually feel, how can one know the experience and grow from grief and loss and pain if you don't feel the grief and loss and pain? God promises relief from all these things, but where's the lesson in that? This is what this book tells. The devil wants to help you learn and grow and experience these things that make us stronger and more capable and resilient people. The thing with God is, most people want him to stay out of their lives and say thanks for the good stuff until something goes wrong, and then they come asking for help. But Lucifer's always there.
Oh,
do you know what I mean? It's a wonderful little funny book, and I ended up reading that in its entirety for fun on this. And like, there's not really you could take out of it as a documentary, but it's a great kind of modern twist or modern insight onto like the teachings of the Bible and how it's very hypocritical. You also had that one. What was that one you were talking about?
Screw Tape Letters. C.S. Lewis
What
is
the fuck is that, man?
fucking amazing. Have you read it?
I haven't yet. No.
So it's the fucking best thing I've ever read. It's a little short book, and it's basically every chapter is a letter from a master demon to his nephew, who is an apprentice, and he's guiding him into how to corrupt this human. And as the book goes on, he's getting angrier and angrier because he's like, "What are you fucking doing? Letting them hang around with them Christians? Get them the fuck away from them!" And it's just, and it's one of those great. It's like The Exorcist, where there's just things that he says that just chill you to the fucking bone. Like there's one thing where he threatens to eat his nephew for fucking up, like, and the way he says it's just like, oh my god, it's one of the best things I've ever met, and I'd recommend it to anyone. I don't know how someone hasn't done something with it.
Yeah, it should be a movie already.
It's
or something.
astounding that it's not a movie or something, because it's fucking brilliant.
Well, I do think definitely that Satan, an Autobiography could be turned into like a little kind of a weird independent comedy, something like that.
I can guarantee you whoever wrote that has read it and went, "Oh, there's more. We can do more with this," and you definitely can. It's fucking great.
There's so many media bits that we've given out there in this show, and I encourage you to watch all of them, dear listener. They're, the exploration of this, especially in the times that are up to come, the exploration of this duality is definitely, I think, essential to the survival of you psychologically and spiritually over the next little while. If a lot of people were prepared for what COVID was going to be instead of 2 weeks, like Total Recall, if it was to turn into what it turned into, I think a lot of people wouldn't have gone along with it from the start, and it was designed that way. And there's a lot of fucking hurt feelings and hurt minds, and people are still not recovered from the whole thing psychologically or spiritually or whatever.
And again, it's
but
that
I'm telling you about this thing coming. Like a lot of people are telling you about this next thing that's coming. It seems like doomsaying, and it seems like fucking fire and brimstone and promising terrible things and all that stuff. But like, be ready for the next one. I mean, spiritually, like protect yourself, protect your soul, your mind. It's time to get off the fence, boys. Who wants to go first? Eamon, you're fading.
I'm getting tired.
Yeah,
Bring me back.
The
Bring me
fireball
back.
is not doing it. I'm gonna lock you in with this off the fence.
Please
man.
do.
And then we'll make bobos and everyone snuggle up. We snuggle up head to foot like the grandparents in Charlie the Chocolate Factory.
Sounds interesting.
I want to ask you to
Yes.
get off the fence, and we'll do it all together, subject by subject, as is the way. This is the way. The Prince of Darkness.
Yes.
Straight up, bad cunt or misunderstood sound guy?
If you go by the Bible itself, I'd say you could make an argument for either.
Yeah.
So you could say, yeah, he's like someone who's trying to take back his own autonomy. And yeah, so I think if you go off what's actually written in the Bible and what we've covered, and you take it at face value, you can make an argument for, I can't believe he went against his fucking emperor.
So what's
my opinion?
After all the stuff we talked about today.
Right, yeah.
If you had to pick one side to say like, hey, these are the good guys and these are the bad guys.
I think
is Satan or Lucifer?
I think it's I would tend to think it's an allegory of everything that's inside us.
Yeah.
So it's like, you are God, you are the devil, you are the good angels, the bad angels. You are the lad inside the bull, you are the lad making the bull, you are the lad putting the lad inside the bull, you are the lad lighting the coals for the bull. You experience the pain, the pleasure, the discomfort. You experience the not wanting to do that, being sort of worryingly elated about doing that, all of those things. You're everything, and maybe the message is trying to like guide you in a certain way, or to make you interrogate your own behavior and your own desires to try and figure out what it is you're doing. I don't know if I really think the universe gives a fuck about good and evil.
Good and evil is just a thing to help us figure out what to do.
I don't even know if it's good for us, like if it's something that helps us what to do. It's something that we have in our society that we've adapted to.
So off the fence.
Yeah.
The character of Lucifer, as we've discussed him today, as you know of him from the past, and as you may think of him from today's lessons on into the future. Bad cunt or misunderstood sound guy?
I would say misunderstood. I wouldn't say necessarily sound guy, if
Why
we're
not-
taking
why
it
not
at face
sound?
value. Well, he seems like he's full of pride and he doesn't necessarily do things for the right reason.
What's the wrong reason?
Well, not the wrong reason, but like he's going up against his dad because he doesn't agree with what his dad's doing.
I don't think it's his dad. I think it's his contemporary.
Well, it's his creator.
Yeah, but no, I don't think necessarily father. Do you know? It's not
Okay.
like he created him. I think he put him in the position that he was in. So like,
Well, he
you're going
created
up
everything
against-
though, didn't he?
Yeah, but like,
He created him, put him in the position of being his right-hand man. So is it similar to the idea of Cain, where he didn't have that his heart wasn't in it? He was just going, I want, give me, I deserve. And objectively, from a very consumerist, capitalist way of looking at things, you would look at that from our point of view and go, yeah, I can kind of see where he's coming from.
Yeah.
But also, where are all those institutions and their businesses and the job that you slave away at? Where's all that stuff when you die or when you need something?
Yeah.
It goes away pretty fast. And God...
nobody wishes to be on their deathbed to have worked more. or
Yeah,
whatever.
to have worked more. And it gets back to that idea of Job, then you can say, well, God pretty fucking bent him over. But he also did go back and, reward him for staying the course at the end of it, which you could argue institutions don't do today. Institutions that act like your God don't do today.
Well, possibly Satan made the wager and God debased himself to punish one of his most faithful followers in order to best Satan. Surely
Which
that's
was
the
a
same,
prideful thing.
That's the same level of prideful bickering.
Yeah, and again, it depends what way you look at it. Like, if you look at it as a very one-to-one, like if you look at it
So
as...
I'm saying you have to, because the whole time now you are the brothers Karamazov on that fence going, if one was to potentially look at the Bible. I'm saying
But it
you
depends what way
personally,
we're looking at. If I'm looking at
so look at it a
Satan-
way that you find to be the most palatable and get off the fence.
Yeah. So I think,
Lucifer,
I think that
bad cunt, or misunderstood sound guy.
I think it's a bit more complicated than that. I don't. Again, it depends what way you want to look at it. For me, the idea of Lucifer in what we're shown, like say we're told the big red devil, the Pope is saying it's not an allegory. He's the fucking deceiver. He's the king of lies. All this stuff. Like, don't really much care for that man. You know, if he's someone who's trying to lead a revolution that he believes in, that's a whole different thing. Like it's like Che Guevara. Like you can be like, oh, he's deadly, and you can be like, he's not deadly.
But you're giving me two options, and the concept of the off the fence is that you have to pick one that you find palatable and understandable and akin to your own sensibilities. So which one would you?
I
have
renounce Satan and all his works.
You just want.
You're just upset now because I'm off the fence.
You just want to get anointed by the bishop. Oh fuck! You renounced Satan and all his works, and the video turned off.
Yeah, that's what happens.
You renounced Satan and all his works, and the video turned off. You can't.
Look.
How did that happen?
That's what happens, man. When
There you go. Look, we're back now.
Kind of lets you know what kind of podcast you're on when you renounce Satan and all his works, and the whole thing falls apart. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
we just had to edit it real quick. And now say it again.
I renounce Satan and all his works.
No, it didn't break that time. Yeah, okay.
No, we're okay. I
So
think
bad
he's-
cunt, you're saying.
Yeah.
Shane?
Yeah, I think obviously we know where
he won't
I'm
let
kind of
you
coming
give
from.
the answer you want, Shane.
No,
I tried.
No, you're trying to give an answer, but I'm saying it's an off the fence, so you have to choose one or the other.
I think one of your comments at some point in that script was really good, where you were saying he's I don't know if you said he was identifiable or something, and I think that's a great way of describing him. And I think
Relatable.
relatable, yeah. And I think that's the point of his character, is that like it is the wrong path, but it's such a simple wrong step to take. Just takes a little bit of pride, just takes a little bit of jealousy, and just fucking, and then you compound that, and you just keep making worse and worse decisions based on it. So I think it is the wrong path, but I think it's a very human story. And
That's
it's
exactly
just
what I was going to
us-
say.
It's just us forgetting about. It's forgetting our own humanity. You know, that kind of way. It's forgetting what makes us great, which is that interconnectedness, that ability to see the beauty in everybody else, and the ability to understand that we're not supposed to be competing with each other, because if we are, and this is not a vote for communism, but if we are just competing with each other, all we're doing is beating each other. And there's got to be a fucking better way, and we haven't seen that way in a long fucking time. But I think that's what this material fucking existence is all about, is that inability to see that. Whereas when they had it in the Garden of Eden, there wasn't even a question of needing to look for some kind of nourishment, because it was all just there, because everybody was just living for life and just picking the fruit from the fucking tree and going, isn't this great, instead of putting a price on every fucking piece of fruit. And, you know, that kind of thing. I think that's the fucking whole kind of thing. He's relatable because we all fucking do it, you know. And when you stop pointing your finger and going, that's Luciferian, there's like, how many fucking things have you done today that's fucking Luciferian? And maybe if you fix that, you know, maybe if we all fix that, shit gets better, you know?
Yeah, what's the definition of Luciferian then, you know what I mean? Like, there's certain, I mean, if you're going by Anton LaVey's writings, there's obviously a set list, but like...
Yeah, and even he's just silly pageantry, and even he's taking shit too literally, and you're just like, shut up, Anton, don't curse me. And you fucking...
I think he's brown bread.
Yeah, well... That's what he gets. But it's like, yeah, it's like he was as literal as a biblical literalist, and it's just really like, it's just like, man, shut the fuck up, you know.
He wrote it himself, so he made it as functional as he wanted to make it. But I think that between the two things of bad cunt and misunderstand sound guy, I definitely think misunderstood sound guy. He was probably the most human of all the angels, which was his biggest flaw. He had the secrets of the universe, and the one thing that he wasn't allowed to have, he blew up his whole spot to get it.
Yeah, it's very human. He is Jerry Maguire.
That is
toys out of the pram.
Absolutely the most human decision. Like, and in a flawed way. And then the whole time to prove himself right, instead of just fucking going, jeez, I fucked up there. Sorry about that, God. He just kept doubling down and doubling down and doing it, challenging God and doing the whole thing. And look, lads, we've all been there. I have that oppositional defiance disorder thing going on. I have this like, no, I won't take no for an answer. It's not, but not in a Russell Brand way. I'm just saying, like, in a way that's like, that's not good enough, you know. I deserve better. But do I? Do you know? And I think somebody who was the right hand of God before Christ, who had all the knowledge and power of God, bar the knowledge of the future, which was God's only secret that he withheld from him, and he was willing to fucking ruin his whole existence for it. And I think that misunderstood sound guy is probably too kind, because you can't be going around saying Lucifer sound, but at the same time, like, he's had to live here with the fucking rest of us, and he's trying to still win an argument with a lad who keeps on changing the rules, with a lad who's able to operate with all of his followers, changing the rules, committing even worse crimes than the followers of Lucifer or Satan or whoever, right? Like, when you're talking about, I don't know, satanic paedophile cults and lads sacrificing children and drinking their blood and all that stuff, like, okay, that's satanic, bad thing to be doing. Don't be doing that, because they're doing it in the name of what they think is Satan. The fucking priests and the fucking
but
are doing
again,
the same
that
shit.
has
Like,
nothing to do with God. You can't put that on God. You know, that has absolutely nothing to do with God.
But
that's
the things
bad
that people are doing in the name of Lucifer, does that have anything to do with Lucifer?
No.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like,
I know, but
we're judging the actions of these ineffable entities that existed in an ancient book as concepts, as allegorical concepts within humanity.
Arguably, the difference is that Lucifer wants you to do those things, and God doesn't want you to do those things.
I don't think Lucifer's asking anybody to do terrible things.
Well, I think he wants to diminish. No, but he wants to diminish God's goodness, and like, God doesn't want a load of priests riding children. Lucifer probably is very keen on that.
I think, and we didn't maybe go into it enough here, that God has set out a set of rules that said, you must not, you must not, you must not, you must not. And all of these things are set out. But he himself and his most like powerful followers don't follow that set of rules. And what Lucifer does is gives us the option to go, do whatever you want. If you want to do that, that's all right with me. I'm not saying it's cool, but like, if you're my guy, you get to do whatever your fucking head or your heart wants to do, man.
But a good father wouldn't tell you that. You know, that's not a very good message. Like, if you're a parent, obviously you give your kid free will, and you don't try and do everything for them. But if your kid is there with a bag of Coke in its head, you're not going to say, hey, do what you want. Like, that's a bad that is a bad message.
It is. And it's like making the children get caught with a cigarette, and then you put them in the fucking cupboard under the stairs and make them smoke a whole pack, because that'll teach them. Like, that is that bad lesson. I do get it. But I don't think it's for the reasons of evil or creating evil from nothing. I think it's in opposition to God's unattainable piety.
But I don't think God is that pious thing. I think this is a misconception, and I think this is another thing that religion has kind of spoiled about the whole spiritual experience, because you don't get that. You never hear of a near-death experience where someone says, and God told me to go back, and we go, all you do is you get this light.
Okay, maybe you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm taking these two figures as in like the biblical versions of both of these. I'm not talking about actual God in the universe. I'm not talking about like...
You're going off the canon from the Bible.
Yes, this is all the character canon.
But even the canon, even the canon, I don't think it's meant to be taken that literally. You know, that kind of... I think you can see the good side
but I'm
of the
saying
message.
the characters, the allegorical stories, you said not all of them have fucking holes in them. They don't make any sense the way that God sends. Why did he wait to send Michael and Gabriel and the boys down to fucking stop Satan and the boys? Like, none of it as a allegorical story really doesn't resonate with me. It sounds like a fucking Christian manifesto of authoritarianism.
No, I don't believe. I don't get. I actually kind of find that they may very well have poached really good morality tales from previous cultures, or maybe from a guy called Jesus himself. I think they co-opted a good message, and they may have spoiled aspects of it, and they may have added shit. I think there's some odd stuff in Leviticus and stuff, but I can definitely see the good in a lot of what I read. And again, only since I've fucking these spiritual journeys, but I can definitely see a really good message. But I don't see it in the church, but I do see it in a lot of those stories, that kind of, and I couldn't see it before, but I do kind of see it, and I was trying, I've kind of made that case, I've tried to make that case today. I do kind of see, I don't see the big angry God, jealous God, I don't see that at all. I think it's a kind of a comeuppance from walking away from life. I think it's literally just life and anti-life, God and Lucifer. It's just life and anti-life. Like Garden of Eden is just life, just everything is just perfect, and then we start creating cities and draining the resources, and because we're creating a material version that actually, pulls the life out of what was already just complete abundance, and fucking all we had to do was walk towards the food because it was fucking everywhere.
I don't ascribe to that like humans are the virus.
It's not that humans are the virus. I mean, it's humans run on just materialism and greed and winning is the virus.
I don't believe so.
Well, look around. What are you talking about?
But that's only a very small amount of people. Most other people are caught in that system or whatever.
But we're allowing ourselves to be led by that system because we're frightened, and we don't have the balls to reject it. So that is that material thing.
So you and yourself in that sentiment there are the character archetype of Lucifer pushing back against the system that has been created by a consensus.
No, because it's a materialistic system.
So it's
not a spiritual system.
So what I'm saying is, it's a system that's created by consensus that everybody else is adhering to, and you and some small cohort alone are saying, let's say a third of the people are going, I don't want this system, I want to collapse this system, and then the system goes, get the fuck out. That's the same thing what Lucifer did.
No,
to
because
God.
Because Lucifer was running a materialist. He was walking away from the kind of the good spirit. So Jesus was the revolutionary that fought against the materialistic system. That kind of way. He was the kind of thing that was trying to bring life back, fuck the banks, and bring life back into the materialistic system. Whereas Lucifer was the start of the kind of the walking away from the kind of spiritual abundance and free food and
So then the off the fence question, the second is the current world that we live in, the torn up, fucked up, drug addled, mental health crisis, climate change, budget or whatever, the migration troubles, all of this. Is this all the work of Lucifer, or is this God's plan?
It's the work of the lack of our ability to see the humanity in each other, to see the human, to see the divine in each other. So yeah, in that sense, because we're looking at each other as numbers. We're in a material world, and even if you'd like to think that, I don't look at people as numbers. We're still just competing with each other. Like I see it all the time. Like even family members competing for who has the best salary and stuff like that. It's still putting a number on fucking everything and breathlessly running to buy the next iPhone or the next car. That kind of way. The shit we've got now is because we're so fucking. Like the thing is, it's like, if you looked around and the wars that are getting started, the COVID should have caused a fucking revolution and all the rest. But instead, people are desperately just trying to cling on to the job, even though like people are getting their businesses shut down. Nobody's going, all right, lads, down tools until that guy's business is safe. No one protected each other just in that. Shit tons of small businesses got shut down and nobody fucking cared because they were clinging on to their little material thing. Yeah. They were clinging on to their little job and they were given into fear, which brought their emotions and their any kind of potential heroism they had right down to a baseline animal instinct of let's just shut the fuck up and hold on and hopefully I get to keep my job and I get to. It was all material. It was all just clinging on to the material world. So yeah, I think this is what this is. the spiritual void is clearly present in the fucking chaos and the fear and the kind of lack of having each other's back, lack of a will to actually protect each other, because you are the 99%. It could probably end tomorrow if people just held hands and went, fuck this. But nobody fucking does it. You know, that kind of way. Because we're all just, next paycheck and that mortgage. You know?
We've lost the Holy Ghost almost.
So go ahead, Eamon, then you're off the fence. So is this a world created by Lucifer or God?
No, I think it's a world created by us, like, and a world created by a system that started and grew out of control. Like, we've had capitalism for...
But who's in charge is what I'm saying. If you have to pick somebody who's in charge
no
of what
one's
we're
in
now.
charge. No, what's happened is that something happened that worked. There was cultural conflicts many years ago where we didn't know if communism, fascism, democracy, we didn't know what was going to work. Capitalism and democracy seemed to be the things that kind of rose out as the best solution to help us. And now we're kind of at late stage capitalism.
But is democracy and neoliberalist late stage capitalism God's plan?
No,
or
I don't.
Lucifer's plan is what I'm asking. Like, what?
I don't think it's either of their plans. I
You're
think
some cunt for not getting off the fence. Like,
but you're not giving
like,
me the right thing to get
But that's the whole point. It's like, this is the binary we're talking about. Is God good or Lucifer good? My case is Lucifer's not that bad.
But that assumes then that we don't have free will to do. So like, so God's plan or Lucifer's plan? Only God can have the plan because he's the only one that has the foresight and to know the end of the world.
So who's making us do all the shitty things then?
Well, if we have... So then we just have no free will. So we're just an algorithm.
The whole point of all the stuff that I talked about today is that God doesn't give you free will. He gives you a set of rules that if you fail them, you get banished. And Lucifer goes, do what you like, but if you fuck up, it's on you.
So then they're both bad guys. Like, that they're both shit options. They're both terrible options. Like,
but the rules that God provides are to have a safe and
so why can't
Lucifer
give
society.
us better rules? Like,
sure, why does he have to give you rules at all?
But sure. What do you? Like, do you know what I mean?
He's coming in and saying, like, come here, you don't have to listen to this guy.
But sure, we never had to.
Yeah, but if you do, then you're exalted and
but
you
it
get a good life.
But it doesn't matter what Lucifer does, though. Like, so, like, Lucifer's saying you don't have to listen to him, but sure, anyone could tell me that. I could tell myself and go, oh, wait a second, I don't have to listen to him. Like, it's neither of them are giving you a good choice or a good outcome if you want your own autonomy and your own sense of liberation. So, like, I'm choosing neither.
So you're saying that you're not going to follow God's rule?
No, because we're talking about the not me.
And Shane is talking
God's
about
rule.
rebellion and pushing back and collapsing the system that's in place by consensus.
Shane,
you're trying to wormhole my words your opinion. I was very clear about that. I was very clear about that. No, I was very clear about that.
No.
You reversed the meaning of what I was saying.
Why Long John? I'm telling you now.
We're going to need a poll on this one.
You were saying, Shane, that why did all these weak people hang on to their material things, and it was out of fear. It was out of fear because they're following the fucking rules that were handed down.
Not by God. By man.
That were handed down by a bunch of people, of men
in the material world,
who claim that they're speaking on behalf of
science,
the right side of history, of goodness, of the benevolent, the benevolent outcome of, the human race. We're trying to save you. This is the good thing. And they're claiming to be on the side of God. And then
that's what the devil does.
So are all those people working for Lucifer then?
No, what did I say about the Garden of Eden? When they stepped away from spirituality, they found science and materialism. They did it in the name of science. They did it in they deconstructed the world in their own image. They made their own version of reality, and then they used science to bully you into, you're going to kill your granny if you don't take this. They turned it into a corporate fucking control system.
So within the structure of what we're talking about, are you saying that's the actions of people who are following the whispers of Satan in their ears?
It's the actions of people with no connection to any kind of genuine spirituality, no connection to what you would call God. So it doesn't need a whisper of the devil in their ears. They're fallen. They fell away, and now they're doing.
So if they're fallen, they're like the rest of the fallen. So they're on the side of
you fall
Satan,
into the material
Lucifer.
world.
Yeah. Which and Lucifer's the prince of this material world. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying, and you're saying
no.
it's neither.
I think you're
But
going out your way.
You're sticking to the paradigm of.
I
exactly,
am sticking to the paradigm because that's the whole show. Is
well, no, that's the show. But like, I think that Shane's main point has been that like he's talking about God as the non-Abrahamic God. God is more of the spiritual as a whole rather than.
Well,
I
think it is represented in the Bible. I think you can still see it in the Bible. Like I have made the point consistently all the way through. I'm not contradicting anything else I've said. I think falling away from truth, eternal truth, and that kind of that divine essence that's in you, that logos, is what you get here. There's a spiritual vacuum in the world. There's no and there's chaos because any order you make without kind of direction of logos or that kind of idea of a Christ-like rule maker is rules made by man, and they might last for a century or a fortnight, but they'll collapse and they'll descend into chaos eventually, that kind of way. And even the example of capitalism and communism, both fallible structures. Obviously capitalism far better than communism, but like you said, capitalism looks like it's in its death knells now, and that might be more because the system has been corrupted and nobody's following the rules of capitalism that we're supposed to be followed. But this is what men do. We fuck everything up and we find a way around even our own rules.
So within the paradigm of the show, the binary, God being good and Lucifer being supposedly the bad cunt who's telling us to do all the bad things, to sell subprime mortgages, to fucking rob old grannies, to take drugs, to fuck strange bitches with no johnnies, to, cheat, lie, steal, all that shit. And then the other side is the good side, where it's like, talk about the faith of humanity and say prayers before you do your politics, and fucking say we're all, good God-fearing Christians who are looking out for all the peoples of the world and we're trying to help you. Like, in that paradigm, right? Not the God that you're talking about, because I know that that's the spiritual, most people are not on that plane.
No, it's in the Bible. I've been clear. I've been pointing out the whole way. And even Jesus said, don't be fucking barking out prayers but not meaning anything, So he called that shit as well.
So I'm saying, is your rebellion against that system not akin to... Because the system that we have now, is it made by the God of the Bible, or is it made by Lucifer?
It's made by the God.
And if it's made by God, why is it so fucked up?
Because it was made by God for us to experience life without God. It's made by God for us to be free to live without any spiritual connection if we want, and you get what
we just spent hours and hours reading the biblical scripture that says that that's not what God wanted or intended or decreed.
Yeah, but he gave us free will, though. Like, that's the point, is it doesn't matter. God knew what was going to happen, so God can see now, the past, the future. He can see everything. He can give you a choice, knowing what your choice is going to be. He can think in ways that we can't think, if that's the God that we're talking about.
The God that we're talking about here has created a world with a set of rules, and if you break those rules, you go to hell.
Yeah.
And then he created an agent of evil, or so-called evil, that he sent to earth to give us the free will.
In which case,
Lucifer is the agent of free will.
Lucifer isn't the agent of free will. The reason we're his greatest creation is because we have free will, which flies in the face of what Lucifer is, because Lucifer clearly has free will as well if he's able to transgress against God, right? The whole thing is like, we can choose whatever we want to choose. So God this is like Minecraft. It's not Minecraft's fault that you create a big building over here and not over here. This is the game, and we can do whatever we want to do.
Bro, Lucifer doesn't send you anywhere if you don't listen to him. God sends you to hell if you don't obey him.
Well, Lucifer is the king of hell, though. He's like, well, if hell, I'll go to hell if hell's sound like.
But like we read the
Do
book.
you get me though?
We talked about Job, where God and Satan literally worked together, going, "Come here, I'm going to try and corrupt you." Did that sound like?
And what did God reward Job with?
Material
Double
things,
shit.
Double shit, bro.
Yeah, I know, but again, Pat, you're like a
not
biblical
literal,
literalist now. I think you're really holding on to the literal thing. I don't think it was ever meant. Like, if you look at the Christian mystics, Meister Eckhart, still Christianity, he's not reading it like that. I think this is the problem. I think this is why we weren't supposed to write these things down, is because it's too easy for us to fuck up the message. And I think, when people were handing on the more ancient religions, they did it face to face, so that couldn't happen. So you couldn't have a fucking, who's Reverend Ian Paisley up going, this means this, and you'll burn it fucking hell.
So what am I not getting here? What am I not getting that you guys are obviously agreeing on?
No, you're talking about this and you're saying it's non-allegorical. It's like this
No,
is...
I'm not. I'm saying I get the allegory.
No. What you're saying is it's exactly as the way it says. So we've been kind of saying
I'm saying it's in the paradigm with which we've set out this binary today.
Parable.
Yeah, I understand it's a parable. I understand it's an allegory.
So if it's a parable, we're saying that God and the devil don't necessarily exist in the characters of God and the devil.
I know that, Eamon. I'm saying that the rules that Shane is saying, that if you deal in material things, that is satanic. We need to be focused towards the spiritual. So Job, who was teased and manipulated by both God and Satan together, in their own personal prideful game of who has the most faithful followers or who is the most powerful. So God already is hypocritical in his pride, right?
Yeah.
He takes back his children.
No, he gave him all brand new children. He didn't give him back his dead children. He
gave him his dead children and
he didn't.
7 more. He doubled the...
He didn't give him back his dead children. His dead children stayed motherfucking dead, and he allowed him to have 10 more because he lived for 140 years riding his missus still. He gave him back twice as much shit as he had before by way of what? Material compensation. So you're saying the material is satanic, the material is devilish, and then God yet is still rewarding a faithful member with material stuff because he won.
Yeah, but
if Job had gone off with the devil, God would have sent him to hell. So he won material shit for obeying.
No, but you're taking it literally because we're saying it's allegorical.
It's just, you get abundance when you and it's again like children are loved. They're the personification of fucking, fucking God on earth. That kind of way. That
so he got the same amount of children back, 7 boys and 3 girls, and he got his house and all that stuff. But he got twice as much. Why would he give him twice as much stuff?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I know what you're saying, but I don't think that dismantles everything I've said for the last fucking 7 hours.
I think if it ended up with God testing him and all this stuff, and then he just went, it doesn't matter anyway because nothing material really matters. It's all about the love that you have for me. Job showed that he had the grit to go through with everything. So whether he received anything or not, he had proved that like how much faith he had in God. But again, the allegory of showing them, you have to show someone getting a reward now because otherwise it doesn't really work as a literal thing.
But the whole point of following God's message is that you don't get the reward now. You suffer now and you get the reward in the afterlife.
Yeah, but what we've been saying is it's not about like it's that's if you take it literally. But we're saying the God, the devil, and everything is all it's all within you. It's all subtextual is what I would go with. In that, like, all these things aren't a one-to-one reading. Like, it's all subtextual, so it's all.
I understand that, man. That's what I'm talking about.
I know. So
the terms that you guys have laid out. But what I'm saying is,
if you're understanding that, then we can't literally respond to the exact way the Bible was written because we're saying that's not the outcome of what happened. The actual story is meant to be read subtextually. It's not meant to be read as the guy got this for doing that. It's more saying like he went through this terrible ordeal and did that show some sort of grit or stoic thing.
So my off the fence question that we're discussing is, in the world we live in today, like who's winning? Is it Lucifer or God? based on the parameters.
If it's like you're looking at it, like, look at this situation and choose Jungian psychology or Freudian psychology, and you're looking at it through that paradigm. So it's just a lens to look at it through, and you're basing it on those set of circumstances. I would say that the devil's probably winning now. Now, I don't believe that is the case.
Okay.
But if you're forcing me into two ways of looking at society right now, I would say, the devil seems to be getting a bit of an upper hand at the moment. But that doesn't mean that I'm right about that, or that might be just the way I'm looking at the world, like every generation does. And you're going, geez, it's getting fairly fucking bad. And every generation does that. But there's lots of people that are doing things that are worth a lot, that are contributing to society. It's just our media doesn't report on them. And we have God's fatalistic, terrifying things going on.
Yeah.
And no one ever says to you, like, the nice things that people do. No one's ever like, oh, fucking UN are doing a really good thing here. And they're all like, everything's fucked. Because that's what sells papers. And because that's what sells papers, we're just, like, we have so much to worry about now. We can't just chill, you know? So I think if you look at it through that prism, I would probably go that way.
Shane?
Yeah, like, I think, again, you just bounce it back to the whole Job thing. It's supposed to look fucking terrifying. It's supposed to separate the wheat from the chaff. That's the whole show. It's like, let's see who chooses humanity over wealth or materialism. So it's supposed to look like we're losing. I do see sparks of hope. Like, I do, like...
As do I, yeah.
Like, the funny thing about the newspaper is nobody's buying the fucking newspaper.
Yeah.
Someone's just paying for that shit. So we're not paying for that shit anymore. I think if they tried to do a second lockdown this winter, it's not going to work half as well as the last one. I think so many people who dove headlong into the last one, it's not going to work for them. I just know by talking to people, they don't enjoy admitting they were wrong, but they're not prepared to do that shit again. And if you look at the world leaders now, they're all like fucking pantomime. There's no strong leaders running this ship anymore. They're all fucking ridiculous looking. So it's all like, it looks like it's all falling apart to me. Now, you know, and I was never an optimist, but I'm looking at it now going, this all looks fucking preposterous. And yeah, it'll probably get more. They'll probably crank up the fucking war machine or whatever they have to do to distract you. But that's the thing. Like, how quickly did monkeypox disappear? Like, they're desperately just tossing out, like... there's so many things that just kind of, they try and it doesn't work, and something on Ukraine will stick for a while, or, you know, but I don't know. I just think it's a fucking mess. There's no leader where, apart from Trump, I guess, where people are like, yeah, that guy. But like, for the most part, no one gives a fuck about their government. Nobody's really wants to be a follower. And it's just that last little thing of, but I just need my paycheck, so I'll keep playing this game. But like, ultimately, I think a bit more pressure. What did they say? Like, when food gets to like 50% of your salary, that's when every revolution kicks off. You know, that kind of way. That's on the fucking cards.
Yeah.
So who the fuck knows? But yeah, the way it's going, like the way it's currently going, like I said with COVID, I don't want anything to fucking do with where they want it to go. But I don't think it's necessarily going there. I think they're going to break enough people that people just go, fuck it, make us. And when enough people say make us, there isn't enough armies, there isn't enough police to actually stop fucking humanity saying fuck off.
And will that be like an act of goodness or an act of...
Are you trying to bring me back to a Luciferian rebellion? Again, they're not gods. The politicians aren't gods, and your government isn't a god. So yeah, it's an act of good for you to not obey a false god and a false power structure that does not have your best intentions at heart. Clearly doesn't have your best intentions at heart. These are people who send people to war on a fucking whim for not even to free a country anymore, not to do anything of the sort. Just to make money, they'll send your kids to war. You know, that kind of way. So yeah, that's an act of good, not fucking listening to them, you know. But they'll do everything they can to make life as chaotic and fucked up as possible to try and keep you in that frightened control system, which is why the fucking newsreel never fucking stops. It's just fear, 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 fear. You know, the second you get a break from COVID, you got monkeypox or Ukraine or something else, something. The second Ukraine stops, you can be guaranteed after a week of fucking, oh, brilliant, we're back to normal. Bang, something else kicks off. False flag, some shit.
Aliens.
You know, aliens is fucking on the cards.
It's ready. It's ready.
Yeah.
You have to have the patience of Job. Yeah, I could keep arguing for ages. It's something that I don't think I'm getting something that you're saying. I don't think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
eyes to see and the ears to hear, Gordon.
Well, I think I'm doing all right, man.
Mushrooms.
I think I'm doing all right. It's a conversation that could continue and it shall continue in the online space. So look out for a live argument. I mean, a live show where all you devout Christians and you Lucifer lovers can come and we'll discuss this possibly at length. Eamon O'Neill is about to be turned into a melty puddle like the wonderful world of Alex Mack.
Yeah, she was good. She had a
It's class.
yellow
So
raincoat.
she's a wet thing. That's the end of the show, man. That was Lucifer, the fallen angel. What a fucking roller coaster. I think we might have broke the record on the longest episode. That's what happens when you start late and you go late. It is stupid o'clock in the morning. We are spent. And it was delightful to have two of the very good friends to come and join us here in TCG Towers. For that, we have Mr. Shane Brown from the Other Place Archive podcast. Give him a wave, Shane. Where can they find you? Other Place Archive.
Spotify, and I haven't done anything to that end, so Spotify and YouTube, I guess.
Yeah. You have a website as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there anytime soon. It's pretty fucking rough.
We'll put whatever links are available at the time of publishing into the description, and obviously, very much appreciated for your kind patience and wise words and hilarious impromptu songs, which always tickle my gicker.
I'm glad. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun to be
It's
back.
a long day, and we took a few breaks.
It's a long day. It was a fun day.
I don't want
though.
to fuck up the magic, but yeah, we did take a couple of breaks and a bit of crack. And you guys have imbibed some fire water and
Yeah, it was good. The
Sleepy
fire water
time
kept
juice.
it going for a while.
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
last half hour, it was like,
And
I'm
we still have
taking
to-
the credit back.
We still have to write that Christian rock song before
That's
we go
true,
to bed.
yeah,
so
yeah.
I've been already writing chords in my head. The titan that is Monster Fuzz, creeping up the charts, smashing records.
Monster Fuzz podcast. We're trying to get there.
Make
We
it
don't know
happen.
where it is. We're like the world. Where's it going? Who created it? What's
Who's in
going
charge? Is it the red one or is it the?
It's probably mostly Rob, to
The
be
whole-
fair.
yeah.
I just show up in Counter Strike. So Monster Fuzz podcast. Give it now. I don't know. Put it in the Google.
No clicky box.
Monster Fuzz.
Monster Fuzz.
It's also a guitar pedal, so make sure you type podcast after it, or you're just gonna wind up buying some cool
Yeah.
fuzz pedals.
Jim Dunlap will take your money instead of the boys. You have a Patreon as well, and you have you're in all the apps,
All that shit, all
YouTube
that
channels,
shit.
and all that crack.
X.
Monster Fuzz is a good crack if you're running out of TCG episodes and you want that beautiful Wexford timbre in your ears, and obviously Eamon O'Neill's fantastic talents as well as Rob Bennington's. You check out that show. This is Those Conspiracy Guys. If you want to support the show, you want to get this ad free, you want to see it on video on Spotify, wonder of wonders. Patreon.com/Those Conspiracy Guys. Head to the website, thoseconspiracyguys.com. We're on all the apps, whatever apps are apping. There's a problem with some of them like Gilded and Discord and shit at the moment, but there's also all the video channels, BitChute, Odyssey, Rockfin. We got the fucking socials, whatever. They're all on the website. All that leaves me to do is say thanks to the boys. Thanks, boys.
Thank you.
Cheers, man.
And I'll good you bid evening. And we'll discuss this further. This is not the end. But this has been Those Conspiracy Guys. This has been Lucifer. I've been Gordo.
I've been Eamon.
I've been Shane.
I will see you again soon. God bless.